Chapter 4010. Duan Lingtian really didn't know that Yang Qinya had broken through to the Middle God Emperor realm. Now that he knew, he was still amazed. It turned out that a person could stimulate such amazing potential under the spur of hatred. Duan Lingtian had heard of Yang Qinya's talent when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. However, breaking through to the Middle God Emperor realm was not something that could be done with the talent he had shown before. What he didn't expect was that Elder Yi Tong of the Hidden Sword faction saw that Yang Qinya's amazing potential had been stimulated and entered the Middle God Emperor realm in advance. Therefore, he wanted to let his disciple, Yi Qizai, know about his background. More importantly, Yi Tong looked for his master, Yi Qinfeng, and Yi Qinfeng cooperated with him to make arrangements. Now, Yi Qizai knew about his background. He also knew that he had killed his father and his clan. Moreover, his enemy was the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. I hope he can bear it. If he can bear it, he might be able to soar into the sky in the future. If he can't bear it, I'm afraid he'll be crippled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On second thought, he remembered that he had also been spurred on all this time. Rescuing Kerr from the world of divine offering was the biggest spur for him. Now that he knew that Kerr was trapped in the world of divine offering, he had to be strong enough to find Kerr. Now, even if he entered the world of divine offering, although it wouldn't be as dangerous as the last time he came to the profound Handaland, it would still be difficult for him. In the world of divine emperors, there were as many divine kings as dogs. Even god emperors could be found everywhere in the world of divine offering. If he was unlucky, he might even encounter a godly venerable. But I can't even take care of my own business. Why should I care about other people's business? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. Then he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Inside the spaceship, although the cultivation environment was not as good, he could definitely immerse himself in cultivation. Therefore, before this cultivation, Duan Lingtian also told Jin Pingfen not to let anyone disturb his cultivation until they reached their destination. When Jin Pingfen heard this, he immediately agreed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a hard-working kid! At least, Yi and Kai really can't compare to him. If he has the time to daydream, he might as well spend it on cultivation. As long as he has sufficient strength, he might be able to avenge his father and family. Can he avenge his father by being in a daze? Thinking of this, Zhan Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still in a daze, and shook his head. The journey that he borrowed was calm and peaceful. In fact, even if they encountered some obstacles along the way, as long as Yi Qinfeng and Lu Finggu displayed their strength, no one would dare to stop them. Right now, they were still walking in the 7 prefectures. In the 7 prefectures, there was no news of an ultimate god expert. Even if there was an ultimate god expert, it was basically impossible for them to stay in the 7 prefectures. On the other hand, there were some hidden upper god emperors. However, those hidden experts, without exception, were all trying to break through to the ultimate god realm. How would they have the time to go out and cause trouble? It was meaningless to them. Generally, those who would intercept passers-by were relatively ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a lower god emperor in a group, which was already very shocking. This middle god emperor cultivation base is still a little bit away from completely stabilizing. Hopefully, it will be smoothly stabilized before the 7 prefectures feast. The middle god emperor cultivation base was harder to stabilize than Duan Lingtian expected. Even if he didn't lack ultimate divine pills, he still needed time. Time was still too tight. Little Tian, it's not good to be so impatient when you're cultivating. Just when Duan Lingtian realized that he couldn't completely calm down to cultivate and was getting frustrated at the thought of how difficult it would be to stabilize his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast, a familiar yet distant voice pulled him out of his anxious state of cultivation. This voice, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Sister Water, you've recovered? He recognized the owner of the voice. It was one of the 5 divine elements in his body, the world cleansing divine water. It was the world cleansing divine water that had fallen into a deep slumber. After the 5 divine elements had helped him cross over to the realm battlefield in the past, they had exhausted themselves and fallen into a deep slumber. After he came to the Xiangang land, the little world in his body had been closed at all times for fear of being discovered. It was not until he broke through to the God-Emperor realm that he opened a small opening. He thought that if the 5 divine elements woke up, they would be able to contact him immediately. With his God-Emperor cultivation base, it would be difficult for even a God-Emperor to discover anything about him, unless a God-Emperor unscrupulously probed him. However, if a God-Emperor unscrupulously probed him, he would be able to sense it. He would have enough time to close the little world in his body and prevent it from being exposed to the God-Emperor. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for the 5 divine elements to wake up. First, it was because they had fallen because of him. Second, it was because their existence gave him some peace of mind. Their existence would eventually become a trump card for him, a trump card that could turn the tables at a critical moment, and today it had finally come. Since the world cleansing divine water had woken up, the other 5 divine elements should have woken up as well, right? Even if they hadn't woken up yet, they should be waking up soon, right? I've recovered a little for now. The world cleansing divine water's voice sounded a little weak. It will take at least a few hundred years or even 1,000 years to fully recover. I'm only waking up now because I've recovered a little. Moreover, I had discussed with them that I would wake up first to check on you. I didn't expect you to become a medium God-Emperor in such a short time. Amazing. The world cleansing divine water had once possessed the divine tree of life in one of the realms of gods. She had seen many prodigies in the realms of gods. It was clear that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had improved at a rapid pace. Sister Water, you didn't wake up just to praise me, right? He would be lying if he said he was not touched by the world cleansing divine water's praise. However, he was still disappointed when he learned that the 5 divine elements would not fully awaken. I'm just following everyone's wishes to see how you're doing, the world cleansing divine water said with a smile. The world cleansing divine water said with a smile. Her voice was still as intelligent as ever, as if she was a caring big sister. I'm in a hurry to consolidate my cultivation base as a medium God-Emperor. Duan Lingtian sighed. After a period of time, there will be a martial competition called the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. If I'm able to seize first place, it would be extremely beneficial to me, and my future path would be even smoother. However, if I can't consolidate my cultivation base, I'm not confident I'll be able to win first place. This was the problem Duan Lingtian was facing. Relax. I'll observe your cultivation base. The world cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian naturally would not allow anyone to observe him. However, since the world cleansing divine water wanted to observe him, he did not hesitate at all. If the world cleansing divine water wanted to harm him, she could have done so many times in the past. There was no need for her to wait until now. After a while, the world cleansing divine water's energy circulated through Duan Lingtian's meridians. During this process, Duan Lingtian felt a refreshing sensation in his body. It was a comfortable feeling. In fact, at that moment, his heart instantly calmed down. He was no longer impatient, and it was as if he had forgotten all his worries. His entire body relaxed. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the world cleansing divine water again. Little Tian, it's not impossible for you to consolidate your cultivation base in a short time. However, I can't guarantee it'll work. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the world cleansing divine water's words. He could not help but ask anxiously, Sister Water, do you have any ideas? We'll help you, the world cleansing divine water said. I'll awaken them since they haven't fully recovered. I'll mobilize our 5 elements energy and merge it with your divine energy to help you consolidate your cultivation base. This way, you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base much faster. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base before the Seven Mansions banquet. After all, I don't know when the Seven Mansions banquet will be held. As soon as the world cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's first reaction was not to tell the world cleansing divine water when the Seven Mansions banquet would be held. Instead, he was worried if the world cleansing divine water helped him in advance. Sister Water, if you help me like this, I'm afraid you'll have to expend a lot of energy, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine. The world cleansing divine water said, it's just a small matter to us. In fact, we'll only need to use 10% of our energy that we've recovered over the years to assist you. You're only an intermediate celestial emperor now, and you've already consolidated your cultivation base. If you've just become a high-level celestial emperor and need our help to consolidate your cultivation base, we'll have to use all the energy we've recovered over the years to assist you. The world cleansing divine water chuckled when she finished speaking. You don't have to be so pretentious. Don't forget, it's also a good thing for us if you become stronger as soon as possible. If it's something else, I'll ask for their opinion. However, for this matter, I'll speak up on their behalf since they won't refuse. Now, I just want to know when the Seven Mansions banquet will be held. The world cleansing divine water asked. Upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. He could accept this outcome. He would never agree to let the efforts of the 5 divine elements go to waste. Following that, Duan Lingtian told the world cleansing divine water the date of the Seven Mansions banquet. Sister Water, will we be able to make it in time? Duan Lingtian asked after telling him the time. Chapter 4011. More or Less. The world cleansing divine water pondered for a moment before replying to Duan Lingtian's question. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. I'll go talk to them now and get them to cooperate with me to help you cultivate. After this, I won't divert my attention to talk to you anymore. It's the same for them. If they divert their attention, they'll use up even more energy. After saying this, the world cleansing divine water left. Duan Lingtian could see with his own eyes that the world cleansing divine water had transformed into the energy of water. It was obvious that the world cleansing divine water was interacting with the 5 divine elements. Soon after, the 5 divine elements seemed to have reached a consensus. The 5 divine elements' energy surged out of the opening in Duan Lingtian's little world. In just a blink of an eye, the energy merged with his body. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He calmed down and began to cultivate. With the help of the 5 divine elements and the world cleansing divine water, he did not doubt he would be able to consolidate his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time as he cultivated. When the 5 divine elements' energy surged out, it carried with it the rich spirit energy from Duan Lingtian's little world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the environment in the flying boat affecting his cultivation base. Normally, Duan Lingtian would not dare to do this since it would reveal the secret of his little world. However, with the 5 divine elements' energy concealing the spirit energy in his little world, he did not have to worry about the spirit energy leaking out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was cultivating. Since Shen Pingfan was by Duan Ling's side, no one could disturb Duan Ling. In fact, even if Shen Pingfan was not around, the bystanders would not be so blind as to disturb Duan Lingtian when they saw he was cultivating, especially when they knew he was a seeded candidate from the Pure Sun sect this time. While the people from Chunyang School were making their way to the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, many people from other forces were making their way to the profound Jade Mansion as well. There were also some people from other forces who had just set off. Tung Lung Province, Machi Clan, whoosh! A spaceship broke through the sky and left the Machi family. Within the spaceship a group of people were scattered all over the place. This spaceship was slightly larger than an ordinary spaceship. It was also a specially made celestial Thearch-grade spaceship. The Machi family had requested a powerful divine weapon master who had a good relationship with their ancestor to refine it using the inheritance of a powerful divine weapon master. The speed of this celestial Emperor-grade spaceship wasn't any slower than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. However, the space inside it was much larger than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. This time, the leader of the Machi clan's 2 great gold seed elders, Machi Yuning, was personally leading the team to the 7 prefectures feast. That's right, the head of the 2 golden seat elders. The reason for that was because the Machi clan's golden seat elder, Machi Ju, had died some time ago. Machi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Machi family. In addition to his high seniority, he personally led the team. The interior of the spaceship was quiet and peaceful. Even if others wanted to communicate, they would do so through voice transmissions. This was because they noticed that Machi Yuning's complexion was not good. As for why Machi Yuning's expression was so unsightly, the crowd had a slight understanding of it. It was because their Machi clan's ancestor had not only met Machi Hong before they departed, but he had also spoken a few words with him. When the old ancestor was facing Machi Hong, he still had a smile on his face. However, when they boarded the spaceship and saw Machi Hong sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship with his eyes closed, the old ancestor's complexion instantly turned gloomy. The old ancestor must have thought of old ancestor Machi Ju. An elder of the Machi family sent a voice transmission to an acquaintance of his who was also an elder of the Machi family. That's normal. The latter nodded. The death of old ancestor Machi Ju is not only a huge blow to our Machi family, but it's also a huge blow to the old ancestor. I'm afraid the old ancestor is also worried that after the 7 prefectures feast, even if Machi Hong gets the opportunity, he still won't be able to make a breakthrough to the upper-level celestial emperor realm. You also know that if he doesn't make a breakthrough soon, the upper-level celestial emperor realm will reach the end of his lifespan. In the entire spaceship, the members of the Machi aristocrat clan, from the few lower-level god emperors of the Machi aristocrat clan to the outstanding younger generation of the Machi aristocrat clan, were all chatting through voice transmissions. The silence in the spaceship was broken when the old man standing at the front, who was also the leader of the group, the golden seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Yuning, opened his mouth. Little Hong, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you completely consolidated your cultivation base? Machi Yuning turned around and looked at the young man sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship. The young man was originally sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as he cultivated. When he heard Machi Yuning's voice, he immediately opened his eyes. At the same time, he stood up and said respectfully, "Old ancestor, I didn't disappoint your expectations." Machi Yuning immediately smiled when he heard Machi Hong's words. "Good. Very good. Good. Great. Now that you've consolidated your cultivation base as an upper-level celestial emperor, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. Perhaps you can even defeat Duan Lingtian and avenge your humiliation." Machi Yuning smiled brightly. Duan Lingtian has only been a middle-level celestial emperor for about 10 years. It's no different from wishful thinking for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level celestial emperor. Even if the Chunyang school is willing to do everything to help him, and his talent is not weak, the time is too short after all. It's impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level celestial emperor. With his strength, if he can't consolidate his cultivation base, he won't be able to improve much. Last time, you were defeated by him. This time, you defeated him in front of Yi Qinfeng. This time, there are 2 leaders from the Chunyang school, and one of them is Yi Qinfeng. When Machi Yuning mentioned Yi Qinfeng, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but more than that, there was fear. The moment Yi Qinfeng used the upper-level divine sword, he knew that he, who could barely fight against Yi Qinfeng in the past, was no longer Yi Qinfeng's opponent. If they fought, he might lose within 10 moves. Yi Qinfeng, hearing Machi Yuning's words, raging flames of hatred burst forth from Machi Hong's eyes. He was unable to restrain himself. Work hard, and you might be able to avenge your ancestor in the future. Machi Yuning said these words to Machi Hong through sound transmission. He couldn't encourage Yi Qinfeng openly if there were people from the Pure Sun sect present, and Yi Qinfeng knew about this. He might choose to eliminate them completely. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Machi family. Now, unless a high-level God Emperor was born from the older generation of the Machi family, there was nothing else they could do. They could see the path ahead of them. However, the younger generation had to completely rely on Machi Hong. Otherwise, the Machi family would fall into a situation where there was a shortage of young people. Ancestor, Machi Hong asked in a deep voice, "Can we kill during the 7 Mansions banquet?" When Machi Yuning heard Machi Hong's words, he was stunned at first. Then he looked at Machi Hong deeply and said, "Normally we can't kill. However, if the opponent is willing to fight to the death, we can. However, we need to obtain the approval of the organizer of the 7 Mansions banquet." When Machi Yuning heard Machi Hong's words, he knew that he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. "However, I don't agree with you looking for Duan Lingtian to fight to the death. It's not that I look down on your strength, but that Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. Even now, I feel that you should be able to defeat him and get into the top 3 in the 7 Mansions banquet. However, if we really fight to the death, I'm worried about you. Therefore, I don't agree with it, nor do I support it." Machi Yuning said, "It's best that you don't think about it. Even if Duan Lingtian wants to fight to the death with you, I will still refuse. I hope you can understand, ancestor. The Machi family can no longer take risks. You are the hope of the Machi family." The words of Machi Yuning could not be said to not be heavy. Machi Hong fell silent when he heard these words. "I understand, ancestor." At the border of the profound Jade Mansion, 2 flying ships flew side by side. In one of the flying ships, a few young men were chatting in the corner of the flying ship. "Do you think that Duan Lingtian from Tunglung province is really that monstrous? He's not even 3,000 years old, but he actually defeated Machi Hong from the Machi family. I also think that the rumors might not be true. I know that Machi Hong is very strong. At the very least, I'm far from being a match for him. However, I don't really believe that he was defeated by a young man who's not even 3,000 years old. Won't we know if Duan Lingtian is really that strong when the 7 Mansions banquet begins? This time, there are also high-level divine emperors participating in the 7 Mansions banquet on our side. We should be able to get into the top 10. Although he's not as strong as Machi Hong, he's still a high-level divine emperor. It shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 10. I remember that during the 7 Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there were only 6 high-level divine emperors participating in the 7 Mansions banquet, right? All 6 of them managed to get into the top 10. It's too difficult to become a high-level divine emperor before 10,000 years old. In my opinion, I don't think I'll be able to become a high-level divine emperor before I'm 12,000 years old. At this moment, this flying ship and the flying ship next to it did not come from Tunglung province or the state mansion of Qing. Instead, they came from another mansion of the 7 Mansions. At the same time, the people from this force were not the only ones talking about Duan Lingtian. On the way to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the 7 Mansions banquet, many people from the top forces in the 7 Mansions were talking about Duan Lingtian. The reason they were so interested in Duan Lingtian was that Duan Lingtian was a rising figure. Moreover, as soon as he rose, he stepped on Machi Hong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Tunglung province. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Chapter 4012. The Seven Mansions banquet was being held in Profound Jade Mansion. The banquet was jointly organized by the four peak God Emperor forces of Profound Jade Mansion. It was not held in any of the four forces, but in another place of vast land. This vast land was located in a mountain range of Profound Jade Mansion. The center was hollowed out, forming a huge field. At the center of this field, there are many small islands floating in the void. Each island could at most accommodate several people standing on it at the same time. It could be said that they were very small. At least, this was the smallest floating island Duan Lingtian had ever seen. These small islands should be the spectator seats. Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, he had also seen through Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the past, the Seven Mansions banquet I participated in was also similar to this. There are many small islands floating in the air. These are the places where the upper echelons of the various forces have set up. They are standing there to watch the younger generation fight. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian also noticed that there were indeed some stone tables on those floating islands. On each side of the stone tables were two stone stools. Each stone table could accommodate two people sitting on one side, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the field. As for the center, it was a barren land. There was no special field for martial arts because there was no need for it. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would basically fight in the air. "They're here." Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan spoke. At this time, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan's gaze and saw an old man escorted by two middle-aged men. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian's group. The old man was wearing a light blue robe. Although his hair and brows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. It could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were originally dim, but as soon as he got close to Duan Lingtian's group, they shone brightly. At the same time, he looked at the two people leading Duan Lingtian's group, Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Both of you are still as elegant as ever." The old man smiled and greeted the two. The two middle-aged men behind the old man also looked at Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu. When one of them saw Yi Qinfeng, his gaze was incomparably complicated. This middle-aged man was an elder of Profound Jade Mansion's emperor-level sect, the Rui sect. He was one of the strongest high-level god emperors in Rui sect. His name was Huang Qiyuan. He had once defeated Yi Qinfeng within 10 moves during the Feast of the Seven Manners 10,000 years ago. Later on, he even became one of the top 10 finalists. As for the old man standing in front of him, he was his father and master, a god emperor powerhouse of the Rui sect. Of course, he was a god emperor. "Elder Huang." Lu Fenggu smiled and nodded at the old man. As for Yi Qinfeng, after greeting the old man, he looked at Huang Qiyuan and said, "Senior brother Huang, it seems like we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. How have you been recently?" When Yi Qinfeng looked at Huang Qiyuan, the smile on his face became even brighter. He looked like a superior who was willing to lower himself to get along with others. However, Huang Qiyuan's expression did not look too good when Yi Qinfeng took the initiative to greet him. Nevertheless, he still greeted Yi Qinfeng. "Elder Yi, we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. You're no longer the same as before. Back then, I was young and frivolous, young and ignorant. Elder Yi, please forget about those unpleasant matters," Huang Qiyuan said bluntly. Upon hearing Huang Qiyuan's words, many people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled. They did not know why the middle-aged man would suddenly say such a thing. It sounded like Elder Yi was deliberately targeting him. "Senior brother Huang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean anything." Yi Qinfeng smiled and shook his head. "Forget it. Since senior brother Huang doesn't want to catch up with an old friend like me, let's just leave it at that. Elder Huang, please take us to the place we're staying." Then, Yi Qinfeng looked at the old man in front of Huang Qiyuan. He was Huang Qiyuan's father, Huang Long. When Huang Long saw Yi Qinfeng greeting his son, his expression was very complicated. When he saw his son's reaction, he felt even worse. 10,000 years ago, at the Seven Prefectures banquet, his son was in high spirits. At that time, Yi Qinfeng was just a defeated opponent. But now, 10,000 years had passed, not to mention that his son had yet to step into the Emperor God realm. Even he himself had been surpassed by Yi Qinfeng and was left far behind. Who would have thought that the brat who did not even enter the top 20 of the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago would become the strongest person in Tanglong province? In the past, although some people said that Yi Qinfeng was the strongest person in Tanglong province, it was not true. However, 10 years ago, Yi Qinfeng had made a powerful move in the Machi clan. He had relied on his full soul prominent grade divine sword to instantly kill Machi Ju, one of the 3 great golden seat elders of the Machi clan. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, please. Huang Long sighed inwardly and then led the way in front. During this process, Lu Fenggu introduced the old man, leading the way to the group of Chunyang School disciples behind him. This is Elder Huang Long from the Rui sect. This is Elder Huang Qiyuan from the Rui sect. He's also Elder Huang Long's son. As for the other one, he's also Elder Huang Long's disciple. When Lu Fenggu introduced Huang Long and the other 2, Duan Lingtian also learned from Zhen Pingfan why Huang Qiyuan was so sensitive. It turned out that this person had defeated Elder Yi Qinfeng in the past. During the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago, he even made it to the top 10. At that time, Yi Qinfeng had been defeated by him in just a few moves, and he seemed to have said some unpleasant things as well. 10,000 years later, Yi Qinfeng had stepped into the mid-god emperor realm and grasped a high-grade divine sword. As for Huang Qiyuan, he was still stuck at the high god emperor realm. 10,000 years. So many changes in an instant. Duan Lingtian could imagine how Huang Qiyuan was feeling right now. It was no wonder he was so sensitive. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Qinfeng's greeting was considered polite. However, in Huang Qiyuan's eyes, it was no different from humiliation. After all, their statuses were not equal at all. You took the initiative to talk to me, and even said that we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that I was stronger than you 10,000 years ago? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Yi Qinfeng was deliberately reminding Huang Qiyuan that he had lost to him 10,000 years ago. Now he could not be compared to him at all. I didn't expect Elder Yi to have such a side to him. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, he also felt that it was not a big deal. However, this also shows that being strong for a while does not mean that you will always be strong. Don't bully the young. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Zhen Pingfan's voice rang in his ears. This time, Elder Huang Long and his son actually came to pick us up. In my opinion, this must be arranged by the people in the Rui sect who oppose them. It's the 7 mansions feast again. Moreover, Huang Qiyuan once defeated Martial Uncle Yi. Why would he be so kind when he sees Martial Uncle Yi again? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also felt that this was very likely. Otherwise, if it was voluntary, Huang Qiyuan would definitely not be willing to see Elder Yi, who he had defeated in the past under such circumstances. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, I heard that there's a monstrous genius in Chunyang School called Duan Lingtian. Even Machi Hong from the Machi clan was defeated by him. May I know who he is? Huang Long and the other 2 brought Duan Lingtian and his group to the resting place arranged for them. At first, he was just leading the way, but halfway there he could not help but turn around and ask Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu curiously as they walked. Duan Lingtian, say hello to Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu looked back at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. In the past, the tyrannical Saber clan had also invited Duan Lingtian, but they were all rejected by Duan Lingtian. Of course, in his opinion, it was also because the conditions offered by the tyrannical Saber clan were not good enough. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might not have rejected them. He felt sorry for missing out on such a monstrous genius. If he had accepted such a monstrous genius, he might have had a chance to become the master of an ultimate god in the future. That was right, an ultimate god. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, the upper divine emperor realm that was difficult for them to reach would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian. At least, that was the case based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements. Duan Lingtian had the potential to become an ultimate god. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Huang. Since Lu Fenggu had spoken, Duan Lingtian naturally did not want to reject him. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fist slightly to salute Huang Long. At this moment, Huang Long was not the only one sizing up Duan Lingtian. Even Huang Long's son, Huang Qiyuan, and another disciple behind Huang Long were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that the three of them were very curious about Duan Lingtian. Huang Long was the first to regain his senses. He sighed and said, "He is indeed as handsome as the rumors say. He is indeed a man of striking appearance. A middle divine emperor less than 3,000 years old. A monstrous genius," Huang Long exclaimed. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he also humbly replied. The rest of the journey was quiet again. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination. It was a valley with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It was the place that the profound Jade Mansion had arranged for the people from Chunyang School to stay. There were still a few months before the 7 Mansions feast began. Duan Lingtian and the others had to wait here until the feast began. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, see you in 3 months. After sending Duan Lingtian and the others from Chunyang School to the valley, the 3 people from Tanglong Province, led by Huang Long, bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others and left. The valley had everything that should be there. There were many courtyards and wooden houses that looked brand new. It was obvious that they had just been set up and no one had lived in them before. Chapter 40:13. In the profound Jade Mansion, whether it was the location of the 7 Mansions banquet or the resting place for the guests, everything was arranged by the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion. There were no formations or restrictions here. Under such circumstances, even though the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion were the hosts, it was impossible for them to tamper with the 7 Mansions banquet. At the same time, it was impossible for them to harm the young disciples of the other sects before the 7 Mansions banquet. After the group of people from the Chunyang School settled in, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Fenggu leading a group of elders from the Chunyang School to set up various formations above the canyon. There were no formations set up here beforehand. Naturally, even if they had set up formations, they would not feel safe. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the group of young disciples from the Chunyang School found a courtyard and entered a wooden house. After that, they began to cultivate. Some of them wanted to cultivate on their own. As for some people, they were too embarrassed to hang around outside when they saw that everyone else had gone to cultivate. Some of them just wanted to put on a show in front of their elders. No matter how hard they worked, it would be difficult for them to improve their strength in 3 months. Moreover, they were under great pressure. The 7 Mansions banquet was about to begin. However, to Duan Lingtian, these 3 months of time were a race against time. Although the 5 divine elements had been helping him consolidate his cultivation base, it was only natural that he did not have enough time to do so. For this reason, the next 3 months would be a crucial period for him. I have to consolidate my cultivation base before the 7 Mansions banquet. Otherwise, it'll be impossible for me to win the 7 Mansions banquet. Duan Lingtian did not feel proud of himself, even though the elder from the Rui sect thought he was monstrous after he joined the profound Nether Mansion. There would be many young powerhouses who were on par with him in the 7 Mansions banquet. Although Ma Qihong was widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in Tongling Province, he only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet was completely different from having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Ma Qihong only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. In fact, Duan Lingtian's strength was not much stronger than Ma Qihong's. The reason he was able to defeat Ma Qihong so quickly was because Ma Qihong had underestimated him. If Ma Qihong had not underestimated Duan Lingtian due to his underestimation of Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian would have to put in more effort to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was not as strong as it was 10 years ago. Duan Lingtian did not have a banquet. Duan Lingtian's was Lingtian. This was the last thought Duan Lingtian had before he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. In the next instant, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation and began to cultivate diligently. Duan Lingtian, of course, he wasn't worried that he would miss the feast of the Seven Prefectures, because before the feast began, the people of the Pure Sun sect would definitely do everything they could to wake him up. After all, the Chunyang School's Lingtian was Lingtian's Lingtian. As for the others, even the most outstanding ones, it would be very difficult for them to make it to the top 10. Duan Lingtian was cultivating. On the other side, Jinping Fan and Yi Qinfeng were drinking tea. The two of them chatted while drinking tea. Martial Uncle Yi. Jinping Fan said with a smile, "I didn't realize you were so vengeful. It's been 10,000 years, yet you still remember Huang Qiyuan's disdain for you? Actually, I think he looked down on you back then because you were indeed inferior to him. There was no need for him to hold a grudge. Just like now. Can he look down on you? Dare he look down on you?" Jinping Fan said while shaking his head. "You brat." Yi Qinfeng glared at Jinping Fan. "Who told you I'm vengeful? Why do you think I'm vengeful? Have I ever offended him in any way? Isn't it just greeting him? Is this considered revenge? Speaking of which, he and I can be considered old friends. Although we met 10,000 years ago, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I regard him as a confidant. When I greeted him earlier, I also transmitted a message to him. If it weren't for what he said back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. You say, I'm thanking him, right? Why did he suddenly explode? It's really inexplicable." Jinping Fan was dumbfounded by Yi Qinfeng's words. "You provoked him by transmitting a message? At first, I thought that he was being too sensitive. He's really good-tempered. If it were me, even if I'm not your opponent, I would have already cursed at him. You're really ruthless." Jinping Fan gave Yi Qinfeng a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. At the same time, he thought to himself, I shouldn't have offended this junior Uncle Yi in the past, right? Following which, Jinping Fan mocked Yi Qinfeng a few more times before changing the topic. "Junior Uncle Yi, the promise you made to Duan Lingtian earlier, it seems like you have confidence in him. Do you really think he has a chance of winning first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet?" Jinping Fan asked. Hearing this, Yi Qinfeng shook his head to Jinping Fan's surprise. "Can I say that I have confidence in him? I just wanted to encourage him. However, if he's still as strong as he was 10 years ago, it's probably impossible for him to win first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet. Even the top 3 would be difficult." As soon as Yi Qinfeng said this, Jinping Fan's pupils constricted. "What? Is there a situation in the Seven Prefectures banquet this time?" "Yes." Yi Qinfeng nodded. "I've recently received news that a monster has appeared in the Consonance Mansion. If the rumors are true, he'll definitely be in the top 3 in the Seven Prefectures banquet this time." Consonance Mansion. Jinping Fan's eyes flashed. "Which force is it from? Heaven's equal sect." Yi Qinfeng said, "Heaven's equal sect. Last year, a young disciple that many people in heaven's equal sect didn't know about appeared. As soon as he appeared, he defeated the most outstanding people in heaven's equal sect. Moreover, it was 1 against 5. The 5 most outstanding people in heaven's equal sect's younger generation are all famous people. You and I both know about them. Even if the strongest person among them isn't as strong as Machihong, he's not too far off. He's still very confident that he'll be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face darkened. That heaven's equal sect has really hidden themselves well. It seems like they've hidden that monster so that he can show off in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Besides heaven's equal sect of Consonance Mansion, is there anything else? Zhen Pingfan asked after calming down. Yi Qinfeng nodded. There's also Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. This time, there seems to be more than one youngster who hasn't shown up before. Rumor has it that they've been secretly nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion in order to get into the top 3 and win a lot of spots to be divided among the other forces. Both Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 3 forces each. If they can get into the top 3, even if they don't get first place, they'll still get enough spots. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan frowned. Both Underworld Prefecture and Heavenly Star Prefecture are so shameless this time. You still have the nerve to say that. Yi Qinfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, when no one from their 2 manors could get into the top 20, you were the one who nagged them, saying that they should give up on the 7 prefectures banquet or join forces to nurture their youngsters. Only then will they have a chance to get a spot. In my opinion, they heard what you said and decided to cooperate on the spur of the moment. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face froze. Did I say that? You didn't, right? Zhen Pingfan's face was obviously unnatural. He seemed to vaguely remember that he did say that. However, it was just a casual remark. Did you guys take it seriously? I was just kidding. The youngsters they've nurtured haven't shown themselves publicly, but they shouldn't be weak. At least, they shouldn't be weaker than Machihong from the Machi family. From Yi Qinfeng's words, it was obvious that he attached great importance to the youngsters nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. If this news is true, the 6 sects from Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion are really daring to use the resources of 3 sects to nurture one youngster. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Indeed, they are really daring. Yi Qinfeng nodded in agreement. In the following days, more and more people from the other 6 prefectures arrived at the location where the 7 prefectures banquet was held by the profound Jade Mansion. The people from each force were arranged to rest in different places. As for the young people from the various forces, they didn't run around after arriving. Instead, they stayed in their rooms and cultivated. Of course, only the people involved would know whether or not everyone was cultivating. Time passed by quietly. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye for everyone. Duan Lingtian was awakened by Zhen Pingfan on the morning of the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. It's time to go. Today is the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. When Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the wooden house, opened his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes, and his temperament changed. Is it finally going to start? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, with a flash of his body, he left the wooden house to meet up with Zhen Pingfan. Then he followed Zhen Pingfan to meet up with the rest of the Chunyang school. Chapter 4014. It was the same place he had been to when he first arrived. There were small islands floating in the air around the arena. These islands were meant for the upper echelons of the various top forces in the 7 prefectures to watch the battles. As for the younger generation, they could only stand in the void. Duan Lingtian, why don't you come down and take a seat as well? Marshal uncle, you won't mind. and I'm sure Marshal Uncle Lou won't mind either. Jean Pingfan sat in front of the stone table on the small floating island that the mysterious Jade Mansion had arranged for the upper echelons of the Chunying School. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to join him. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian declined politely. Elder Jean, I'm fine here. Duan Lingtian scanned his surroundings. The Chunying School had arrived early. Other than the Chunying School, there were only 3 other forces that had arrived. None of the younger generation from the 3 forces had entered the small floating island that served as the spectator seats. Of course, some of the younger generation who looked old and senile were sitting there. However, Duan Lingtian did not see them. At the very least, he did not see any of the younger generation. Therefore, he naturally felt that it was inappropriate for him to join them. Moreover, the other young disciples of the Chunying School were also standing on one side of the floating island where the upper echelons of the Chunying School were seated. He felt that it was appropriate for him to stand with them. The people from the Machi family are here. Yi Qinfeng's voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly. With just a glance, he saw a group of people under the lead of an old man approaching in a grandiose manner from afar. Duan Lingtian recognized this old man. He was the golden seat elder of the Machi family Machi Yuning. It was said that he was the strongest expert in the Machi family, a middle god emperor with extraordinary strength. He's actually leading the Machi family this time. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at first, but when he thought of the Machi family's current situation, he felt relieved. Even in the past, the Machi aristocratic family only had 4 middle god emperors. The patriarch of the Machi aristocratic family, Machi Lusu, was one of them. The other 3 were the 3 great golden throne elders of the Machi aristocratic family, Machi Yuning, Machi Wuming, and Machi Ju. Machi Ju was dead. Machi Wuming was grounded. Only 2 people from the Machi family could lead the team this time. The Machi family's patriarch, Machi Lusu, would definitely be in charge of the Machi family. Therefore, only Machi Yuning could come in person. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a sharp gaze that was directed at him from behind Machi Yuning. Moreover, there was a hint of hostility in that sharp gaze. Machi Hong. Before seeing the other party's face clearly, Duan Lingtian subconsciously guessed who the owner of the gaze was. In the Machi clan, probably only Machi Hong alone would be so hostile towards him. Even if Machi Ju's death was somewhat related to him, no matter how strange the Machi aristocratic family was, they could not blame him. The other people in the Machi aristocratic family would not hate him because of this. If they wanted to hate someone, they should hate Yi Qinfeng and Jean Pingfan first. Machi Hong was the only one who would target him. This was because Machi Hong could only hate him. He only had the ability to hate him. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw Machi Hong. He just so happened to see Machi Hong staring at him with killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, Machi Hong's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, one day I'll kill you and avenge my ancestor Xian. Machi Hong's voice was extremely cold and emotionless. When Duan Lingtian heard Machi Hong's voice transmission, he smiled faintly and replied through voice transmission, Machi Hong, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't kill your ancestor Xian, right? Even if you want to take revenge, you shouldn't look for me, right? At the very least, you shouldn't be the first one to look for me, right? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly. Machi Hong, naturally, understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed for a moment before he snorted coldly and no longer said anything. However, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. When Machi Hong stared at Duan Lingtian, Machi Yuning, who was the leader of the Machi aristocratic family, followed his gaze and saw Duan Lingtian. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the small floating island next to Duan Lingtian and the others. When he saw the light golden figure on the island, A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The person he saw was none other than Yi Qinfeng. "Elder Machi, this way, please." It was unknown if the profound Jade Mansion had done this intentionally, but the floating island where the Machi aristocratic family's higher-ups were watching the battle was right next to the floating island where the Chunyang School's higher-ups were watching the battle. The two floating islands looked at each other from afar. To ordinary people, they were not far away. "Ha, Elder Machi." When Machi Yuning and the other higher-ups of the Machi clan had just taken their seats, Machi Hong and the other younger generation of the Machi clan were standing in midair at the side of the floating island. When they had just stopped moving, a carefree voice resounded, and then a robust middle-aged man and a group of people behind him appeared before everyone's eyes. The burly middle-aged man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was majestic and tall. He was more than 2 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. Alliance leader in. When they saw the other party, even Machi Yunning had no choice but to stand up with the group of Machi aristocratic family's higher-ups and nod at him. The person who had just arrived was none other than the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance in Tongling Province. The Machi aristocratic family was not surprised that the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance had come personally. This was because the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was different from ordinary sects and families. There were many powerhouses who managed the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Instead, the title of alliance leader was an honorary title. Of course, in order to become the alliance leader, one must first convince the masses. The alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was also the most powerful person in the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. It was said that he did not usually manage the affairs of the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Most of the time he was in closed-door cultivation. Of course, if the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance encountered something that required his help, he would come out of closed-door cultivation. After the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance greeted Machi Yunning of the Machi aristocratic family, he looked at the Chunyang School from afar. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see." Alliance leader Rin. Lu Fenggu stood up and nodded at the other party in greeting. On the other hand, Yi Qinfeng only glanced at him indifferently and did not respond to him. Seeing this, the younger generation of the Machi aristocratic family felt that Yi Qinfeng was ignoring the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance because he was powerful. Even Duan Lingtian thought so at first. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that Yi Qinfeng was not that kind of person. He suddenly realized that there might be more to this than met the eye. Elder Zhen, out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked Jin Pingfan through voice transmission. Soon, he received an answer from Zhen Pingfan. When the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness first met Marshal Uncle Yi, he didn't think highly of him. Therefore, in an occasion where he could make the decision, he gave something that should have belonged to Marshal Uncle Yi to a genius from the Seven Kills sect. Of course, he did not give up. In his eyes, both Junior Uncle Yi and that person were outsiders. It was the same no matter who he gave it to. It was just that he thought highly of the other party. That thing was very important to Junior Uncle Yi at that time. As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan added another sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. At the same time, he realized that Elder Yi of the Chunyang School was indeed very vengeful. Of course, he was also famous for being protective of his own people. Duan Lingtian had heard about Elder Yi not long after he entered Chunyang School. Because of this, he had heard that both the people outside and inside Chunyang School had a one-sided evaluation of Elder Yi. While the people outside Chunyang School were criticizing Elder Yi, the people inside Chunyang School were praising Elder Yi. It could be said that Elder Yi was famous in Tongling Province for not being praised or criticized. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. After the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance found a place to sit and stand, another group of people arrived. Some of them landed on a small floating island next to Chunyang School under the guidance of the people from the mysterious Jade Mansion. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw a few familiar faces and guessed that they were from the Seven Kills Valley. The few familiar faces included Yu Chanlian, the God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley who had received Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan back then. There was also another God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Tianlong clan's Emperor Battle Realm, Hong Yunxiao. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Elder Hong Yunxiao the last time he went to the Seven Kills Valley, he still had a deep impression of him. He knew that Hong Yunxiao possessed a high-grade, full-soul divine weapon. In addition to the two of them, there was another familiar face, Duan Lingtian. It was Yu Chanlian's disciple, Dao Wei, who was ranked at the top of the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley. While Duan Lingtian was looking at Dao Wei was also looking at Duan Lingtian. Presently, Dao Wei's gaze towards Duan Lingtian was no longer filled with contempt, and there was only fear left. However, the group of people from the Seven Kills Valley, whether it was Yu Chanlian whom Duan Lingtian knew, or Hong Yunxiao, were not the ones leading the group this time. The person leading the group was a skinny old man. Although he looked old, his eyes were sharp and spirited. When Duan Lingtian saw his face, he could not help but glance at Hong Yunxiao a few times. This was because he realized that Hong Yunxiao looked very similar to this old man. I heard from Elder Jin that the Seven Kills Valley's God Emperor Elder Hong Yunxiao's grandfather was a middle God Emperor expert from the Seven Kills Valley. Could this be him? Hong Yunxiao was similar to Zhen Pingfan. Both of them were lower God Emperors. Moreover, both of them had middle God Emperors in their respective sections. Moreover, both of them were close relatives. In the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, both of them were recognized as princes. Elder Hong. This time, Lu Fenggu was not the only one who stood up. Even Yi Qinfeng stood up and greeted the old man with a smile. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. I'm sure this Elder Hong doesn't have any enmity with Elder Yi, right? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Zhen Pingfan. Then he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian with a wry smile. Duan Lingtian, don't misunderstand Junior Uncle Yi. He's really not someone who holds grudges. Chapter 40:15. Don't hold grudges? Upon hearing Zhen Fanfan's words, Duan Lingtian did not say anything on the surface, but he cursed inwardly. If he did not hold grudges, would he have offended Huang Qiyuan from the profound Nether Mansion's Rui sect? If he did not hold grudges, would he have ignored the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness in Tongling Province? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew very well that the reason Yi Qinfeng was able to do this was because he was strong and confident. If he was still the Yi Qinfeng from 10,000 years ago, how would he have the confidence to do this now? Naturally, if he was still the same person, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not have taken the initiative to greet him. Since the people from the Seven Kills Valley are here, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect should be here soon, right? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man leading the Seven Kills Valley's group had stopped talking to them after a few polite words, Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and saw more and more people had arrived. Based on the number of people on the floating islands, he could tell which sect had not arrived yet. There were only less than 10 floating islands that were empty. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Soon after, another wave of greetings attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. It was from one of the groups of people who had just arrived at the Chunyang School. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw 2 familiar faces. With a quick thought, he recalled that he had seen them in the Seven Slaughter Valley. They were from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, the last top sect in Tongling Province. The Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect was also a sect in Tongling Province. Although they were not as strong as the Chunyang School, they were still slightly stronger than the Mochi clan. Elder Xiao. Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu stood up and greeted Elder Xiao with a smile. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not need to ask Jinping Fan to know Elder Shao from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect did not have any enmity with Yi Qinfeng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect greeted the people from the Seven Kills Valley. Then the few high-ranking officials from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect entered the floating island on the other side of the Seven Kills Valley. After the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect arrived, Duan Lingtian saw people arriving on the floating islands one after another. From the beginning until the end, no one from the other mansions came to greet them. Duan Lingtian could also guess the reason behind this. It was none other than the forces of the different mansions. In fact, it could even be said that they were not familiar with each other. If they knew each other, they would greet each other. If they did not know each other, they would ignore each other. After all, the Duan Lingtians. Of course, even if they did not know each other, it did not mean they did not care about each other. Although no one from the other mansions came to greet Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu from the Chunying School, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people were looking at him from time to time. Naturally, they were not looking at him. Although he was quite famous now, not many people knew who he was. They were all looking at Yi Qinfeng. It was obvious that the news of Yi Qinfeng killing the Machi family's golden seat, Elder Machi Ju, with a high-grade divine, sword with a complete soul, had spread. Otherwise, based on Elder Ye's achievements in the past, he would not be able to attract so much attention. While Duan Lingtian was observing his surroundings, a voice suddenly rang in the air and interrupted his train of thought. Friends from the various mansions and young prodigies, welcome to the Mystic Jade Mansion. It was a deep voice. As soon as it rang in everyone's ears, including Duan Lingtian's, Duan Lingtian saw 4 figures flying out from the 4 small floating islands in the east. Zhan Pingfan had mentioned the 4 small floating islands to him earlier. Therefore, he knew that the hosts of the Duan Lingtian banquet, the 4 God Emperor level forces of the Mystic Jade Mansion, had arranged this for him. Among the 4 people who flew out, one was a middle-aged man while the other 3 were old men. The 4 of them stood side by side in the air above the center of the field. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier continued to speak. The Mystic Jade Mansion is honored to host the Duan Lingtian banquet this time. Many of you are old friends, but most of you are new faces. All of you are new talents from the 7 mansions. My name is Lin Donglai, and I'm Elder Jinshi from the Flame Howl sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. The middle-aged man introduced himself and the people next to him. The person on my left is Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. He's also the number 1 sword cultivator in the Mystic Jade Mansion. People call him the Mystic Jade Sword God. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Elder Ding Jianchu because of the middle-aged man's introduction of Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect. Although Elder Ding Jianchu looked old, he stood there as straight as a javelin. One could clearly sense a sharp aura from him. Moreover, he had restrained it. If he had not restrained it, one could not imagine how sharp it would be. Elder Ding, it seems like he's about to master the sword principle. As someone who had mastered the sword principle, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make this judgment based on the aura of the person in front of him. Hearing Lin Donglai's introduction, Ding Jianchu shook his head and said, "Everyone, please don't listen to Elder Lin's nonsense. I'm not a sword god. I'm just an ordinary sword cultivator who's exploring the sword principle. In terms of the sword principle, who here dares to say that they can defeat Elder Yi Qinfeng from the Chunying School? Elder Yi Qinfeng is the only Emperor God expert in the 7 mansions who has mastered the sword principle." As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from him to the people from the Chunying School. All eyes were focused on Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng saw this and smiled faintly. "Elder Ding, you flatter me. I think you're very close to mastering the sword principle." If Duan Lingtian could sense it, Yi Qinfeng, who had also mastered the sword principle, could naturally sense it as well. In fact, due to his higher cultivation, he could sense it more clearly than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't be sure, but he could. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Ding Jianchu's eyes flashed and he laughed. "Elder Yi, you have a good eye." After the banquet of the 7 manners is over, I would like to invite Elder Yi and everyone from the Pure Sun sect to stay at my Rui sect for a while. My Rui sect will treat your people as esteemed guests and will not neglect them. Of course, most importantly, there are some questions I'd like to ask Elder Yi. As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, Lin Donglai and the other 2 old men beside him were slightly stunned. Although they knew that Ding Jianchu was very accomplished in the sword principle and had mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle a long time ago, they didn't expect him to be so close to mastering the sword principle. He took the initiative to invite Yi Qinfeng and even said that he would entertain the dozens of people from the Chunying school. It was obvious that he was going to put in a lot of effort. Obviously, he wanted to smoothly master the sword principle with Yi Qinfeng's help. "It's my honor." Yi Qinfeng looked at Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, before he looked at Ding Jianchu with a smile on his face. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Moreover, even if Ding Jianchu had really mastered the sword Dao, not to mention the fact that he had just comprehended the sword Dao, it was not a big threat to him. Even if it was a threat, it would not threaten him. The profound nether mansion was still far away from the Tongling province. Ding Jianchu's smile widened when he heard Yi Qinfeng's reply. However, he didn't say anything since this was not the time for idle chatter. At this moment, Lin Donglai, an elder of the Flame Howl sect, continued to introduce the other 2 people beside him. "The 2 people beside me are Duanmu Yunfan, the supreme elder of the Duanmu clan in the Tongling province." When Duanmu Yunfeng nodded to the people around him, Lin Donglai continued to introduce the last person. "The person beside Elder Duanmu is the deputy villa master of the Dark Saber Villa in the East Ridge Mansion, Lung Xiu." Lung Xiu was a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe with a cold expression on his face. He only nodded slightly when he heard Lin Donglai's introduction. "The 4 of us will personally supervise the 7 mansions banquet this time. We won't allow any unnecessary harm to befall the prodigies from the various mansions. The purpose of the 7 mansions banquet is just to spar and learn from each other. Apart from that, I, Lin Donglai, will be the host of the 7 mansions banquet this time. As for the rules of the 7 mansions banquet, they'll still be the same as before. If you still don't know the rules of the 7 mansions banquet, you can ask your seniors now." As soon as he finished speaking, except for Lin Donglai, who was still standing in the middle of the field, Ding Jianchu and the other 2 returned to where their respective forces were. "The 7 mansions banquet!" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as she recalled the rules of the 7 mansions banquet that Zhen Pingfan had told her earlier. The first round was to draw lots to determine their opponents. Naturally, as the host, the Mystic Jade Mansion could cheat during the drawing of lots. However, even if they cheated, it would only allow some people to stay in the arena for a little longer. Those who were not strong enough to enter through the back door would still be eliminated in the end. Due to this reason, although it was possible to cheat, it was meaningless. In the past 7 mansions banquets, the host of the 7 mansions banquet had never cheated. This was because the gains did not make up for the losses. It could even be said that it was a thankless task. The opponents of the first round will be decided by drawing lots, and the person that defeats the opponent and obtains victory will enter the rookie group. Whereas, if someone doubts the strength of a person in the rookie group, then the person can issue a challenge and replace the person. Everyone who enters the rookie group can only be challenged once. Those who are not in the rookie group will have 3 chances to challenge others. Half of the people in the rookie group will advance. As for the other half, even if they don't enter the rookie group in the end, it doesn't mean that they'll be sentenced to death. They still have a chance to be resurrected in the next round. Chapter 4016. A quarter of an hour passed by very quickly. It's about time. Lin Donglai, the elder of the Flame Hell sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, announced with a smile on his face. Next, please pay attention to the lots that I'm throwing out. You may draw lots from afar. The words on the sticks will only appear when they reach your hands, and you infuse them with your divine power. There are hundreds of different words in the lots, and there are 2 lots for each word. The 2 people who draw the same lot will become opponents, and the winner will enter the rookie group. Lin Donglai announced loudly, "Next, please pay attention to the lots. I will throw them out in 10 breaths." More than 1,000. At first, Duan Lingtian saw that there were many people present, but they were scattered all over the place. He could not tell that there were more than 1,000 young prodigies. However, on second thought, there were nearly 30 forces in the 7 prefectures, including the 5 major forces in Tunglun province. Even if there were only 40 people from each force, there would still be more than 1,000 people. The 7 prefectures were Tunglun province, State Prefecture of Qing, Mysterious Jade Prefecture, Lingxi Prefecture, Underworld Prefecture, Tianjin Prefecture, and Daming Prefecture. Among them, there were 5 major forces in Tunglun province. State Prefecture of Qing had 4 major forces. Mysterious Jade Prefecture was one of the 4 major forces. Lingxi Prefecture, like Tunglun province, had 5 major forces. Underworld Prefecture and Tianjin Prefecture each had 3 major forces. Daming Prefecture had 4 major forces. In total, there were 28 forces. In other words, there were a total of 28 forces and young prodigies present at the 7 prefectures banquet. Pay attention. When there were only 2 or 3 breaths left, Lu Finggu's voice rang in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other Chunyang school prodigies, reminding them to pay attention. Even Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting, could not help but pay attention. In the blink of an eye, 2 breaths had passed. Finally, Lin Donglai made his move. With a casual toss of his hand, over 1,000 tokens scattered in the air like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, appearing before everyone's eyes. Of course, he didn't. Even though these tokens were free-falling, he still used his own divine force to support them. A large number of tokens floated in the void. Almost at the same time, the tokens stopped moving. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of invisible energy swept out from the bodies of over 1,000 young geniuses at the scene, and each of them took a token. Because the tokens all looked the same, no one fought over them. Normally, it would depend on which token someone had taken. The person who was a step late would give up on that token. This group of people was very well-mannered. Therefore, in less than 10 breaths' time, over 1,000 badges were collected and distributed to over 1,000 young geniuses. Inject godly power? Duan Lingtian held the token in his hand and subconsciously injected godly power into it. Suddenly, a layer of light flashed on the token and then dimmed. A word appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he saw this word, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. At this moment, the disciples of Chunyang School, who were standing beside Duan Lingtian, seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's strange movement. They subconsciously stole a glance at the token in Duan Lingtian's hand. When they saw it, they could not help but burst into laughter. Their laughter was very bright. In an instant, more and more people were alarmed. Duan Lingtian's reaction was swift, and he put away the command token. Instantly, the people who didn't have time to see the words on the command token were greatly disappointed, whereas some people who saw the words on the command token in time started to laugh. Duan Lingtian, what is the word? Tell us and share it with us. Because Duan Lingtian was amiable, he was quite popular. As a matter of fact, a disciple of Chunyang School could not help but ask with a smile, "I think everyone wants to know what word you got." Seeing a group of people looking over and staring at him curiously, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again, but he ignored him. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. Yet these people quickly found out what words were inscribed on the command token Duan Lingtian obtained from the mouths of those with sharp eyes earlier. They were transmitting their voices, so even if the word spread, Duan Lingtian would not know who spread it. None of them were worried that Duan Lingtian would hold a grudge against them. Of course, based on their interactions with Duan Lingtian during this period of time, they could see that Duan Lingtian would not hold a grudge against them over such a small matter. Ha 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 ha! When the crowd learned about the word on Duan Lingtian's token, they could not help but laugh. In the end, they laughed so hard that even Yi Qinfeng and Lu Finggu were alarmed. More than 60 prodigies of Chunyang School, including Duan Lingtian, were laughing except for a few people. What word did Duan Lingtian get? Is it that funny? This time, even Zhen Pingfan was curious. Yi Qinfeng and Lu Finggu, on the other hand, got the answer from their disciples immediately. The two of them looked at each other and saw a smirk on each other's face. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Zhen Fan laughed out loud. It was obvious he knew about it as well. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. You actually managed to obtain such a good piece of calligraphy. It seems that even God thinks you deserve that word. Zhen Pingfan was laughing so hard that tears almost flew out of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more awkward. Then he said helplessly, "It's just the word ugly." Elder Jin, do you have to laugh so hard? Moreover, I'm not the only one who got the word ugly. That was right. Duan Lingtian got the word ugly. Duan Lingtian? In the distance, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, also turned his attention to the Chunyang school when he heard the commotion. With his sharp ears, he naturally heard what was going on. He got the word ugly. Lin Donglai laughed. He did not cheat in this lottery, and there was no need to. It was his idea to add the word ugly. He did not expect that one of the 2 words ugly would fall into the hands of the Chunyang school's prodigy, Duan Lingtian. He had heard of Duan Lingtian a long time ago. He had even heard of Duan Lingtian's existence before Duan Lingtian defeated Machi Hong of the Machi family. After all, it was not easy for a lower divine emperor to kill 2 medium divine emperors in a row. Even among the current lower divine emperors of the Flame Howl sect, no one could do that. If that's the case, let's change the order. Lin Donglai glanced at the memory jade slip in his hand. With a thought, he changed the order of the battles recorded in it. He changed the word ugly that was originally in the middle to the front. Number 1. At the same time, Lin Donglai glanced around and continued to announce, "Now, I'm sure all the prodigies have seen the words on the tokens in their hands. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that the first stage of the 7 prefectures banquet, the battle for the newcomers group, officially begins." When everyone heard Lin Donglai's announcement, their hearts skipped a beat. Even the people from Chunyang School stopped attacking Duan Lingtian. Lin Donglai continued to announce, "Next, let's invite the 2 prodigies who have obtained the word ugly to battle it out in the arena. The winner will temporarily enter the newcomers group." The word ugly. Lin Donglai's announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. There's such a word? I can't believe there's such a word. The mysterious Jade Mansion is really well prepared. I'm really curious who obtained the word ugly. The person who obtained the word ugly is really lucky. It's a pity that there's no reward. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, the solemn atmosphere in the arena immediately turned into an uproar. Many people could not help but laugh. Then, each and every one of them looked around curiously, wanting to see which 2 people had obtained the word ugly. At that moment, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect started laughing again. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure the mysterious Jade Mansion did this on purpose. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, "Look, not only did you obtain the word ugly, but they even arranged for you to be the vanguard. When your strength increases in the future, I'll support you in making a trip to the mysterious Jade Mansion and defeating all the god emperors there." Zhang Pingfan was laughing as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Zhang Pingfan's words on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. They must have done this on purpose. Ugly is the first in line. Of course, they might not know that I'm the one who obtained the word ugly. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a little helpless. After all, the mysterious Jade Mansion was not targeting him. Perhaps they just wanted to create some atmosphere for the opening of the 7 Prefectures banquet. Coincidentally, he happened to run into them. He's here. He's not ugly. Not only is he not ugly, but he's also quite good-looking. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, many voices sounded from the surroundings. This made Duan Lingtian realize that the other person who obtained the word ugly had left. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. It was a young woman with delicate features. Although she was not exceptionally seductive, she was still considered a rare beauty. Moreover, she had an otherworldly aura. Coupled with the fact that she was a woman, the laughter in the surroundings gradually died down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he soared into the air and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly. On the other side of the 7 Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian and Hong Yunxiao, the 2 God Emperor elders from the 7 Kills Valley who recognized Duan Lingtian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but laugh. This little fellow is really lucky. Indeed. While the 2 of them were laughing, Dao Wei, who also recognized Duan Lingtian, did not laugh. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. In the face of the pressure that Duan Lingtian gave him, how could he be in the mood to laugh? Heavenly Stellar Prefecture, Flowing Cloud Sect, Xie Yingying. When Duan Lingtian flew into the air and faced the woman, she had already introduced herself. Chapter 4017. At this moment, with the appearance of Duan Lingtian and Xie Yingying, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, most of the people present immediately forgot about the word ugly. Of course, there were still a few people who looked at them meaningfully. These 2 are really lucky. They actually obtained the ugly token. Who do you think is stronger between the 2 of them? That's hard to say. I've never heard of the girl who introduced herself. I think she's just an ordinary young prodigy in Tianjin Prefecture's Cloudflow sect. Let's see if this young man is a familiar figure. After all, although there are many famous young prodigies in various prefectures, and we've heard of them, we've never seen them before. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally nodded at the girl in front of him. Tang Lung Province, Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Tang Lung Province, Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the originally noisy crowd instantly fell silent. It was as if this name had a special magic power. When the girl who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, her beautiful face changed instantly. At the same time, she felt bitter. Why am I so unlucky to meet him first? Although she did not feel that her strength was among the best among the young prodigies who came to participate in the 7 Prefectures feast this time, she should be able to enter the upper middle tier. At the very least, as her master had said, she would definitely be able to enter the rookie group. However, now her first opponent was the person she had often heard people talking about recently, the prodigy of Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Just as the woman's expression changed, the surroundings, which had originally fallen into a deathly silence, suddenly burst into an uproar as if they were retaliating. He's Duan Lingtian? Is that Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School? Nonsense. Didn't you hear his self-introduction? Are there 2 Duan Lingtian in Chunyang School? I didn't expect it to be him. I've long since heard of his great name. He's an existence that defeated the former #1 person in the younger generation of Tunglung province, Machi Hong. It's said that Machi Hong had the potential to kill his way into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Yet he was defeated by him. With Machi Hong's strength, the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet is a given. This time, the top 10 in Tungling province should be Duan Lingtian and Machi Hong. Everyone's gazes locked onto the purple figure in the void ahead. This young man was no stranger to them. Even though he had never met the other party before, he had long heard of the other party's name. At this moment, on the side of Tianchin Estate's Flowing Cloud sect, on a small floating island, an old woman wearing a dark green robe and holding a walking stick frowned. This girl, why is her luck so bad? Her first battle is against the monster from Tungling Province's Chunyang School. If you're worried, just ask her to admit defeat. An old woman next to her smiled. Humph. The old woman snorted. Why would she admit defeat? In any case, with Elder Lin Donglai keeping an eye on him, how could Duan Lingtian do anything to my disciple? It's just as well. Let my disciple test him and see if he's as strong as the rumors say. The old woman was Duan Lingtian's current opponent, Xie Yingying's master. She was also a lesser god emperor elder in Tianchin Estate's Flowing Cloud sect. Xie Yingying was her last disciple. Although she was young and her strength was average, she was doted on by her. At this moment, in the void, Elder Lin Donglai of Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, looked at the man and woman facing each other and said indifferently, "Let's begin." Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Xie Yingying made her move. Her body swayed, and a gust of wind blew around her. In the next instant, she seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, blowing toward Duan Lingtian. She was obviously good at the law of wind. Moreover, because her opponent was Duan Lingtian, she took out her upper-grade divine weapon as soon as she made her move. It was a sword. The sword moved with the wind, and the killing sword radiance was like stars scattered all over the sky, sprinkling toward Duan Lingtian. This genius disciple of Flowing Cloud sect is quite strong. Her strength should be above average among the younger generation of divine emperors under 10,000 years old in Flowing Cloud sect. As Xie Yingying made her move, many higher-ups of other forces nodded slightly, expressing their appreciation of her strength. Even the old woman on the floating island, who was Xie Yingying's master, smiled at this moment. She felt restrained by the praises of the people around her. However, in the next instant, the smile on her face completely froze. "Excuse me." In the void far away, the young man in purple said these 3 words. Then, a spatial storm swept up around him. The storm was like a tornado sweeping out. Not only did it destroy Xie Yingying's fierce attack, but it also sent her flying. Uft! Xie Yingying's body flew backward, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after flying for a short while, she stopped again. "Senior Brother Duan, thank you for showing mercy." Xie Yingying's face was red, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be badly injured, but only she knew that her opponent had withdrawn his strength at the critical moment. Otherwise, even if she did not die, she would have been seriously injured. If her opponent had wanted to kill her, that attack would have been enough to send her to the next world. Of course, she knew that even if her opponent really wanted to kill her, it would not be so easy. There was a middle-level emperor god at the side, acting as the host, watching them. If the situation was not right, the middle-level emperor god would save her immediately. Duan Lingtian nodded at Xie Yingying, then turned around and left. From the beginning to the end, he was as calm as the wind, as if he was an expert beyond the world. At this moment, Xie Yingying, who was usually sought after by many young talents in the Flowing Cloud sect, suddenly felt that she did not seem to be that attractive. At least, this man had completely ignored her. Perhaps it is because he is so undistracted that he can have the strength he has today. Xie Yingying thought to herself, he reminded me, I, Xie Yingying, cannot be infatuated with love in the future. Look at my master, isn't he still single now? Only by being single will he have a higher chance of entering the Emperor God realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that because of his indifference he had created a female expert for the Flowing Cloud sect who would never marry in the future. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, according to the rules of the rookie group competition, Xie Yingying had to hand over the token in her hand to Lin Donglai. The loser would give up the token in their hand. However, when Lin Donglai took the token from her, he also handed her a jade slip. Take this jade slip. You have one chance to challenge. When you challenge, bring this jade slip to the arena. Before you start, inject your divine power into this jade slip, and it will turn into dust. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. After the rookie group has been confirmed, you have to think about who you want to challenge as your opponent. Lin Donglai seemed to be speaking to Xie Yingying, but his voice was not soft. Everyone present heard him, and it made them understand the rules of the rookie group competition in the first round of the 7 Prefectures Feast. A moment later, Xie Yingying left the arena as well. At this moment, Xie Yingying was not the focus of everyone's attention. Even the token with the word Cho was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. At this moment, more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Chunyang School, lives up to his reputation. He didn't even use his divine weapon, and he didn't even move. He only relied on his divine power and the law of space to defeat Xie Yingying. An ordinary intermediate divine emperor wouldn't be able to do that. Of course, even though Xie Yingying is only a low-level godly emperor, judging from her attack just now, she is not much weaker than an ordinary medium-level godly emperor. Why are all of you so surprised? Don't forget that Duan Lingtian defeated Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tunglung province. At that time, Machi Hong had been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, and Duan Lingtian had only been an intermediate divine emperor for 2 years. A group of people whispered among themselves when they talked about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Machi Hong. Their gazes instinctively fell on the Machi clan. Some of the people who knew Machi Hong were staring at him. This made Machi Hong's expression turn ugly. He couldn't wait to go up and fight with Duan Lingtian. He wanted to prove that he was not weaker than Duan Lingtian, and that he was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, many Chunyang School disciples smiled and congratulated him. Duan Lingtian nodded at the enthusiastic crowd and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These fellows finally didn't mention the matter of the Cho word token. Soon the second battle began. This time the participants were not from Tunglung province, nor were they from the state capital of Qing. They were the prodigies of the famous prefecture and the consonants prefecture. One of them was from a family, while the other was from a sect. After more than 30 moves, the prodigy of the consonants prefecture won and advanced to the next round. Of course, this was only a temporary advancement. One battle after another. It seems like the 7 prefectures grand banquet is going to go on for a long time. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that some of the participants were evenly matched and only ended after a long time. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt bored and sat cross-legged in the void to cultivate. He took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array around him. There was no need to worry about safety when cultivating there. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not the only one cultivating on the spot. Many young prodigies from various prefectures were also sitting cross-legged in the void to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On this day, there were about 100 people in total, less than 150. Looking at the situation today, I don't think the rookie group will be finished in 10 days. When it was time to leave, Duan Lingtian also stopped cultivating and left with the rest of the Chunyang school. Chapter 4018. After a full 12 days, the first round of the 7 prefectures feast, the first round of the rookie group competition, finally came to an end. However, that was only the end of the first round. After the first round, there was still the second round, the challenge round. Every person who was defeated in the first round could choose to challenge their opponent in this round. Each person only had one chance to challenge. Until yesterday, after 12 days, the first round of the rookie group finally came to an end. Starting today, the second round of the rookie group will begin. In the air, Elder Lin Donglai of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect announced with a solemn expression. In the second round, those who lost in the first round will have one chance to challenge their opponent. You can think of it as the Battle of Resurrection. Next up, those who have lost the first round but still wish to challenge again. Raise the jade slip that I gave you earlier above your head. If you don't wish to challenge again, you can choose to infuse your divine energy into the jade slip and destroy it. This will also be considered as you giving up on your right to challenge this round. As Lin Donglai spoke, a group of people raised their jade scrolls. As for those who destroyed their jade scrolls, very few of them did so. Now, I will hand out the numbered tokens and challenge you according to the number on it. In the next instant, as Lin Donglai spoke again, the tokens were thrown into the air one by one. Then, as if they were attracted by the jade scrolls in everyone's hands, they flew directly over. Everyone who raised their jade scrolls received a token. Now, those who received the number 1 token, come up and choose your opponent. I've reminded you before that if there's an opponent in the first round, remember the words on the token in their hand. When you challenge in the second round, you can directly report the words on their token. In the first round, 2 people who received the same engraved words would fight against each other. The winner would leave behind their token. The loser would hand over their token. Those who received the number 1 token are pretty lucky. Duan Lingtian stood among the people from the Chunyang school. He sat cross-legged in the air and looked into the distance. However, he did not cultivate as hard as he did a few days ago. In this round, the person who went up first would definitely have an advantage. After all, he could choose his opponent at will. As for the later contestants, they were limited in their choice of opponents. The last person to enter the arena had very few opponents to choose from. This was because a small number of people had given up. If no one gave up, the last person to enter the arena would have no choice but to challenge the person who was left behind. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan sent him a sound transmission. A few days ago, even though you were at the 7 prefectures feast, you were still working hard to cultivate, but starting from a few days ago, you stopped cultivating. It seems that he has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was no wonder that Zhen Pingfan made such a guess. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian was really too serious. Even though he was at the 7 prefectures feast, he was still working hard to cultivate and did not even watch a few matches. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he could not help but sigh at Zhen Pingfan's sharp eyes. Then he smiled and sent a sound transmission. It's just a small improvement. If you want to improve further, it's not something that can be improved in a short period of time. Therefore, it's better to relax appropriately. After all, there's a way to relax. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan gave him a deep look. Are you sure it's just a small improvement? When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian of the Machi family, Zhen Pingfan's heart trembled. With that as a foundation, would there be anyone in the 7 prefectures feast who could be a match for Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the person who had obtained the number 1 token also entered the arena. The person who had obtained the number 1 token was a young prodigy from the underworld mansion. Duan Lingtian had some impression of him. This was because he had fought with him the day before yesterday. After 100 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to enter the rookie group. The reason he was eliminated in the first round was because his opponent was too strong. He's in the rookie group. It's a sure thing. Everything that happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. This prodigy from the underworld mansion, who was considered quite strong, picked a weaker opponent and defeated him within 30 moves. He replaced his opponent and became a member of the rookie group. Now that he had succeeded in his challenge, no one else could challenge him in the future. It could be said that he had passed the first round of the rookie group competition. I wonder if anyone will challenge me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian began to look forward to it. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cold voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, when he tilted his head slightly, Duan Lingtian saw who had sent him the voice transmission. It was Machi Hong, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Machi family. He was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tunglung province. When Duan Lingtian looked at Machi Hong and met his eyes, Machi Hong continued to send him the voice transmission. I originally planned to pretend to be defeated by someone else in the first round. Then I would challenge you and defeat you so that you would not be able to compete for the top 10 spots for Chunyang School. However, after thinking about it, I decided to spare you this time. I don't want Chunyang School to act out of desperation. The current Chunyang School was no longer the Chunyang School of the past. Even if Machi Hong saw Duan Lingtian, Yi Qinfeng, and Chunyang School as his enemies, he had to take this into consideration. When Duan Lingtian heard Machi Hong's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Machi Hong deeply. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile as he replied indifferently through voice transmission. Based on what you said, it seems like you've made some progress in the past 10 years? However, I don't think you're afraid of Chunyang School just because you don't want to fight with me at this time, right? You and the Machi family don't dare to take the risk, right? Duan Lingtian's words exposed Machi Hong's situation, causing Machi Hong's expression to turn grim. He did not say anything else after he said some harsh words. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely defeat you in the top 10 ranking battle. Machi Hong's voice was extremely cold. I'll wait and see, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. At the same time, he wondered how much Machi Hong's strength had improved. How could he be so confident? However, even if Machi Hong had improved, he was not afraid. After all, Machi Hong's improvement might not be as great as his. Even if Machi Hong's improvement was greater than his, it would be impossible for him to defeat him. At the same time, the challenges in the field were also in full swing. After #1's challenge was successful, #2's challenge was also successful. #3's challenge was also successful. When #7 went up and chose an opponent, both of them were evenly matched. However, he was still defeated after exchanging more than 100 moves. He was also the first person to fail in his challenge. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many Chunyang School's disciples talking. #7 has tried his best. He's not strong to begin with. Although the opponent he chose is not strong, he's obviously weaker. I suddenly thought of something. If the weaker person was challenged by an even weaker person, wouldn't this round be a sure thing? That makes sense. In this round, there will definitely be people with decent strength who have a chance to enter the rookie group. However, because of this situation, they will not be able to enter the rookie group. That's not very fair, right? There's nothing unfair about it. Luck is actually considered a part of strength. Just like us, even if our natural talent and comprehension are similar, would our results be the same? That might not be the case. Indeed. Moreover, those with strong strength will definitely be able to enter the rookie group this time. There's no doubt about it. Those who have strength but can't enter are those who are slightly stronger than the average person but have bad luck. The second segment of the rookie group, which was the challenge segment and the revival segment, lasted for an entire 7 days. After 7 days, the rookie group's name list was completely confirmed. There were a total of 816 people. In other words, there were a total of 1,600 people participating in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Half of them were currently on the rookie group's name list. There are still many people who are not convinced. Just like what Duan Lingtian had heard from the group of Pure Sun Sect's disciples 7 days ago, when the final list of the rookie group was announced, many people were not convinced. They felt that some people who were weaker than them had been challenged before, and the people who challenged them were even weaker, to the extent that they did not even have the chance to challenge them. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to replace them. Because many people were not convinced, they gathered together. The number of people was not small, more than 100 people. Moreover, these people gathered together to look for the host of the 7 prefectures feast this time, the elder of the Flame Hell sect, Lin Donglai. However, Lin Donglai only had one sentence for these people. If any of you have the confidence to enter the top 30, I'll give you a spot on the rookie list. However, if I give you a spot and you still don't enter the top 30, then destroy your own cultivation. What do you think? As soon as Lin Donglai said this, he immediately persuaded everyone to back down. Of course, among these people, there were still some who were not convinced and wanted to seek help from their elders. However, their elders did not pay any attention to them. The rules of the 7 prefectures feast were not something that happened in a day or two. They had long known about it, so why would they stand up for the juniors? Currently, the 7 prefectures feast was being held in the mysterious Jade Prefecture. If they interfered this time, in the future, if the 7 prefectures feast was held in their prefecture and the same situation occurred, what would they do if others came to them? Therefore, this storm, which was originally not a small one, quickly calmed down. Luck is indeed a part of one's strength. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with this point. Even if he came from the mundane realm, he did not dare to say that he relied on his talent, comprehension, and hard work. Luck played a large part in it. Part of the reason he was where he was today was also due to luck. Chapter 4019. The battle for the rookie group lasted for 19 days. After the final list was decided, everyone rested for 3 days before continuing with the second round of the 7 prefectures feast. The first round was the rookie group battle. The second round was the elite group battle. The rules for the elite group battle were the same as the rookie group battle. They followed the same pattern and eliminated half of the participants. Duan Lingtian, you won't get the word ugly this time, right? Zhan Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile when everyone was present, including Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures feast. He did not send a telepathic message and said it directly. Instantly, the group from Chunyang School looked at Duan Lingtian and either laughed or tried to hold back their laughter. Duan Lingtian could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. Elder Zhen, the word is not important. The most important thing is to advance. At this moment, Lin Donglai announced that the battle for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was about to begin and that it was time to distribute the engraved tokens. All 816 prodigies are ready, Lin Donglai announced loudly. Lin Donglai said in a clear voice, "Take out the token from the rookie competition. Extend your god power through the token, and you can use the new token to send it over. The second round of the elite group battle will be based on the new token. This token has 816 words. It will not be the same as the previous one." With that, Lin Donglai gave the 816 prodigies a few breaths' time to prepare. Then he threw out a bunch of tokens. There were 816 prodigies in total, which corresponded to 816 tokens. Of course, No words could be seen on the tokens this time. The words would only appear when the prodigies infused their divine power into them. As for making the words appear in the air, this situation would not happen because Lin Donglai was there. He could completely control this and prevent the people from revealing the words on the token in advance. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai threw out the token, Duan Lingtian and the others moved. They extended their divine power through the token in their hands and pulled one of the many tokens toward them. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate like before, and he directly snatched a command token and brought it back. I hesitated for a moment earlier, and in the end a token with the word ugly appeared. Now that I've done it decisively, the words on the token should be more normal, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the token entered Duan Lingtian's hand, he noticed that many of the Pure Sun sect's disciples were looking at him. Even Zhen Pingfan was looking at him as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Duan Lingtian, what are the words on the token this time? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. The others also looked a little curious. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said indifferently, "This time I don't plan to reveal the words before it's my turn." In any case, when a word is called, if only one person goes up and no one goes up after a long time, it'll definitely be my turn. It doesn't matter if the words on the token don't appear. Even if they appear, I can confirm it when the time comes. With the previous experience, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to reveal the words on the token this time. Although he didn't think there would be a problem with the words on the token this time, he still didn't intend to reveal them. Don't you all want to see it? I won't give you a chance. Didn't you laugh so hard just now? This time, if I don't let you see it, let's see how you laugh. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the crowd was naturally disappointed. Zhen Pingfan said unhappily, "Can't you satisfy everyone's curiosity? When you were in the rookie group, you were unlucky and got the word ugly. This time, it might not be a special word." Zhen Pingfan emphasized the word special. However, Duan Lingtian just ignored him. He remembered that when he got the word ugly earlier, Elder Zhen was the one who smiled the brightest. Zhen Pingfan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian again, but he could only give up when he saw how stubborn Duan Lingtian was. "You rascal, if you do this, you might get another strange word. I'll wait and see what kind of word you get." Zhen Pingfan snorted. After he said that, he stopped trying to persuade Duan Lingtian. His eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked ahead. There were already 2 people fighting in the arena. One of them was from Tung Lung Province. He was a prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. This prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect had a strong performance in the rookie group. He defeated his opponent within 10 moves. His opponent wasn't weak either. The reason for that was because the opponent that he had eliminated had challenged others later on and also obtained victory, entering the rookie list. These 2 will have no problem entering the elite group. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that the 2 of them were evenly matched after exchanging more than 10 moves. In the end, after 100 moves, the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect managed to defeat his opponent with a strategy based on his combat experience. Naturally, his opponent had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Despicable. Although the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect was cursing, the others did not think that the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect had gone overboard. After all, he did not use any methods that violated the rules. Then Lin Donglai spoke again, and 2 more people went into the arena. This time, the disparity was too great. They finished their battle within 20 moves. When it came to the 12th battle, the prodigy from the Chunyang school, who had not made a move until now, finally moved. Whoosh! The prodigy from the Chunyang school's hidden sword faction, Yi Chi-tsai, stepped forward. Yi Chi-tsai's performance in the rookie group was stunning. He defeated his opponent within 2 moves. Moreover, his opponent was not an ordinary prodigy. When he was revived in the rookie group, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves and regained his position. Now, Yi Qi-tsai had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not affected by his background. Tung Lung Province, Wang Yishan from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Yi Qi-tsai's opponent was the first to announce his background. At the same time, he grinned at Yi Qi-tsai. "Brother, I see that you're from the Chunyang school. Speaking of which, we're both from Tung Lung Province. I've seen you fight before. I'm no match for you. However, I don't want to embarrass the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, so I hope that you'll show me some mercy." Yi Qi-tsai's opponent was a young man. He was looking at Yi Qi-tsai with a smile, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of helplessness. He had seen Yi Qi-tsai's strength. He was no match for him. Moreover, long before the 7 Prefectures feast, he had heard of Yi Qi-tsai, the prodigy from the Chunyang school. He was comparable to the most outstanding prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Chunyang school, Tung Lung Province, Yi Qi-tsai. Yi Qi-tsai said indifferently. Yi Qi-tsai said indifferently. His face looked calm, but deep inside his eyes there was a flash of coldness. "They're both from Tung Lung Province. Haha, this is going to be interesting. Every time, as long as people from the same prefectures faced each other, many people from other prefectures would be happy to watch. It would be even more interesting if people from the same power met each other. People from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he felt sorry for Yi Qi-tsai. He probably didn't know that Yi Qi-tsai had a blood feud with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Otherwise, he would have admitted defeat. "Uncle Yi, will you be okay?" Zhen Pingfan asked Yi Qinfeng in a low voice. His expression was serious. "I'm fine." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said calmly, "Lin Donglai isn't very strong, but it's not difficult for him to deal with a sudden situation between 2 juniors." "That's true." Zhen Pingfan nodded. "No matter what, Lin Donglai is still a medium emperor god. What's wrong?" Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, heard their conversation. Yi Qinfeng glanced at him and smiled. "Senior brother Lu, it's nothing. It's just that this grand disciple of mine already knows who killed his father and his family." Back then, when Yi Qinfeng brought Yi Qi-tsai back to Chunyang school, all the higher-ups of Chunyang school, including Lu Fenggu, knew about Yi Qi-tsai's background. Yi Qi-tsai's family was killed by the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Lu Fenggu's expression changed slightly when he heard Yi Qinfeng's words. "Didn't you promise not to tell him the truth back then? If the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out, I'm not the one who told him." Yi Qinfeng shook his head. "He found out himself. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. His surviving relatives were still in the city where we stopped. His mother and his twin brother." Yi Qinfeng's face was filled with emotion. When Lu Fenggu heard Yi Qinfeng's words, he could not help but look deeply at Yi Qinfeng. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? This must have been arranged by Yi Qinfeng in advance. However, when he thought about Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he did not say anything more. Even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this, there was nothing they could do to Yi Qinfeng. If they forced Yi Qinfeng into a corner, he could just go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill a few god emperors. Moreover, judging from Yi Qinfeng's words, it was obvious that he had already thought of a backup plan. He would not leave any evidence that could be used against him. Why bother? He's still young. What if he's destroyed by such a big grudge? Lu Fenggu sighed. One can only rise above others after suffering the hardest. Yi Qinfeng smiled. Although it was my disciple, Yi Tong's idea, I still agree with it. Senior brother Lu, you must have noticed Yang Qinya from Ping Sheng's branch, right? Yi Qinfeng asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I didn't expect Yang Qinya to be so talented. He has already become a middle-level god emperor. Moreover, it seems like he has already consolidated his cultivation base. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, this was a little unbelievable. Senior brother Lu, do you know why Yang Qinya was able to rise so quickly in such a short time? It's because his father died. He wants to avenge his father, so he urgently needs to become stronger? Yi Qinfeng asked again. Chapter 4020. There's such a thing. Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Yi Qinfeng's words. No wonder. However, even so, it shouldn't be enough to provoke him to this extent, right? Of course. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. There must be another reason behind this. You should know who his master is, right? His master had a few disciples in the past, but they suddenly disappeared and died for some reason. Yi Qinfeng paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Fenggu meaningfully. You're saying Yang Qinya's improvement has something to do with his master, Yuan Hanjin? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed. Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Apart from that, the death of Yang Qinya's father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect, is most likely related to Yuan Hanjin as well. I've checked. Yuan Hanjin wasn't in the sect when the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect died. I've used the sect's mirror image formation to take a look. At that time, Yuan Hanjin intentionally concealed himself when he left. He didn't make a big fuss about it. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as soon as he heard Yi Qinfeng's words. Isn't he afraid of being bitten to death by the wolf? Perhaps. He thinks Yang Qinya will never know the truth. Yi Qinfeng shrugged. Naturally, Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu were communicating through voice transmission. Therefore, the people around them could not hear them at all. Moreover, this was a sensitive matter. They had to be careful. They were not afraid of Yuan Hanjin, since they were not afraid of him. However, Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingxing, was a figure of their generation. Moreover, he was also a middle god emperor. They had a good relationship with Yuan Pingxing. Even if it was for Yuan Pingxing's sake, they would not easily reveal this matter. Moreover, they did not have any conclusive evidence. Even if they said Yuan Hanjin was a suspect, he could only remain a suspect. Without sufficient evidence, Yuan Hanjin could say it was a coincidence. It was difficult to say for sure. Moreover, since Yuan Hanjin had done it, he must have done it cleanly without leaving any traces behind. Even if that's the case, what does it have to do with Yi Inkai? Lu Fenggu asked. I plan to wait until the 7 prefectures feast is over. Then I'll look for senior apprentice brother Pingxing to discuss whether or not Yuan Hanjin can help Inkai and follow Yang Qinya's path. Yi Inkai said, before Yang Qinya, he should have tested several disciples, but they all failed until Yang Qinya he should have succeeded. My guess is that it should be some place that has some miraculous effect on the younger generation, and Yuan Hanjin happens to know that place. Yi Inkai guessed. Hearing you say that, I think of a possibility. Lu Fenggu exchanged a glance with Yi Inkai, then both of them simultaneously sent a voice transmission to each other. The most powerful divine palace. The two of them spoke at the same time. You want to throw Yi Inkai into the divine abode as well. Aren't you afraid that he won't make it? Lu Fenggu said with a solemn expression. I don't know him as well as my disciple Yi Tong, but according to Yi Tong, once he walks on the path of vengeance, his willpower is as strong as Yang Qinya's. Yi Qinfeng said. Lu Fenggu sucked in a cold breath. Senior brother Lu. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said through voice transmission, do you have any suitable seedlings in the tyrannical saber progeny? If you need them, I can discuss it with senior brother Pingxing and give you a spot. I don't need it, Lu Fenggu retorted. None of my disciples have ever held a grudge against anyone. However, if Yang Qinya's father is really Yuan Hanjin's doing, We can't let this evil trend continue. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Yi Qinfeng picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Then he said through voice transmission, Senior Brother Lu, why don't you kill him for the sake of the sect? Lu Fenggu's expression froze for a moment before he glared at Yi Qinfeng. Do you want Junior Brother Ping Sheng to fight me to the death? Isn't that enough? Yi Qinfeng said lazily. Senior Brother Ping Sheng can just give him some pointers. If he does it again, we won't let him off so easily. This time, consider it as giving Senior Brother Ping Sheng a chance to turn over a new leaf, Yi Qinfeng said. Lu Fenggu nodded. He knew very well that this was the best he could do for now. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, his junior brother Ping Sheng might not let him off so easily. Yuan Hanjin was his only son. While Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu were talking through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian thought Yi Yingkai would not show any mercy. In fact, he might even be ruthless. However, Yi Yingcai's attack proved Duan Lingtian right. Yi Yingcai's strength was already stronger than the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, his prodigy was instantly overwhelmed. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness was sent flying backward with blood gushing out of his mouth. During this process, an invisible energy swept past and destroyed more than half of Yi Yingcai's strength. Otherwise, Yi Yingcai's earlier attack would have been enough to kill the prodigy. Yi Yingcai, do you have a grudge against him? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingcai and asked through voice transmission. After all, Yi Yingcai was a prodigy from Chunyang School. Moreover, he seemed to be the disciple of Yi Qinfeng, the prodigy of Hidden Sword in Chunyang School. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not say it out loud. Grudge. Yi Yingcai only replied to Lin Donglai with one sentence. Then he turned around and left the arena. Clearly, he knew that he could not kill the prodigy with Lin Donglai around. Meanwhile, the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness finally caught his breath. His face was pale, and he stared at Yi Yingcai from afar. He asked in a deep voice, Yi Yingcai, why did you try to kill me? This is the first time I've seen you. There can't be a grudge between us, right? Just now, he had escaped from a life and death situation, leaving him with a lingering fear. However, he was also incomparably furious and felt that it was ridiculous. However, Yi Yingcai did not respond to his question. On his way back, Yi Yingcai glanced at the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the prodigies from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness were also paying attention to Yi Qinfeng. When Yi Yingcai tried to kill their prodigy, their expressions changed. Some of them even stood up with ugly expressions and cold gazes. At this moment, when they saw the cold light in Yi Yingcai's eyes, other than a few of the prodigies from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, they were also confused. The rest of the prodigies who knew something looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Is this Yi Yingcai the bastard who survived back then? Yes. At that time, it was Yi Qinfeng from Chunyang School who protected him. Could it be that he knows something? Otherwise, why would he do such a thing to someone he met for the first time? He didn't seem to be that ruthless when he attacked earlier. Could it be that Yi Qinfeng told him about his background? If that's the case, Chunyang School has to take responsibility for this. I don't think so. Let's find out what happened first. When Yi Yingcai returned to Chunyang School, the prodigies from Chunyang School, except for Duan Lingtian, Yi Qinfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Pingfan, were all looking at him in shock. They didn't know why he was so ruthless. Yi Qinfeng did attack earlier, but he was very gentle and stopped in time. He didn't even injure the prodigy. However, he killed the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. They could all see that. If Lin Donglai hadn't intervened, the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness would have died without a doubt. Even the most powerful leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness couldn't save him in time. Elder Yi. A deep voice entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. It was the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Ren Tietio, didn't look very good at this moment. Did you tell him about Yi Yingcai's background? Back then, you promised that you wouldn't let him know about it, and Chunyang School wouldn't nurture an enemy for the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Hearing Ren Tietio's voice transmission and seeing Ren Tietio's ugly expression, Yi Qinfeng looked up and glanced at him indifferently. He replied through voice transmission, "I didn't tell him. However, I can tell you clearly that he does know the truth back then. He ran into his twin brother when he was outside. Then he saw his mother and learned the truth. I'm telling you this and explaining this not because I'm afraid of you or the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, but because I'm responsible for the promise I made back then. Also, you can investigate, but once you find out that it's his mother and twin brother, you can't do anything to them. If I find out that something happened to them, if anything happens to one of them, I'll kill a god emperor from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Well, it might not be a lesser god emperor," Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Ren Tietio's expression changed drastically, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. "Yi Qinfeng, are you threatening me and the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? You can think of it that way." Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. "If you're not convinced, you and I can spar after the 7-mansion feast." Yi Qinfeng's words immediately calmed Ren Tietio down. Thinking of Yi Qinfeng's current strength, Ren Tietio's face turned pale, but he did not show any signs of weakness. "Yi Qinfeng, if they do anything to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, we won't sit still and do nothing. That includes Yi Yingcai from the hidden sword lineage. If he dares to touch anyone from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, we won't let him go. If you really want to protect him, you'd better be prepared for Chunyang School to completely fall out with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. No matter how strong you are, can you protect everyone in Chunyang School all the time?" Hearing Ren Tietio's words, Yi Qinfeng was not angry. He said calmly, "The Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness can attack him, but only if you're not older than 5,000 years old. If such a person kills him, I won't pursue the matter and neither will Chunyang School. Otherwise, if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness is found, I'll personally go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill 3 god emperors." Chapter 4021. Killing 3 god emperors. Yi Qinfeng's words made Ren Tietio's expression turn extremely ugly. He did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so forceful in this matter. He was willing to fall out with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for a grand disciple. However, Yi Qinfeng's words did give him some hope and gave him some face. Therefore, even though he was still extremely displeased, he didn't say anything else. If Yi Qinfeng had dared to say this in the past, he would have retorted. Although he was no match for Yi Qinfeng in the past, it would not be easy for Yi Qinfeng to defeat him. Moreover, he would have to pay a certain price. However, Yi Qinfeng now had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul. He had completely left him in the dust. In fact, if Yi Qinfeng wanted to kill him in a battle of life and death, he might not be able to escape. "I hope you remember what you said today." After a long while, Ren Tietio finally spoke to Yi Qinfeng telepathically. This was also the last sentence he said to Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng did not reply, and he did not speak again. No one knew about the telepathic conversation between Yi Qinfeng and Ren Tietio. However, after Yi Yingcai killed the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness became extremely hostile toward Yi Yingcai and the people from Chunyang School. If we meet the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness later, I'm afraid they'll be ruthless as well." A disciple from Chunyang School mumbled. His words received the approval of the crowd. Some people even glanced at Yi Inkai with resentment. If Yi Inkai had not gone too far, the young prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not be hostile toward them. Of course, although they were resentful, no one said anything. Not to mention that Yi Inkai was from the Hidden Sword Branch, and the Hidden Sword Branch's ancestor was present. Even if Yi Inkai was just an ordinary disciple from Chunyang School, they could not say anything. If they said anything, wouldn't they be admitting that they were afraid of the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? There, Chunyang School was not inferior to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As a disciple of Chunyang School, how could they be a burden to the sect? After the battle between Yi Inkai and the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the competition for the elite group continued. For the rest of the day, no one from the Chunyang School fought against the prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. This disappointed many powerful prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. I originally planned to kill the Chunyang School's disciples if they were weaker than me. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be given a chance. A relatively strong genius from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance said disappointedly after defeating his opponent. Don't worry, there's still some time before the competition for the elite group begins. There aren't many people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice today. In the future, there's a high chance that we'll meet people from Chunyang School. After all, there's only so much power in each prefecture. I actually hope that I can meet someone from Chunyang School. Of course, that Duan Lingtian and a few others who are similar in strength to Yi Inkai are an exception. I'm not afraid of anyone else. Just wait and see. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will definitely get back at them. The prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice this time were the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. They were usually very arrogant. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had suffered such a huge loss, which made them very unhappy. Of course, even though they were unhappy, they still understood the principle of picking the weakest among them. As for the people from Chunyang School, apart from a few weaker prodigies who hoped that they would not meet the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the rest of the people who were confident in their strength were not afraid at all. When the sun set, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was suspended. The people from the various forces dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also returned to his place. Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhen Pingfan came looking for him as soon as he returned to his courtyard. Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Let's talk inside. Zhen Pingfan greeted Duan Lingtian. Then he walked into Duan Lingtian's wooden house as if he was the owner. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Why was Elder Zhen looking for him? Why did he come looking for him personally? After all, ever since the 7 prefectures feast began, Zhen Pingfan had never taken the initiative to look for him. This was the first time. Without hesitation, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan into the wooden house. Then he saw Zhen Pingfan casually toss out a formation plate. An isolation formation isolated the 2 of them inside. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly serious. Elder Zhen was most likely doing this because he had something important to say. Otherwise, he would not have set up a formation. There was only one possibility for Elder Zhen to set up a formation. That was what he was going to say next was extremely important. He was even worried that an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would eavesdrop. After all, with Zhen Pingfan's cultivation and strength, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to eavesdrop on him. Only an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would be able to eavesdrop on him without him noticing. Elder Zhen, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan in confusion. However, the serious expression on his face did not disappear. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, "Martial uncle, Yi asked me to look for you." Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That elder Yi, why couldn't he just look for him if there was anything? Why did he ask Zhen Pingfan to do it for him? He could not understand. He did not seem to be so distant with elder Yi, did he? When Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason why Yi Qinfeng did not look for him personally. He was worried that it would affect Duan Lingtian's subjective decision. Ultimate Divine Palace? Yang Qinya's strength has undergone such a drastic change in such a short time. It's most likely because of the Ultimate Divine Palace. His master, Yuan Hanjin, seems to know the location of the Ultimate Divine Palace. In the past, those disciples of his who went missing and perished, most likely perished in there. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of the Ultimate Divine Palace. It was only when Zhen Pingfan explained it to him did he realize what kind of existence it was. It was a special spatial artifact used by the Ultimate Divine Palace to nurture their disciples or descendants. Ultimate Divine Palaces were not given away by the Ultimate Divine Palace. However, the Ultimate Divine Palaces, left behind by the fallen Ultimate Divine Palaces, would be scattered all over the realm of gods. Most likely, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the realm of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces who killed the Ultimate Divine Palaces. For example, the Xiangang land he was in now was actually the little world of Ultimate Divine Palaces. The Ultimate Divine Palaces that appeared in the Xiangang land could only have been casually thrown in by the Ultimate Divine Palaces by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Due to the restrictions, the Ultimate Divine Palaces had no use for them. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the little world of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Of course, whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could be obtained depended on whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. There was no problem with the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Even if there was a problem, the Ultimate Divine Palaces would not use them to nurture their descendants. However, it was precisely because they considered that if they died, the Ultimate Divine Palaces that they spent a great deal of effort to refine would benefit other Ultimate Divine Palaces. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were usually tampered with during the process of refining. They were not extreme measures. As long as one could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces, they could still enjoy everything inside. It was not that there were no people who could do that, but there were very, very few of them. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a young person who had Ultimate Divine Palaces as their backer to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Because of this, even if another Ultimate Divine Palaces were to obtain the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the Ultimate Divine Palaces they had killed, they would usually directly abandon them. Based on the principle of keeping the goodies within the family, they would not casually throw them away. Instead, they would throw them into the little world of gods within their own little world. This is the Ultimate Divine Palaces, Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Elder Yi asked you to come here because he wanted to ask me if I was interested in the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Or rather, do you have the confidence to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces? Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Senior Uncle Yi did not come to find you personally mainly because he was afraid that you would feel a certain amount of pressure because of him coming to find you personally and thus make a rash decision. He asked me to come find you so that you can be mentally prepared. You can't act recklessly in this matter. If you can withstand it, you will naturally have a fortuitous encounter. However, if you can't withstand it, being crippled is a small matter. There is an 80 to 90% chance that you will die in there. Moreover, it will be the kind of death that will not even leave behind a corpse. Zhen Pingfan said. After his voice fell, he continued, Of course, according to Senior Uncle, he has not yet gone to find Senior Uncle Pingsheng, so he does not know if the Ultimate Divine Palaces found by Yuan Hanjin can allow a medium divine emperor to enter. After all, when Yang Qinya went in, he was only a lower divine emperor. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. The ultimate divine palaces have a restriction on the cultivation of those who enter? Normally speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for a mid-level divine emperor to enter. But no one knows how much energy has been consumed in that divine palace. Once too much energy has been consumed, perhaps only a low-level divine emperor can enter. As for Senior Uncle Yi, he has spoken to Yi Inkai. He said that as long as he can enter, he will definitely enter. He wants to avenge his father and family. He is very determined. If he enters the ultimate divine palaces, there is a high chance that he will come out alive. As for you, I don't really recommend you to go. Zhen Pingfan's expression became more serious as he spoke. With your talent and comprehension, as well as the achievements you have shown at your current age, there is no need for you to take such a big risk. There is no hurry to improve your strength. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, if he were Duan Lingtian, he would definitely choose to cultivate steadily for a period of time rather than risk entering the incomplete ultimate divine palaces. Based on his understanding of Duan Lingtian, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a smart person. He felt that Duan Lingtian would make the same choice. However, just in case, he still reminded Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4022. At this moment, Zhen Fan did not notice the longing in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he described the supreme divine dwellings. Will impact? He also carried a blood feud with him. Some of his friends had died because of Yun Qinyan from the Yun family in the divine offering land. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with Yun Qinyan. Besides, reuniting with his wife, Ker, had always been his motivation to move forward. His will was so strong that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine it. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling isn't difficult for me. Duan Lingtian was very confident in himself. For this reason, when Zhen Fan thought Duan Lingtian would decline, Duan Lingtian immediately agreed. Elder Zhen, please tell Elder Yi that I'm interested in the supreme divine dwellings. If there's a chance to enter it, I won't miss it, Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled bitterly and said, Duan Lingtian, didn't I persuade you earlier? There's no need to rush, given your talent and comprehension. Even if you can walk out of the ultimate divine dwelling alive, you'll only improve a little in a short period of time. As long as you spend more time, you can achieve the same improvement. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling is more dangerous than you think. Otherwise, Yuan Hanjin wouldn't have lost so many of his disciples. It wasn't until Yang Qinya entered the ultimate divine dwelling that Yuan Hanjin had a disciple who came out alive. Zhen Pingfan still wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. So far, the ultimate divine dwelling is just Elder Ye's guess, isn't it? How confident is he that Elder Yuan Hanjin from Ping Xing's faction has mastered the ultimate divine dwelling? More than 90%. Zhen Pingfan said confidently. It's hard to think of a reasonable way to get to know him. Understood. While Duan Lingtian nodded, a light flashed in his mind. He thought of the strangeness of the death of Yang Qinya's father, Lan Qing, and his face suddenly froze. In the next instant, he looked at Zhen Pingfan and said in a low voice, Elder Zhen, tell me, is there anyone who is willing to kill the father of a disciple for the sake of their own obsession? In the past, Duan Lingtian had heard that some people would personally wipe out the family of the disciple so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries, or in order to keep the disciple in the sect and not let the disciple go back to revitalize the family. They would personally wipe out the family of the disciple so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries. The latter happened more often, and he had heard of it a few times. Although he had not heard of the former, it was not impossible. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan was stunned at first. Then he looked at him deeply and said, Duan Lingtian, there are some things that you should keep to yourself. If you say it out loud, you have to bear the consequences of saying it out loud. I'll pretend that I didn't hear you. In the end, I can only say that it is not impossible." When he heard the first part of Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian's face was still a little dignified. But when Zhen Pingfan's last sentence came out, his dignified face suddenly collapsed. This elder Jin was simply more fickle than a woman. In the time it took to say a few words, he had completely changed. "The sect doesn't care?" Duan Lingtian asked with a slight frown. If things were as he guessed, then shouldn't the Chunyang school take care of this matter? Otherwise, as a teacher, in order to let a disciple become a talent and satisfy his own obsession, could he harm the family of his disciple? Evidence. Zhen Pingfan said lightly, "If you want the sect to take care of it, you must first have evidence, and it must be conclusive evidence. If it's just speculation and some alibi, it's not enough to convict a Jade Void elder of such a crime." Although Yuan Hanjin was not an emperor god, he was still one of the best among the high-level divine emperors. In the Chunyang school, his status was second only to Elder Jing Su, a Jade Void elder. Moreover, don't forget the ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, Yuan Pingsheng. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian heard this and nodded solemnly. He naturally knew Yuan Pingsheng. Not only was he the ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, but he was also the only emperor god in Ping Sheng's lineage, and he was a middle-level emperor god. In the Chunyang school, his status was equivalent to that of Elder Zhen's father. So, it's fine if you have your own speculation about this matter, but you must not spread it. Once the news spreads, if you don't have conclusive evidence, then it will be slander. In the Chunyang school, slandering a Jade Void elder is a serious crime. Jin Pingfan reminded him. "I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Although this matter did not happen to him, he still felt extremely disgusted by such a deformed role model. Of course, the reason why he thought of this was because he knew about Yang Qinya and knew Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Yang Qinya's father. Moreover, he had said that if Yang Qinya wanted to verify it, he could go to the Tianlong clan. He would show Yang Qinya the difference in his methods. Since he had said so, Long Qingchong was basically cleared of suspicion. We've strayed from the topic. Zhen Pingfan glared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Just now we were talking about you entering the divine abode." "I don't recommend you enter it," Zhen Pingfan said. "Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I'm confident." Duan Lingtian smiled. Everyone who goes in has confidence in themselves. But how many of them can come out alive? Zhen Pingfan shook his head. Don't be too naive. Some people are willing to go in and risk their lives because if they don't, they might be seriously injured or die in the next heavenly tribulation. In such a desperate situation, it's not a bad thing to risk it. But there's no need to risk your life. You're not even 3,000 years old yet. You have all the time in the world. Duan Lingtian felt bitter when he heard Zhen Pingfan's last sentence. He had all the time in the world. Elder Zhen, it's a long story, but for me, I don't have enough time. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, "So, as long as there's a chance to enter the divine abode, I'll definitely enter it." When he said this, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan looked at each other. The determination in their eyes made Zhen Pingfan shake his head and sigh. "I understand. I'll tell Junior Uncle Yi now." Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Elder Zhen, I know you don't want me to take the risk, and you're worried that I'll die in there. But what I want to tell you is that I relied on my willpower to achieve what I have today in such a short time. Some things and some people have invisibly spurred me on to move forward. If I have two choices, one is to enter the ultimate God realm in a day, but there's a 50% chance that I'll die. The other choice is to be content with the status quo. I'll choose the first choice," Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Even now his progress was not slow, but he still did not have much hope of entering the ultimate god realm in 300 years. If he could not become an ultimate god, his existence was not worth mentioning at all to the two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The Xia clan and the Yun clan. These were the motivations that spurred him on. Zhen Pingfan soon left. He had achieved his goal of looking for Duan Lingtian. Although it was hard to imagine what spurred Duan Lingtian to move forward and even risk entering the supreme divine abode, moreover, according to Duan Lingtian, even if there was a 50% chance of becoming an ultimate god, he would not miss such an opportunity if he failed. Everyone has their own story. It seems that Duan Lingtian was not only able to come this far because of his talent and comprehension. Zhen Pingfan sighed to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say what the reason was, and he did not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. I hope he can enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures' feast this time. That way, his future path will be easier, entering the top 3 and fighting for 3 spots for the sect. The sect will not treat him badly. It'll be a great help to him. Thinking of this, Zhen Pingfan suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, in the elite group competition, what are the words on the token he obtained? He did not inject his divine power to read the words on it. Now that he's alone, he must have read it secretly, right? Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Zhen Pingfan was thinking after he left. As for the token that had not been inscribed with divine power to display the words on it, he had already forgotten about it. He was now thinking about the supreme divine abode. Yang Qinya has only broken through to the lower divine emperor realm not long ago. With his talent, it would be difficult for him to become an intermediate divine emperor without a few hundred years. However, he managed to break through in just a few decades. The supreme divine abode is so powerful. If I go in, maybe I'll come out as an upper divine emperor? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was excited and even felt that the 7 prefectures banquet had become boring. However, Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. Calm down, calm down. Elder Jin also said that he is not sure if the supreme divine abode can withstand the entry of a middle divine emperor or higher. If only lower divine emperors can enter, Yi Inkai and I will not stand a chance. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's restless heart calmed down slightly. However, it was almost impossible to completely calm down, unless his hope was cut off. I almost forgot about it. After calming down, Duan Lingtian thought of the 7 prefectures banquet and the token that he had forgotten. Previously, he had wanted to inject his divine power to read the words on it. Let's see, Duan Lingtian took out the token and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word appeared on the token. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's calm expression froze. His eyes became somewhat dangerous. Chapter 40-23. Early in the morning. Everything came to life, and the scenery was picturesque. Duan Lingtian, as if nothing had happened, followed the Chunyang school group to the 7 prefectures feast. When he saw Zhen Pingfan, he was calm, not at all like someone who had just learned about the existence of the ultimate divine abode and had a chance to enter it. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a few more glances at the figure in front of him. This person was none other than Yang Chenya's master, Yuan Hanjin, the only son of Yuan Pingxing, the ancestor of the Chunyang school's Pingxing branch. He was also a Jade Void Elder in the Chunyang school. Even before this, Duan Lingtian had heard of him and knew that he was the most promising high-level divine emperor in the Chunyang school to become a god emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Qinya and was surprised to find that Yang Qinya was also staring at Yuan Hanjin's back. There was no respect in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of suspicion. This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. Could it be that Yang Qinya was also suspecting his master? Last time, because of the request of Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he had personally gone to find Yang Qinya and passed on Long Qingchong's words. Long Qingchong's words would definitely dispel much of Yang Qinya's hatred and hostility towards him. However, if it wasn't Long Qingchong, then it must be someone else. Moreover, the other party was deliberately framing Long Qingchong. If Yang Qinya thinks deeper, it's not difficult to suspect his master, Yuan Hanjin. But even if he really knows the truth, so what? He's no match for Yuan Hanjin. Unless one day his strength surpasses Yuan Hanjin's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were turning. The group had already arrived at the 7 prefectures feast, and there were already many people present. At the same time, there were also many forces who arrived at the Chunyang school. As for the people from the Machi family next door to Chunyang school, they had already arrived. Duan Lingtian glanced at the members of the Machi clan and noticed that a gaze was still locked onto him. Moreover, that gaze was filled with ill intent. However, he was already used to this. It was still that Machi Hong. Machi Hong clearly viewed him as a mortal enemy. Perhaps he really did blame the death of his profound ancestor, Machi Ju, on me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And the reason why he had such a thought was entirely because the hostility of the other party towards him felt even stronger than the hostility towards Yi Qinfeng. After all, Yi Qinfeng was the one who killed his ancestor. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is too obvious. However, it seems that he is indeed very confident now. I want to see what kind of strength he has now to give him such confidence. Even though Machi Hong had already made a move so far. However, the strength that Machi Hong had displayed earlier was even inferior to the strength that he had displayed when he had fought Mo Wuji all those years ago. That was because the strength of the opponents he had encountered were ordinary, and they were far from being able to force him to reveal his true strength. Soon after, the people from the various sects arrived one after another. As the host of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hell sect also revealed himself when the people from the various sects arrived. It was the same every day. Duan Lingtian even suspected that Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hell sect had arrived a long time ago and was merely hiding at the side. He only revealed himself to host the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet when everyone had arrived. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental every time? Naturally, he did not rule out the possibility that someone had sent him a message to inform him that everyone had arrived. The battle for the elite group will continue. Next, the prodigies who have the words I've announced. Please come up and fight. Lin Donglai announced in a clear voice. Soon after, he announced the word miserable, causing many people to raise their eyebrows. There's such a word? Isn't the profound Jade Mansion a little too messy? Soon after, the 2 prodigies who received the word miserable entered the arena. One of them was a young man with a medium build and an ordinary face, while the other was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. The former was casually holding a long rod in his hand. It looked ordinary, but when he infused his divine energy into it, the long rod emitted a strong oppressive force. As for the young man dressed in luxurious clothes, he looked suave and elegant, causing many female prodigies to raise their eyebrows. However, after the 2 prodigies made their moves, his performance greatly disappointed the female prodigies present. The ordinary-looking young man had defeated the young man dressed in luxurious clothes with just a casual swing of his rod. The entire process was so effortless that it seemed as though it did not take much effort at all. This person is not weak. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man with the rod who had been pushed down. He could see that the young man had returned to the side where the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect were seated. Previously, when he entered the arena, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to him. That was until he displayed his shocking strength. I'm afraid he's not any weaker than Yi Inkai. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, No wonder the Flame Howl sect's elder, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the Seven Mansions grand banquet, looked at him so kindly when he entered the arena. So he's an outstanding prodigy from the Flame Howl sect. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had this thought, the young disciples from the Chunyang school began to discuss among themselves. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Flame Howl sect? I've heard of all the famous prodigies in the Flame Howl sect, and I've seen all of them at the Seven Mansions grand banquet. However, I don't think there's such a person among them, right? His opponent's strength is not considered weak. Even the few famous and powerful people from the Flame Howling sect may not be able to defeat this person in one blow, right? Could this person be the hidden trump card of the Flame Howl sect? That could be it. When the unknown disciple from the Flame Howl sect made his move, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the people from the other forces in the profound Jade Mansion were no exception. The Flame Howl sect is hiding such a person? At this moment, it was not just the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion who were shocked. Even the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion were shocked. They had never heard of the young disciple from the Flame Howl sect. It was as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he did not display any monstrous strength when he made his move earlier, until just now, when he smashed his staff and defeated his opponent, who was not too bad. Elder Lin, the Flame Howl sect has really hidden their strength well. On the Rui sect side, Elder Ding Jianchu, who had appeared in front of everyone earlier and had been introduced by Lin Donglai, stared at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. Elder Lin, could this be the external help that the Flame Howl sect found? Duanmu Yun Fan, the grand elder of the Duanmu family, also spoke at this moment. He looked at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. As for the medium god emperor of the Dark Saber Villa, Vice Villa Master Ling Xiu, he only stared at Lin Donglai indifferently and did not say a word. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Lin Yuan is my grandnephew. Lin Donglai smiled and said, "You can say that he is the external help that I have invited. You can also say that he is a disciple of the Flame Howl sect because he has already completed the procedures to join the Flame Howl sect and joined us." Lin Yuan was the name of the ordinary-looking disciple of the Flame Howl sect who was holding a long staff. It seems that Elder Lin's family is not simple. On the Heavenly Stellar Manor's side, one of the leaders of the forces looked at Lin Donglai deeply. There is no strong clan with the surname Lin in the Seven Mansions. As for you, Elder Lin, as far as I know, you came from outside the Seven Mansions. Based on this person's words, it was obvious that he knew Lin Donglai quite well. These are all digressions. Lin Donglai smiled slightly and did not continue the topic. He scanned the surroundings and said another word in the next instant. Two young geniuses entered the arena. The Seven Mansions feast was back on track. In the beginning, it was calm and peaceful. However, after a dozen or so matches, the peace was almost broken. A young genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was fighting against a disciple of the Chunyang school. At first, he showed weakness, but then suddenly attacked the disciple of the Chunyang school. Fortunately, Lin Donglai reacted in time and saved the disciple of the Chunyang school. However, even so, he was seriously injured, the kind that would be difficult to recover from. There is no way to continue. After the disciple of the Chunyang school left the arena, Zhen Pingfan checked his injuries and shook his head. The disciples of the Chunyang school were glaring at the person who attacked them. The other party was still looking back at them with a cold smile on his face, full of provocation. Most of the disciples of the Chunyang school were now hostile toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A small number of them would occasionally look at Yi Inkai. In their opinion, if Yi Inkai had not attacked the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice first, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would not have reacted this way. Duan Lingtian could see that Yi Inkai had also noticed the small number of people looking at him. Although he did not seem to care, Duan Lingtian could see from his slightly trembling shoulders that he was trying to control his emotions. It was obvious that Yi Inkai was not feeling good about what had happened. Many of the stronger disciples of the Chunyang school were thinking that if they met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they would kill them if they could. In the Seven Mansions feast, even if someone died, the killer would not be held responsible. It could be said that he could not stop himself. The responsibility lay more on the host of the Seven Mansions feast. The host of the Seven Mansions feast had always been a middle-level god emperor. If a middle-level god emperor could not even intervene in a fight between godly emperors, then his cultivation would have been wasted. At least, in the history of the Seven Mansions feast, there had never been a middle-level god emperor like him. Unfortunately, the people of the Chunyang school wanted revenge, but no one met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice in the next 2 days. Next, let us invite the two prodigies who have the word coquettish to come on stage. When Lin Donglai's words reached the ears of the crowd, many people's expressions froze. Coquettish? Although there were many ambiguous words in the competition for the elite group, they were all within the range of everyone's acceptance. But now the word coquettish that came out of nowhere stunned everyone. Chapter 4024. Haha, Jinping Fan could not help but laugh. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was not far away, and said, Duan Lingtian, this coquettish word is even better than the ugly word you obtained last time. I wonder which two unlucky kids obtained this coquettish word. The person who prepared this coquettish word from mysterious Jade Mansion is definitely a genius. Zhen Pingfan smiled brightly as though he was waiting to watch a good show. The others were also looking around, wondering who obtained this coquettish word. Coquettish. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a somewhat bashful young man walked out from one of the factions in Netherworld Mansion. At this time he was being watched by the crowd and his face was flushed. He had obtained the coquettish word. Moreover, when he obtained the coquettish word and showed it to his fellow disciples, he had already been laughed at many times. However, previously he was only being watched by his fellow disciples. Now he was being watched by everyone present. You're in luck. Lin Donglai looked at the young man and said with a smile, Thank you for the compliment, Elder Lin. The young man smiled shyly, obviously a little reserved. In the face of the young man's gratitude, the corner of Lin Donglai's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He wondered if the young man would still thank him if he knew that he was the one who added the coquettish word. Where's the other person? At the same time, Lin Donglai looked around again and said loudly, If no one comes up after 7 minutes, the person who obtained the other, coquettish, word will be considered as having forfeited. For a moment, many people in the crowd looked around, curious to know who the other person who obtained the coquettish word was. At this time, a figure stepped out of the air. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the field and was facing the bashful young man. At this time, the crowd stared at the figure who suddenly entered the field, but they were momentarily silent. It's him. It's him again. The person who entered the field was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had stepped into the field from Chunyang School. That was right. The other token with the coquettish word was in his hand. In fact, he had already found out about this when he went back yesterday. At that time, when he saw the words on the token, he even suspected that someone from the profound Jade Mansion was out to get him. However, when he recalled that he was the one who chose this command token, he dispelled this thought. However, this luck really left him speechless. First, it was ugly. Then, there was the word flirtatious. In the competition for the rookie group, the word ugly was present throughout. In terms of uniqueness, there was no other word that could compare. And now, in the competition for the elite group, there was only one word that could be used. If there were no accidents, there would be no other word that could compare to this. It's fake, right? Over at Chunyang School, after a moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Zhen Pingfan immediately stood up. At the same time, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. I didn't see the Duan Lingtian take out the token and infuse his divine power into it to manifest the words on it. Obviously, he read it after he went back yesterday. However, this fellow, is his luck that good? First, he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious. At this thought, Zhen Pingfan could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, the young prodigies from Chunyang School were shocked and could not help but burst into an uproar. Oh my God, Duan Lingtian's luck is really bad, isn't it? When it comes to choosing tokens, I'm impressed by Duan Lingtian. If this is a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. There are so many people and so many tokens. But Duan Lingtian chose the more unique and eye-catching token one after another. Actually, this is not good news for Duan Lingtian. But why do I feel like laughing? Me too. Many people from Chunyang School could not help but want to laugh. However, due to the occasion, they restrained themselves. The corners of their mouths were twitching violently. They were not Xin Pingfan or Elder Zhen. Elder Zhen could laugh like that, but they could not. Not only was it inappropriate, but if Duan Lingtian saw it, he might even hold a grudge against them. It was fine if they only laughed once. If they laughed again and again, it would be a little too much. However, while the people from Chunyang School were trying to hold back their laughter, the people from the other forces did not have so many concerns. Many of them could not help but laugh. Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School is too unlucky, isn't he? First, he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious. I'm impressed. Could it be that he's being targeted? He chose the token himself. How could he be targeted? Unless the strongest person intervened. But do you think the strongest person would do something like this just to mess with him? Most people laughed. When the laughter gathered together, it was an uproar. It was also clearly heard by Duan Lingtian. However, because Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared, he did not mind the laughter of the crowd. He looked at the shy young man standing opposite him and saw that the other party was looking at him gratefully. For a moment, he could not help but complain to himself, "Is this guy thanking me for attracting the attention of the others for him?" At this moment, the young man spoke. "Senior Duan, I am Xue Tingtao from the Source Sect of the Netherworld Mansion. I admit that I am no match for you. I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to react. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian was left in the field. Duan Lingtian won without a fight. At this moment, Duan Lingtian originally wanted to vent his anger by attacking, but he did not expect his opponent to admit defeat directly. For a moment, he was speechless. However, since the other party had admitted defeat, he had nothing to say. He turned around and went back. After returning to Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhen Pingfan, who seemed to want to say something to him. Then he took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array. Then he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to cultivate. He did not give Zhen Pingfan a chance to speak at all. Seeing this, Zhen Pingfan and the people from Chunyang School stopped laughing or trying to hold back their laughter. Their attention was shifted to the next two people who entered the field. Even the people from the other forces shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian when the two people who had just entered the field began to fight. There were some things that could be laughed at and then passed. It was not a big deal. Just like earlier, when Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly, people laughed at first. Later on, when he fought with his opponent, no one talked about it anymore. Later on, they almost forgot about it. Until now, when Duan Lingtian obtained the token with the word seductive. Only then did everyone remember the previous incident. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, all this was just seasoning for the feast of the 7 prefectures. As for now, he felt that one of the heavenly veins in his body was about to transform. Every time the heavenly veins transformed, his cultivation level would increase. Now, With the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had completely consolidated his cultivation level as a middle-level divine emperor. If he wanted to break through to the high-level divine emperor realm, he would have to start transforming the heavenly veins in his body. Only when 99 of them had transformed could he enter the high-level divine emperor realm. At that time, Duan Lingtian's divine power would be stronger than that of an ordinary high-level divine emperor. This was because he had many heavenly veins. I really didn't expect that the advantage of the heavenly veins, in addition to the speed of circulating divine power, would be reflected in the high-level divine emperor realm. Duan Lingtian sighed. However, this is a good thing for me. It was indeed a good thing. This meant that even if he did not comprehend the profundities of the laws, his divine power would be stronger than most people of the same cultivation level. In the square, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast continued. On the same day, another disciple from Chunyang School encountered a disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Once again, he was severely injured and lost the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice after being eliminated. This time, the people of the Pure Yang sect were naturally enraged. However, they could only feel helpless. Tomorrow, the first stage of the competition for the elite group will end. In the next stage, those who lose can challenge anyone in the elite group. A disciple from Chunyang School said coldly, "I haven't gone up yet. I'll definitely go up tomorrow. If my opponent tomorrow is not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, I'll admit defeat. When the time comes, I'll challenge the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice." This disciple from Chunyang School was called Yun Yewei. He was one of the most outstanding people in Chunyang School under the age of 10,000. He was as famous as Yi Yingkai. He was from the Langji branch of Chunyang School. He was the great-grandson of the ancestor of the Langji branch, Yun Langji. As soon as Yun Yewei said this, someone smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Yun, if you do this, I'm afraid that the people you challenge will admit defeat. They all know you. If they admit defeat, we can't do anything to them. Let's just take one step at a time. I don't believe that the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice are so lucky that they can meet people who are weaker than us from Chunyang School every time. We still have a few strong people on our side who haven't gone up yet." The conflict between Chunyang School and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was further aggravated when the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice attacked again. When Duan Lingtian heard what the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice did, he frowned slightly. The hatred between Yi Yingkai and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was their own business. Now it even involved the people from Chunyang School? Of course, the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice could not be blamed completely. Perhaps the other party did not know anything. They only saw that Yi Yingkai was ruthless, so they did not give in. However, how could the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice not know the truth? Especially the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ran Tietio. He would not believe that he did not know about Yi Yingkai. It was impossible. However, he did not advise the disciples of the Alliance not to be ruthless. The Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, a cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice tacitly agreed with the prodigies of the Alliance. Are they really not worried that their people will die in the arena? Of course. Although Duan Lingtian was a little angry now, the competition for the elite group had nothing to do with him. With his strength, no one would challenge him. The night passed. The next day was also the last day of the competition for the elite group. The first few rounds were all from the outer sect. In the 5th round, a person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice appeared. The next person to enter the arena was someone from the Pure Sun sect. Yang Qinya. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Chapter 4025. Yang Qinya. In the eyes of the Chunyang School's disciples, Although he had become a middle-level godly emperor, his previous performance was not outstanding, so he did not attract much attention. However, Duan Lingtian felt that Yang Qinya was not weak. Even if he was not as outstanding as Yi Yingkai, Yun Yue, and the other young disciples of the Chunyang school, he was probably stronger than the others. It's by Mingzhong from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As for the young disciples of the Pure Sun sect, when they saw the person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, many of their expressions changed slightly. Some of them even said the person's name directly. By Mingzhong, a disciple of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although he was not the most outstanding among the young disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, he was not weak either. At the same time, he was also a well-known figure and was somewhat famous in Tanglong province. Now, such a person had encountered Yang Qinya, a disciple of the Chunyang school. Although they had heard from their elders that Yang Qinya had become a middle-level godly emperor, they were also shocked. However, they did not think highly of his current strength. Yang Qinya's breakthrough in a short period of time only gave him an advantage against low-level godly emperors. As a middle-level godly emperor, it would be difficult for Yang Qinya to defeat him. Bai Mingzhong was a middle-level godly emperor who had been famous in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for many years. He had become a middle-level godly emperor 1,000 years ago and had already consolidated his cultivation. Of course, Bai Mingzhong had an advantage because he was almost 10,000 years old. At the 7 prefectures banquet, it was difficult to find another person who was older than him. Tanglong Province, Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness by Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong stared at Yang Qinya and smiled cruelly. You're from the Chunyang school, but I've never heard of you. It seems like you're just a nobody in the Chunyang school. If you're afraid, just go down. That way, you won't get hurt later. Ha! The moment Bai Mingzhong opened his mouth, it was a continuous provocation. His purpose was to make his opponent not admit defeat without a fight. Appropriate provocation could infuriate his opponent, making him hate him so that he would not choose to admit defeat. However, he soon realized that his provocation had no effect on Yang Qinya. As his voice fell, Yang Qinya glanced at him indifferently. Are you done? When Bai Mingzhong saw this, his face turned gloomy. Did this person just ignore his words? Let's begin. At this moment, the Flame Howl sect elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7-mansion banquet, promptly reminded them. He did not have the time to watch these 2 youngsters waste their time here. Behind them, there were still many people. Today, the first phase of the elite group competition would end. Bang! As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Bai Mingzhong pounced on Yang Qinya like an enraged lion, his body glowing with golden light. A giant axe with a long handle appeared in his hand. The giant axe was obviously a high-grade divine artifact. As soon as he attacked, the wind howled and its power was overwhelming. However, Yang Qinya quickly retreated in the face of Lin Donglai's attack. He retreated further and further. During this process, his divine power of the medium divine emperor realm was somewhat erratic, giving people a feeling that it was extremely unstable. This was a sign that his cultivation had not yet stabilized. How dare you be so arrogant when you haven't even stabilized your cultivation as a middle divine emperor? Bai Mingzhong roared angrily, and his attacks intensified. Seeing this, Lin Donglai stared at Lin Donglai, afraid that he would kill the disciple from Chunyang school with his axe. Since a few days ago, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not shown mercy to the people from Chunyang school. Previously, they had even crippled 2 of their disciples, making it impossible for them to continue in the 7-mansion banquet. Even if they had the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they were not qualified to do so. It would be difficult for them to recover from their injuries in a short time. Die! Bai Mingzhong roared, and a powerful attack swept out. The light from the axe grew brighter. as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. It fell on Yang Qinya with a loud bang. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be overshadowed. It was as if the axe was the only thing left between heaven and earth. Watch out! Many people instinctively cried out to warn Yang Qinya. Even Lin Donglai, the host of the banquet, stared at Bai Mingzhong, ready to intervene if Bai Mingzhong killed Yang Qinya. Is that all you've got? While many people were worried about Yang Qinya, under everyone's gaze, Yang Qinya did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and faced Bai Mingzhong. At the same time, he was speaking indifferently. Lin Donglai was stunned by this scene. Did I misjudge him? This disciple from Chunyang School is not afraid of the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Almost at the same time, Lin Donglai seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. Stop! At the same time, Ren Tietio, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, suddenly roared. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy swept out like a raging wave, clearly intending to intervene. Leader Ren, you've gone too far. The moment Ren Tietio made his move, a sword ray whizzed out from the ninth heaven and easily defeated Ren Tietio's energy. In the next moment, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and major forces all looked toward the Chunyang School. Their gazes fell on the man in a light golden robe. It was the patriarch of the hidden sword faction of Chunyang School, Yi Qinfeng, a patriarch who was not even 20,000 years old. In terms of age, Yi Qinfeng was the youngest intermediate god emperor present. However, in terms of strength, no one dared to say that they were stronger than Yi Qinfeng. This time, the leaders of the various prefectures and major forces were all intermediate god emperors. Although some forces had advanced god emperors, they did not come this time. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, everyone looked away from Yi Qinfeng. When they returned to the battlefield, they saw that Bai Mingzhong, the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, was riddled with holes. It was as if his body had been pierced by thousands of arrows. Lin Donglai stood to the side, his face pale. Trash. Yang Qinya glanced at Bai Mingzhong indifferently and left these two words. Then he turned around and left. He's not dead yet. Leader Rin, we can still save him if we pay a price. At the same time, Lin Donglai pushed his hand forward, and an invisible force pulled Bai Mingzhong's battered body toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. I'm partly responsible. These two supreme emperor-level divine pills are a token of my appreciation for him. In the next moment, Lin Donglai spoke again and handed over 2 pill bottles at the same time. After Ren Tietio took the pill bottles, he looked at the other old man beside him. Elder Wang, take the pills and bring him back to the Alliance. Yes, leader. The old man answered and left with Bai Mingzhong, who was on the verge of death. However, the people present did not know that when Ren Tietio asked the old man to leave, he sent a voice transmission to the old man. Don't waste the divine pills on him. After you take him away, give him a quick death. If I remember correctly, he's just an orphan. His only grandmaster passed away a few years ago. Without him, no one will care. Ren Tietio said. Yes, leader. The old man knew why his leader did this. First, Bai Mingzhong did not have a backer in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Second, Bai Mingzhong's injuries were too serious. Even with the 2 ultimate Emperor Divine pills given by Lin Donglai, they could only keep him alive and heal some of his injuries. If they wanted to heal him, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would have to pay no less than 10 ultimate Emperor Divine pills. It was a pity to waste them on Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong's life was not worth that much. Some of the people present guessed why the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tietio, asked someone to take Bai Mingzhong away at this time. He did not even give Bai Mingzhong the 2 divine pills given by Lin Donglai in front of everyone. Even Lin Donglai had guessed something. However, He only frowned slightly and did not say anything more. Although he was partly responsible for this, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was the most responsible. If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not repeatedly attacked the people of Chunyang School, they would not have suffered such retribution. As for why it was Yi Ingkai, the prodigy of Chunyang School, who first targeted the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he did not know the reason at first. However, he found out later on. Regarding this, he could understand. He knew that the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would understand as well. However, they still allowed the prodigy of the Alliance to attack the Chunyang School's disciple. In his opinion, even if Bai Mingzhong died today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had only themselves to blame. But how can this Chunyang School's disciple be so strong? I feel that his strength is not weaker than those prodigies of Chunyang School, including Yi Ingkai. He might even be stronger. When Lin Donglai's gaze returned to the back of the figure that everyone was looking at, he could not help but look surprised. In the past, he did not know that there was such a person in Chunyang School. Who is he? Does Chunyang School have such a hidden trump card? I don't think he's any weaker than the other first-rate prodigies in the Pure Sun sect other than Duan Lingtian, right? I didn't expect that there was such a person in Chunyang School. He did not show his strength before, but at the critical moment he suddenly showed his true strength and seriously injured Bai Mingzhong. Yeah, if Elder Lin Donglai did not intervene in time, Bai Mingzhong would have died on the spot. Yang Chinya's strength not only shocked the others, but also the people of Chunyang School, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked. I underestimated him. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Chinya, his heart throbbing. Was the supreme spiritual abode really so amazing? How long had it been? Yang Chinya had grown to such a level. Even if he became a middle-level divine emperor earlier than me, it was not much earlier than me. Judging from his attack just now, it is obvious that he has almost consolidated his cultivation. Maybe he will have a chance to completely consolidate his cultivation before the end of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was burning with passion. He yearned for the supreme spiritual abode even more. Chapter 4026. Duan Lingtian knew how difficult it was to consolidate one's cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. If it weren't for the help of the divine elements, he wouldn't have been able to consolidate his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Yang Chinya, on the other hand, was close to consolidating his cultivation as well. No one would believe that he didn't have an opportunity. Is Yang Chinya that powerful? Duan Lingtian wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone from Chunyang School was shocked as well. Of course, Yang Chinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, was an exception. However, Yuan Hanjin was smiling brightly when people around him congratulated him for having a good disciple. It was obvious that he was proud of Yang Chinya. Yang Chinya, you're amazing. Yang Chinya, you've helped Chunyang School get back at us. Yang Chinya, you almost killed him. You're amazing. Yeah, that's a middle-level divine emperor. You almost killed that guy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, even though he was watching you. You're amazing. The group of Chunyang School's disciples who had been depressed were all excited after Yang Chinya made his move. It was as if they were the ones who had crippled the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, not Yang Chinya. Even the famous geniuses from Chunyang School, such as Yi Ingkai and Yun Yewei, looked at Yang Chinya with surprise in their eyes. Of course, they were more concerned about Yang Chinya. Yang Chinya, who had been ignored by them, had unknowingly become as powerful as them. Judging from Yang Chinya's move, even they weren't confident that they could defeat Yang Chinya. Yang Chinya wasn't just the focus of Chunyang School's disciples. Even the people from various prefectures and forces were focused on him. His name is Yang Chinya. Pingsheng's branch of the Pure Sun sect has also produced a genius. He's the grand disciple of Yuan Pingxing, the patriarch of Chunyang School's Pingxing branch. This time it could be said that Yang Qinya had made a name for himself in a single battle. He had completely entered the vision of all the major forces of the various prefectures. One had to know that before this, not many people knew about him, let alone remembered him. Yang Qinya, who was in the center of the storm, had a cold and calm expression on his face this time. He didn't show any complacency because of the praises of the people around him. He was still calm. Of course, if one were to observe his eyes more closely, one would be able to discover that he had a lot of worries hidden in the depths of his eyes. After Yang Qinya's fight, the next round of the elite group competition, even if it was Yun Yue, he would easily defeat his opponent in a few moves. Moreover, because the other party was not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he knew when to stop. When the first segment of the first phase of the competition for the elite group ended, more and more people appeared before the eyes of the people from the various manors. Among them, there were some who were already famous, but there were also many who were previously unknown. SSS2's to be was to. Of course, Lin Yuan was considered external help. However, since he had joined the Flamehowl sect and was not more than 10,000 years old, he met the requirements to participate in the 7 prefectures banquet. Therefore, even if some people were unhappy, they couldn't say anything. It was within the rules. There was nothing they could do. If they had the ability, they could also look for external help. It wasn't easy to find external help. After the first round of the elite group competition ended, it was time for the second round of the second round. However, it would only begin on the second day. Based on the experience of the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition might not be as exciting as the first round. This was because those who had displayed their strength in the first round would not be challenged in the second round. Even if they forfeited, they wouldn't be asking for a snub. You know you're no match for them, yet you still want to be injured? That's not courage, it's looking for a beating. Since there were far fewer people compared to the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition ended in just a few days. Many people successfully entered the elite group. It was the same as the rookie competition. There were quite a few people with decent strength who could smoothly enter the elite group if they were lucky. Because the second stage of the elite group competition was the last stage, they could only issue challenges. Moreover, the weaker people had already been challenged, so they couldn't issue any challenges. Therefore, they couldn't enter the elite group in the end. Therefore, although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. This situation was similar to the rookie group competition. No one made a fuss because they knew it was meaningless. Moreover, after the second round of the elite group competition ended, the Flamehowl sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures banquet, said that those who were confident of entering the top 30 would be given an extra slot to enter the elite ranking. However, once they didn't enter the top 30, they would have to pay a price. In the end, no one asked for an extra slot, because even those who felt that they were unlucky felt that if they were lucky, they could enter the elite group. As for the elimination battle, they didn't have any confidence. Not to mention entering the top 30, it was still the same sentence. Those who were strong didn't need to rely on luck. Those who weren't strong needed to rely on luck. In the 7 prefectures banquet, luck was also a part of strength. If you were unhappy, as long as you met the requirements, you could be given an extra slot. However, if you didn't meet the requirements, you would have to pay a price. Otherwise, if everyone was given an extra slot, wouldn't it be a mess? Then, what was the point of the previous battles? After the elite group competition, it's the Lingyun group competition. The first round of the Lingyun group competition is similar to the elite group and rookie group. However, in the second round, those who entered the Lingyun group in the first round can only be challenged 3 times at most. Those who were eliminated in the first round can also challenge 3 times at most. Lin Donglai stood in the air as his voice spread. The Lingyun group was also the third round of the 7 prefectures banquet. After the elite group competition, the remaining people were reduced in half again. There were only slightly more than 400 people left. Moreover, there was one person who could directly enter the Lingyun group. Lin Donglai directly designated the person who had the bye. Chunyang School, Yang Qinya. However, no one paid any attention to his decision. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Qinya made a move like before, they were worried that they would follow in the footsteps of the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and justice. Of course, those who had such thoughts were those who were not confident in their strength. Those who were strong did not care about the slot. They could give it to whoever they wanted. After all, they would definitely obtain a slot with their own strength in the end. For the elite group competition, 400 will survive from 800. For the Lingyun group competition, 200 will survive from 400. After this round of the Lingyun group competition, it'll be the competition for the aspirations group. 200 will survive from 100. After the aspirations group competition, it'll be the competition for the ranking of the top 100 people. Of course, the top 100 people will receive corresponding rewards. The top 30 people will receive even better rewards. As for the top 10, I won't say much. I'm sure you all know. As soon as Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures banquet, finished speaking, the third round of the 7 prefectures banquet, the competition for the Lingyun group began. This time, they still drew tokens with engraved words to determine their opponents. When Duan Lingtian received the token, he noticed that a group of people from Chunyang School, including Zhen Pingfan, were all looking at him. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Did these guys think that he was as unlucky as them this time? Before Zhen Pingfan could say anything, Duan Lingtian pointed the token at him and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word entered Zhen Pingfan's eyes before Duan Lingtian could see it. When Duan Lingtian saw the disappointment on Zhen Pingfan's face, he knew that the words on the token he received this time were definitely more normal. This was also what Duan Lingtian had guessed earlier. The first time he was unlucky. The second time he was unlucky. If the third time was still the same strange word, then someone was really deliberately targeting him. Of course, the possibility of this was very small, almost zero. Shou. This time, the word on Duan Lingtian's token was Zhou, the word for the universe. Seeing this, not only was Zhen Pingfan disappointed, but the other people from Chunyang School who were watching the show also withdrew their gazes. At the same time as Lin Donglai spoke, the battle of the Lingyun group officially began. At first, there was nothing to see, until Machi Hong from the Machi family of Tunglung province entered the arena. His opponent was the host this time, the people from mysterious Jade Mansion, and he was not an ordinary person. He was the genius of mysterious Jade Mansion's Rui sect, Jiamulin. Jiamulin was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of Rui sect, under 10,000 years old. This time his opponent was Machi Hong. Looking at his solemn face after entering the arena, it was enough to see how much pressure he was under now. Jiamulin, you're quite famous. I've heard of you. Machi Hong looked at Jiamulin and said indifferently, "Are you going to admit defeat, or do you want me to send you off the arena?" Jiamulin took a deep breath when he heard this. Then he cupped his hands together and said, "I've long heard of your great name, Machi Hong. If you were the strongest person among the younger generation in Tunglung province, I would have made way for you this time. However, you're not now. That's why I still want to try." As he spoke, Jiamulin revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth and grinned. In Machi Hong's eyes, this grin was no different from mockery. He flew into a rage and his eyes turned cold. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Almost as soon as Lin Donglai announced the start of the battle, Machi Hong pounced on Jiamulin like an enraged tiger. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Jiamulin, who had retreated in time, and thought to himself, This prodigy from Rui's sect must have provoked Machi Hong on purpose. However, unless he's strong enough, he won't be able to win even if he angers Machi Hong and makes him lose his composure. When the gap in strength was large enough, all schemes and tricks were useless. Chapter 4027. Jia Mulin's intention was to anger Machi Hong and make him lose his mind. He thought he might be able to take advantage of this to defeat Machi Hong. However, he was certain Machi Hong was stronger than him. However, he did not know how much stronger Machi Hong was. Since he was confident in himself, he did not think Machi Hong was much stronger than him. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. How can he be so strong? Jia Mulin, who barely managed to block Machi Hong's attack with a celestial weapon, felt his arms trembling. The trembling even spread to his entire body, giving him a suffocating feeling. Too strong. Was this the strength of the former strongest person among the younger generation in Tanglin province? Was he not defeated by Duan Lingtian? When Jia Mulin faced Machi Hong's second attack, he could not block it at all. The divine weapon in his hand was knocked out of his hand, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Complete defeat. Even so, Machi Hong did not give up on pursuing Duan Lingtian. Stop! I admit defeat. Lin Donglai and Jia Mulin's voices sounded at the same time. Although Machi Hong was furious, he had no choice but to give up. Duan Lingtian had admitted defeat. If he continued to attack, he would be suspected of intentionally killing Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the person in charge of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was allowed to attack Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian, his death would be in vain. This rule was jointly set by the 7 prefectures. Does this mean my cultivation base has been completely consolidated? Although Machi Hong had not unleashed his full strength, Yi Qinfeng could still sense the abnormality in his divine energy. Therefore, he told Duan Lingtian about this. Even Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. Machi Hong seemed to be quite far away from completely consolidating his cultivation base. However, it was completely consolidated now. Some time ago, I heard that the Machi clan paid a huge price to obtain a peak emperor-grade divine pellet. That peak emperor-grade divine pellet is one of the best amongst the peak emperor-grade divine pellets. Its function is to help a high-level god emperor consolidate his cultivation base. Upon hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, it would be easy to explain. As for what kind of divine pellet Yi Qinfeng was talking about, he had heard of it before. That was a top-grade, emperor-grade divine pill. He was confident in concocting an emperor-grade divine pill, but he wasn't confident in concocting a peak emperor-grade divine pill. In fact, even if he was given 10 sets of ingredients, he wasn't confident in concocting it even once. So strong! So strong! After Machi Hong's victory, the people from the various major powers in the Profound Jade Mansion were in an uproar. As members of Profound Jade Mansion, they naturally knew how strong Jia Mulin was. In the Profound Jade Mansion's Good Fortune sect, none of the younger generation below the age of 10,000 would dare to say they were stronger than Jia Mulin. In fact, there were only a few people who could fight Jia Mulin to a draw. But such a powerful Jia Mulin was defeated by Machi Hong in 2 moves. Machi Hong's strength broadened their horizons, and at the same time their hearts trembled. I thought that the defeated opponent of Duan Lingtian was just SOO. Who would have thought that he would be so strong? That's right. When I heard he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I thought it might be because the Eastern Ridge Mansion didn't have anyone for the past 10,000 years. That's why he's the best. In fact, he might not be stronger than us. I didn't expect him to be so strong. If he's so strong, what about Duan Lingtian? Many of the young prodigies from the various major powers were shocked by Machi Hong's strength. When they recalled that Duan Lingtian had defeated Machihong, they were even more shocked. However, after hearing those people's discussions, Machihong, who had yet to return to the Machi clan's side, suddenly stopped his footsteps and frowned slightly. In the next instant, he said in a clear voice, "When I was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I was still a long way from consolidating my cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. However, I've completely consolidated my cultivation base now. If I fight with Duan Lingtian again, I'll definitely win." Machihong could not stand how the crowd was using Duan Lingtian to trample on him. He spoke confidently. Upon hearing his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. So that's how it is. When Duan Lingtian defeated him, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. If that's the case, Duan Lingtian might not be able to defeat him this time. Perhaps if they fight again, Duan Lingtian might be defeated by him. When Machihong spoke, not many people doubted his words. After all, there was no need for him to lie. Moreover, if he lied, he would end up slapping himself in the face and be ridiculed. They did not think Machihong would do such a stupid thing. "You're quite confident." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stood among the people from the Chunyang school. Then he looked at Zhen Pingfan and asked through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, do you think Machihong will be angered to death if I admit defeat on purpose and challenge him to eliminate him?" Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Zhen Pingfan. When he regained his senses, he replied through voice transmission, "If you do that, not only will he be angered to death, but the other people from the Machi clan will be angered to death as well. Machi Yuning, especially, will definitely not let you off." Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued, "Of course, it's meaningless even if you do that. Even if you defeat him and replace him, he still has 3 chances to challenge others. He can easily challenge others to advance to the next round, unless you cripple him." Cough, cough. "I'm just joking." Zhen Pingfan corrected his words. He was worried Duan Lingtian would have the intention to cripple Zhen Pingfan after hearing his words. If that happened, the Machi clan would go crazy. Machi Yuning, especially, might become a mad dog. Although Machi Yuning looked kind and loving, Duan Lingtian had heard from his father that this old fellow was a ruthless person when he was young. He had once annihilated several small clans because of a small matter. Moreover, he had personally made a move. If Duan Lingtian crippled Machihong, the Machi clan would lose the 2 chances that were already set in stone. It was no different from cutting off Machi Yuning's path to becoming a higher god emperor. Under such circumstances, the possibility of Machi Yuning going crazy was very high. Naturally, it was impossible for Machi Yuning to succeed in this place, since his junior uncle Yi was there to protect Duan Lingtian. However, what if it was a different place and time? It was impossible for his junior uncle Yi to always keep an eye on Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian, then cripple him. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "Elder Zhen, I think your suggestion is feasible." "Bah!" Zhen Pingfan spat in annoyance. "I already said that it was a joke. I was really joking. If you really do that, the Machi clan will treat you as a sworn enemy. Even Machi Yuning won't let you off. If this old fellow doesn't break through soon, he won't have many years left to live. If you make him lose the chance to enter the secret realm in the Saint Land, it'll be equivalent to breaking his last hope. Even if you stay in the Chunyang school, he might still sneak into the Chunyang school and kill you when he knows he'll die in the next heavenly tribulation. Therefore, it's fine if you want to defeat or cripple Machihong. However, you have to wait until Machihong has entered the top 10 of the 7 Mansions feast." Zhen Pingfan said. A hint of fear flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this. Even a cornered dog could jump over a wall. Moreover, this was a person who was about to die. If a person who was about to die broke his last straw and was given a chance, even if the chance was slim, he would most likely take revenge on Duan Lingtian. "I understand. After Zhen Pingfan's reminder, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea. This kind of thing was harming others without benefiting oneself. He was just unhappy with Ma Qihong. There was no need to anger a medium god emperor who did not have much time left. The competition in the Ling Yun group was naturally more exciting than the competition in the elite group. This was especially true for the Resurrection Challenge. Everyone had 3 chances to challenge someone in the Ling Yun group. Everyone who entered the Ling Yun group could be challenged 3 times. After they were successfully challenged and left the Ling Yun group, they would also have 3 chances to challenge someone. However, in the end, the competition in the Ling Yun group was similar to the competition in the elite group and the competition in the rookie group. The strong would eliminate the weak first. The weak would only have 3 chances to challenge someone they thought they had a chance of defeating. For example, Duan Lingtian, Yang Qinya, and Yi Yingkai were not challenged by anyone. After the competition in the Ling Yun group ended, they entered the Ling Yun group. And during this process, more and more people started to display their true strength in front of the public. There were only 204 people in the Ling Yun group. The competition in the Lofty Aspirations group will begin in 3 days. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the 7 mansions feast ended and the crowd dispersed. 3 days later, the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group began. This time, there were only 102 people left out of the 204 people. The 102 people in the Lofty Aspirations group would enter the ranking battle. 10 days later, the ranking battle for the top 100 will begin. Of course, 30 of the slots are for the seeded contestants. Those who are strong can recommend themselves to be seeded contestants. However, there may be people who challenge you. You can only enter the top 30 if you hold on until the end. To be more precise, the rankings from the 31st to the 100th will be decided first. After the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group ended, Lin Donglai announced again. This time, everyone's spirits were shaken. The highlight of the 7 mansions feast was finally coming. The ranking battle. I've been waiting for a long time. On the Chunyang school side, a prodigy who was as famous as Yi Yingkai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with anticipation. At this moment, he was not the only one who had anticipation in his eyes. There were also many prodigies from various mansions. These people were not only in the Lofty Aspirations group, but also those who did not. They were looking forward to the ranking battle because it would be exciting. Chapter 4028. Recommend yourself as a seeded contestant. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Donglai's words. Did that mean anyone could apply? Of course, according to Lin Donglai's words, the seeded contestants would have to accept challenges from other contestants. If one did not have a certain level of strength, it would be useless to recommend oneself as a seeded contestant. Moreover, one would be targeted and their performance would be affected. One might be able to make it into the top 50, but because one recommended himself as a seeded contestant, he would be targeted and ranked below the top 50. Generally speaking, there were gains and losses. 3 days later, the mysterious Jade Mansion will send someone to pick out the names of the seeded contestants. As before, each faction can only recommend 3 people at most. As soon as Lin Donglai said this, some of the prodigies who wanted to join in the fun and recommend themselves became discouraged. They thought they would be the ones to recommend themselves. They did not expect that they would have to go through the faction behind them to recommend themselves. Moreover, each faction could only recommend 3 people. Now let's disperse. Everyone see you in 10 days. At that time, the mysterious Jade Mansion will also select 30 seeded contestants. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the crowd dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also left with the Chunyang School's group. On the way back, he did not ask about the seeded contestants because he knew he would definitely get a spot. The prodigies from the Chunyang School also thought the same. Duan Lingtian will definitely get one of the 3 spots. I'm afraid it won't be easy to divide the remaining 2 spots. Many people looked at Yi Yingkai, Yun Yue, and the other 3 prodigies from the Chunyang school, who were as famous as Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue. These 5 people's strength was on par with each other. How would they divide the 2 spots? Don't forget that Yang Qinya is from Ping Sheng's faction. I'm afraid he's not weaker than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. That's right. There's also Yang Qinya. Perhaps one of the 3 spots this time will go to Yang Qinya. That's possible. Yang Qinya's strength is, to a certain extent, stronger than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. The surrounding voices caused Yi Yingkai and the rest to turn silent. Their gazes towards Yang Qinya had also become extremely complicated. Yang Qinya, this small fry that they didn't even put in their eyes in the past, actually had strength that wasn't weaker than theirs, and might even be stronger than theirs. Now, among the younger generation of Chunyang school under 10,000 years old, only Duan Lingtian is better than you, Yuan Hanjin said to Yang Qinya through voice transmission. However, as long as you work hard, you'll surpass him sooner or later. At that time, even if you want to avenge your childhood friend and kill him, it's not impossible. I think highly of you, Yuan Hanjin said. Thank you, master. Yang Qinya replied, indifferently with a voice transmission. His indifferent tone caused Yuan Hanjin to frown slightly. This disciple of his seemed to have suddenly become a different person recently. In the past, he had never been so rude in front of him. Why? Could it be that his will had been subtly influenced because he had entered the most powerful divine abode? This should be the case, Yuan Hanjin thought to himself. At the same time, the group of prodigies from Chunyang school was still discussing the 3 spots. Do you think if 2 of the 3 spots belong to Duan Lingtian and Yang Qinya, the last spot will fall into Yi Yingkai's hands? After all, Yi Yingkai is Elder Ye's grand disciple. Elder Yi, Yi Qinfeng. In the past, he was as famous as Lu Finggu in Chunyang school. In terms of strength, he might even be stronger than Lu Finggu. Now, Yi Qinfeng had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul, and his strength was comparable to an ordinary upper divine emperor. If he really let his grand disciple, Yi Yingkai, take one of the spots, Lu Finggu, who was leading the team with him, would certainly not say anything. As for the others, they would not say anything. I don't think so. Elder Yi is not a selfish person. I think so too. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Yi Qinfeng as he listened to the whispers of the crowd. If he had not learned from Zhen Pingfan that Yi Qinfeng was a person who did not hold grudges, he might have been deceived by these people's words. However, Elder Yi shouldn't be the subject of ridicule in the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 10 days later, when the group from Chunyang school set off again, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. The 3 spots had nothing to do with Yi Yingkai. 7 days ago, I've already given the names of the 3 people corresponding to the spots to the mystic Jade Mansion, Yi Qinfeng said calmly as he led the group. Yi Qinfeng said calmly as he led the crowd. 3 spots. 1 for Duan Lingtian, 1 for Yang Qinya. The last spot belongs to Yun Yue. As soon as Yi Qinfeng said this, most people were shocked. Even Yin Yue himself was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the last spot to be given to him. However, after a while, when he heard the voice transmission from the old man beside him, he understood. This time, Elder Yi and Elder Lu were leading the group because they could not give the last spot to Yi Yingkai or the person from the Hidden Sword faction. The other 2 people who were as famous as him, Yi Yingkai and the person from the Hidden Sword faction, were also close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Only the Wanderlust faction, which Yun Yue was in, was not close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Of course, since they were in the same sect, it was impossible for them to be distant. How dare you use me as a shield? Yun Yue was a little helpless. but he didn't care too much about it. There are a total of 30 spots for the seeded contestants. Although each faction has 3 spots, there are 28 factions, which means that there are 84 recommendation spots. Out of the 84 recommendation spots, 30 people will be chosen. I definitely won't be able to do it. Duan Lingtian should be fine. Yang Qinya, on the other hand, has some hope. While Yunyawei was lamenting inwardly, Duan Lingtian also learned from Zhen Pingfan the reason why Yunyawei was given a spot, but not Yi Yingkai and the others. However, he didn't mind this at all. At the same time, he felt Yi Yingkai and the others would not mind. Not being a seeded contestant did not mean one could not enter the top 30. As long as one could defeat a seeded contestant, one could still enter the top 30. Not long after everyone arrived at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, it was almost time for everyone to arrive. As the host, Lin Donglai was late again. After a few days of research, we've selected 30 seeded contestants from the recommendation spots from the various mansions and sects. Lin Donglai went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Then he began to recite the names of the 30 seeded contestants. One by one, the names entered everyone's ears. The 30 seeded contestants were from various mansions and sects. However, not every sect had a seeded contestant. For example, the Profound Jade Mansion and the Rui sect did not have a single seeded contestant. Naturally, the Rui sect was not the only one. However, it was precisely because of this that the Rui sect did not have a spot in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Since the Rui sect, as the host of the Profound Jade Mansion's banquet, did not say anything, what else could they say? Moreover, a seeded contestant did not mean anything. In the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, there were those who did not manage to enter the top 10. I remember, during the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, even Elder Yi from Chunyang School did not manage to obtain a seeded contestant. However, he still managed to enter the top 30 in the end. When the news spread, many people's eyes fell on the Chunyang School. Their gazes fell on Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny in Chunyang School. He was the strongest person in Tanglong Province. Most importantly, he was not only a junior. He was not even 20,000 years old. During the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet 10,000 years ago, he was supposed to represent Chunyang School in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, he did not manage to enter the top 20, let alone the top 10. The world has changed in 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, there were many who were stronger than this Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect among the younger generation of the 7 prefectures. But now, there's no one who can compare to him. That's why it's said that temporary gains and losses are not permanent. Elder Yi from Chunyang School has taught us a good lesson. I think so too. Even if I can't enter the top 30 now, even if I'm not a seeded contestant, it doesn't mean I'll be weaker than them 10,000 years later. Who knows? Maybe I'll be stronger than Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School and Machi Hong from the Machi clan. They might not be as strong as me 10,000 years later. As expected, Duan Lingtian obtained one of the 30 seeded contestants. If he did not obtain a spot, there might be people who would question him. Machi Hong from the Machi clan had also obtained a spot. However, Machi Hong was the only one from the Machi clan who obtained a spot. On the other hand, apart from Duan Lingtian, Yang Qinya from Chunyang School had also obtained a spot. This was beyond many people's expectations. They did not expect Yang Qinya to obtain a spot. Yang Qinya from Chunyang School has never shown his strength before. I didn't expect him to shock everyone with his skills. Now he's even obtained a spot as a seeded contestant. Previously, I had a feeling that he's not weaker than those from Chunyang School. Now it seems like that's true. Otherwise, the Mystic Jade Mansion wouldn't have given him a spot as a seeded contestant. There are a total of 30 spots. Among the 28 forces here, Chunyang School has obtained 2 spots. How amazing! It's not just Chunyang School. Even the Flame Howl sect has obtained 2 spots. Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo, the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect, under 10,000 years old. Mo Luo Duo is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person among the younger generation in the mystic Jade Mansion, under 10,000 years old. He might not be weaker than Ma Qihong. He might be comparable to Duan Lingtian. This was the first time Duan Lingtian heard the name Mo Luo Duo, the prodigy of the Flame Howl sect. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect, under 10,000 years old. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the mystic Jade Mansion, under 10,000 years old. Chapter 4029. In fact, Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect were not the only 2-seeded contestants. A few other forces also had 2-seeded contestants. The reason why so many people were paying attention to Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect was because of Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School. His name had recently spread throughout the 7 prefectures. As for Blazing Howl sect, as one of the hosts of the mystic Jade Mansion's banquet, and the host of the banquet was Elder Lin Donglai, it was impossible for them not to be noticed. However, regardless of whether it was Chunyang School or Blazing Howl sect, they were all young prodigies who had obtained seeded contestants. Their strength was obvious to all, so no one questioned them. On the other hand, the 2 prodigies from the other 2 forces who had mediocre performances before were given the seeded contestants this time. Many people were puzzled by this. 2 disciples from Tianqin Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect had obtained seeded contestants. One of them was a famous prodigy who had shown his strength previously. No one had any objections to him being a seeded contestant. As for the other person, he was not very famous. Furthermore, he did not display any sort of astonishing strength when he fought earlier. Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan had a disciple with a different surname who had obtained a seeded contestant. Like the other person from Tianqin Mansion, this person was not famous, and his performance so far was mediocre. Luo Yuan from Tianqin Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiao from Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. I've never heard of them before. Their performances were also mediocre. So how did they obtain seeded contestants? Many people were puzzled by this. More and more people were discussing this matter. Duan Lingtian was also puzzled when he heard these 2 names. This was because he had never heard of them before. He did not pay much attention to the previous battles. However, when he heard people talking about them, he found out that they were not famous in the past and had not shown much strength before. At the very least, many people were questioning them now. Tianqin Mansion, Netherworld Mansion. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Previously, he had heard from Zhen Pingfan that there would be 2 unknown prodigies from Tianqin Mansion and Netherworld Mansion appearing this time. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary, and they might be aiming for the top 3 spots in the 7 prefectures banquet. These 2 people had one thing in common. That was, they were all nurtured by the strength of the entire prefecture. Once they entered the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, they would be able to obtain 3 slots. At that time, each of the 3 major powers in their prefecture would be able to obtain 1 slot each. According to that Elder Zhen, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Underworld Mansion might have listened to his suggestion from 10,000 years ago. If it's really them, then it's normal. They are fully qualified to be seeded contestants. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Also, if it's really them, Profound Jade Mansion must have already found out who they are. But it doesn't seem wise to recommend Heavenly Star Hall and Underworld Hall before they show their strength, right? If they had already displayed their strength, it wouldn't be wrong to recommend them as seeded candidates. However, if they haven't displayed their strength yet, they'll inevitably become the target of public criticism. This isn't a good thing for them, right? Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed, A bell-like voice suddenly reverberated and clearly entered everyone's ears. Elder Lin, our Autumn Leaf sect didn't recommend Luo Yuan as a seated candidate, right? Luo Yuan isn't one of the 3 people we recommended. The person who spoke was an old man with a curly beard. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard. He stared at Lin Donglai with a gloomy expression as he questioned in a deep voice. Elder Lin, our Yuan clan didn't recommend Tuoba Xiu as well. As soon as the curly-bearded old man from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect finished speaking, a skinny old man from the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion spoke as well. His tone was also filled with questions. As soon as the words left their mouths, an uproar broke out among the crowd. As it turned out, these 2 prodigies whom no one had heard of before were not recommended by their respective sects. If that was the case, why were they seated candidates? For a time, all eyes were on Lin Donglai, waiting for him to answer the question of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. They were all curious as to what the profound Jade Mansion was doing. Why would they let 2 people who were not recommended become seated candidates? If it was only one person, it could be said that the profound Jade Mansion had made a mistake. However, there were 2 people. Could it be a mistake? Most people felt that it was definitely not a mistake. But at the same time, they were also curious as to why the profound Jade Mansion would do this. Now, they were all waiting to hear what Lin Donglai had to say, so they didn't recommend them. Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan had recommended the 2 prodigies. Now that he heard the words of the 2 sects, it was obvious that they did not recommend them. If that was the case, then these 2 people were the seated candidates that the profound Jade Mansion had decided on. However, didn't they say that the seated candidates would be selected from the recommendations of the various sects? Wasn't the profound Jade Mansion contradicting themselves by doing this? At this moment, Lin Donglai did not show any signs of fear in the face of everyone's gazes. He smiled faintly and said, although the 2 prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion did not recommend them, the profound Jade Mansion has heard that their prodigies that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion have nurtured over the past 10,000 years. For this reason, although the Autumn Leaf sect and the Yuan clan did not recommend them, the profound Jade Mansion has unanimously decided to make an exception and let them become seated candidates based on the principle of respecting prodigies. The reason the 2 elders are questioning them like this is because you're worried that they'll be targeted. I'd like to remind all of you, although these 2 prodigies did not reveal much of their strength is extraordinary. At the very least, all of you should treat them as if they're Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of the Chunyang school. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, he declared that the 2 prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion were comparable to Duan Lingtian. Of course, if the 2 of you are challenged later on, please show more of your strength. That way, other people will recognize your strength and won't challenge you too much. You'll have more time to rest and wait for the competition for the top 30, or even the top 10 and top 3. Lin Donglai's final words were, naturally, directed at Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. As soon as Lin Donglai said those words, many people present were shocked. Heavenly Star Mansion and Underworld Mansion actually spent nearly 10,000 years to cultivate one person with the power of their respective mansions? They must be determined to get a spot in the Saint Land secret zone. It's hard to imagine how powerful a prodigy nurtured by 3 major sects in a single mansion would be. He must be very powerful to be able to be nurtured by all 3 of them. He must have been chosen by all 3 of them. Such a prodigy can't be mediocre. Coupled with the nurturing of 3 major sects in a single mansion, he must be extraordinary. Who would have thought that the mediocre Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu would have such a background? That's right. if Elder Lin Donglai from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion had such prodigies. The young prodigies present were in an uproar. The higher-ups of the various major sects had long heard about Luo Yuan and Tuo Xiu. Therefore, they were not too surprised. However, they were still somewhat surprised that the profound Jade Mansion had chosen them. It was obvious that the profound Jade Mansion had done this on purpose. When they heard Lin Donglai's words, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan's expressions turned ugly. However, they did not say anything. This was because similar situations had occurred in the past 7 Mansions banquets. Some of the major sects had thought that they had hidden their trump cards well. However, in the end, they had been made a fool out of. Even the Heavenly Star Hall had made a fool out of the profound Jade Mansion in the past. This time, the profound Jade Mansion had most likely done this on purpose. Naturally, the Underworld Mansion had been wronged. Although the Underworld Mansion had done such things in the past as the host of the 7 Mansions banquets, they had never targeted the profound Jade Mansion. All in all, this small disturbance passed just like that. No one pursued the matter and no one cared. After all, it was pointless to pursue the matter. I really can't tell that the 2 of them are geniuses nurtured by the efforts of their respective mansions. Elder Lin Donglai compared them to Duan Lingtian. It's clear that he thinks highly of them. I heard from my master that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion are aiming for the top 3 in the 7 Mansions banquets this time. Initially, I thought that Duan Lingtian and Machi Hong would have a high chance of getting into the top 3. However, it seems like that might not be the case anymore. That's right. Nobody expected the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion to make such a move. I also heard that a monster has appeared in the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heavens Equal Sect. He has only appeared recently. The monster from the Heavens Equal Sect, the 2 of them, Duan Lingtian Machi Hong, Lin Yuan from the Flame Hell Sect, Emil Luo Duo from the Flame Hell Sect, and a few other young geniuses who have a high chance of getting into the top 3 as well. Looks like the battle for the top 3 in the 7 Mansions banquets will be interesting to watch. This is what makes it interesting. For those young geniuses who had a high chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, the appearance of people like Luo Yuan and Tuo Xiu had put a lot of pressure on them. As such, they were unable to raise their spirits. However, for those who had no chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, they looked like they were here to watch a good show. Now, let's begin the first segment of the ranking battle. While the crowd was still whispering among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out again, drowning out everyone's voices. The 30 seeded contestants will accept the challenges of the other 72 contestants. Each of the other 72 contestants will only have 3 challenges. Chapter 4030. The 30 seeded contestants were pushed out in the first round of the ranking battle to accept challenges from the remaining 72 contestants. Under such circumstances, the remaining 72 contestants would naturally challenge those who they were confident of winning. As for those who were strong and knew they were no match for their opponents, it was meaningless to challenge them. Moreover, they might be injured and affect their next challenge. 3 challenges in a row. If you think you can't win, you can admit defeat in advance to preserve your strength. Otherwise, if you insist on fighting at the beginning, you might not be able to defeat your opponents later on because you're injured. As long as you admit defeat, I'll intervene as soon as you finish your sentence so that your opponent won't hurt you. Lin Donglai's voice rang out clearly. Next, the 72 contestants will receive their numbered tokens. Then, you'll enter the arena according to your number. The 30 seeded contestants will now take a few steps forward and stand in the void in front of the people from your respective forces so that you can choose your opponents. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the 30 seeded contestants, including Duan Lingtian, stepped into the void. On the Chunyang school side, only Duan Lingtian stepped into the void with Yang Chinya. This was because they were the only seeded contestants on the Chunyang school side. As for the Machi clan side, there was only one seeded contestant, and that was Machi Hong. At this moment, Machi Hong stood in the void and looked straight ahead with a cold smile on his face. It was as if he wanted to see who would dare to challenge him. When Duan Lingtian and the other 30 contestants stepped forward, Lin Donglai began to distribute the numbered tokens. Each of the 72 contestants received their own numbered tokens. Now, the prodigy who has received the number 1 token, please enter the arena and choose your opponent. If you win, you can replace your opponent and become a seeded contestant. After becoming a seeded contestant, you'll have to accept 3 challenges to enter the top 30. Of course, as a new seeded contestant, you can choose not to accept any more challenges on the day you become a seeded contestant. Lin Donglai said loudly. In fact, Duan Lingtian and the others had already heard about the rules from the high-ranking officials of their respective sections. Therefore, they were not surprised at all. Soon, the person who had obtained the number 1 token entered the arena. He was a genius from one of the clans in the Consonance Manor, and his strength was not bad. The last time he fought, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves. He had some reputation in the Consonance Manor. However, in the other manors, because there were even more talented existences, many people had never heard of him. I challenge. In the end, the Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion chose a seeded contestant from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion, and the other party was only famous in the Heavenly Stellar Manor. In the beginning, the 2 of them were evenly matched, but in the end, it was the Heavenly Stellar Manor's seeded contestant who won after 50 moves. Moreover, looking at his calm and collected appearance, it was obvious that he had held back before. This person is quite smart. He could have defeated his opponent in a short period of time, but in order to preserve his strength, he delayed the battle for a while. It seems like he didn't end the battle quickly, but he only consumed a little more divine power. He can recover quickly after consuming a divine pill, and it won't affect him when he's challenged again. Many people saw through Heavenly Stellar Manor's plan. Of course, rather than calling it a plan, it was more accurate to call it experience. The Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion, who had failed the challenge, did not look too good. At first, he thought that his opponent's strength was on par with his, and he had a high chance of winning. He did not expect that his opponent had hidden his strength. Now he had lost at least 30 to 40% of his strength. Even if he was not seriously injured, he could not exert his full strength. Choose your opponent in 15 minutes. Lin Donglai glanced at the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride and said. His opponent's expression turned even worse when he heard this. He had been challenged consecutively, but he did not have his peak strength. This was a great disadvantage for him. Elder Lin. Finally, he looked at Lin Donglai and asked, as far as I know, if I give up the second challenge, I will have 15 minutes to recover. Yes. Lin Donglai looked at him deeply. You want to give up the second challenge and use the third challenge after 15 minutes of rest? Yes. The Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride nodded. Without waiting for Lin Donglai to speak, he sat cross-legged in the void and consumed a divine pill to recover. Seeing this, Lin Donglai was not in a hurry. He waited quietly. The others also waited with him. This Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride is smart. Many people exclaimed. Now, anyone could see that the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride was far from his peak strength. If he rushed to challenge after 15 minutes, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Once he failed the second challenge, he would not have much strength left. The chances of winning the third challenge would be even slimmer. Under such circumstances, giving up the second challenge and taking the third challenge after 15 minutes to recover was undoubtedly the best choice. Fortunately, I'm not number 1. Now, this Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride has taught us a good lesson. It's better to test the waters for the first challenge. Unless you are confident in winning, it's not worth using your full strength. A Sky Pride from a famous mansion sighed. The person beside him immediately smiled bitterly. That may be so, but who knows if the opponent you challenge is also thinking of conserving his strength. For example, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride's opponent did not use his full strength in the beginning. It felt like they were evenly matched. Perhaps that's why the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride slowly used his full strength. Who would have thought that his opponent would give him a thunderous blow in the end and defeat him directly? It's impossible to guard against it. It all depends on one's eyesight and luck. That's right. Although there are 3 challenges, I think it's better to treat it as one challenge. You must be careful when choosing your opponent. That's right. For example, the person who was challenged just now has basically revealed his strength. If you're confident in defeating him, you can choose to challenge him. If you want to challenge him, you must do it as soon as possible. After all, he only has 2 chances to be challenged now. Can he deliberately find someone to waste his chances of being challenged? That seems to be a loophole, right? It's almost impossible. If someone deliberately wastes his chances of being challenged, once he shows more strength later on, he'll be disqualified from entering the top 100. This has never happened in the history of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, unless that person is willing to give up on being ranked in the top 100. I don't think so as well, now that he's been challenged by number 1. Number 2 to number 10 won't be able to challenge him anymore. Once he's challenged by number 11 to number 20, number 21 to number 30 won't be able to challenge him as well. If you want to help him waste his chances of being challenged, you must be able to match up with the number. Unless you find someone at the last minute, but that's not realistic. Who would be willing to give up one of their chances of being challenged so easily? Moreover, if you give it up and show more strength later on, you'll be in trouble. There are so many intermediate god emperors present. Do you think you can fool them? Although there was a loophole in the rules of the first segment of the ranking battle, everyone knew about it. It was fine to exploit the loophole, but there was a price to pay. Basically, no one was willing to pay such a price. Therefore, in the history of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, such a situation had never happened before. 15 minutes later, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride stood up and fixed his gaze on one person. It was a Sky Pride from the famous mansion. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion had not displayed much strength when he fought earlier. However, he could be considered a celebrity in the famous mansion, and even outside the famous mansion he had some fame. In the end, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride lost. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion was stronger than the previous opponent of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. Not to mention that he had not fully recovered his strength. Even if he was at his peak, he would still lose without a doubt. Therefore, when he left the arena, he was not discouraged at all because he felt that it was only natural for him to lose. I have even less confidence in the remaining 28 people. The 2 people who have the most confidence are stronger than me. It seems that the profound Jade Mansion didn't randomly select the 30 people they challenged. I'm curious, will there be anyone who will challenge the 2 Sky Prides from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and Netherworld Mansion? You should know that before they were exposed, I had planned to challenge them. These were the thoughts of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. In truth, the others had the same thoughts as well. Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaf School and Tuoba Xiao from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan Clan were geniuses that had been nurtured by their respective mansions. However, when they learned about their background, most of them retreated. This was because the host of the 7 Mansions banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hell sect, had compared them to the Sky Pride of the Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. They knew that they were far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Next, it was number 2's turn to challenge Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao. However, number two's challenge still ended in failure. Similar to number one, he gave up on his second challenge. On his third challenge, he had regained his peak strength. However, he was still defeated. After number two was done, it was number three's turn. Number three's challenge was still unsuccessful. Before number seven, no one had succeeded. When it was number seven's turn, he surprisingly chose Tuoba Shio from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. He was also the prodigy, whom Lin Donglai had said was on par with Duan Ling Tian and whom the earthly underworld mansion had devoted all its resources to nurture. Tuoba Shio, although Elder Lin thinks highly of your strength, I still want to see your strength. Number seven was a sky pride from the great mansion. His eyes were filled with eagerness as he looked at Tuoba Shio, who had just entered the arena. Chapter 4031. Tuoba Shio's name did not sound like a man. At this moment, Tuoba Shio was indeed not a man. She was a young lady dressed in a loose black robe. Her face was beautiful and cold, and her hair was tied up behind her back. She was dressed like a man, but even so, the current her could still be called a beauty. If she were to change into a woman's outfit, she would definitely be stunning. Make your move. Tuoba Shio's beautiful face was cold. Facing number seven, who had challenged her, her gentle voice sounded indifferent. It gave off a feeling that she was unapproachable. All right. Number seven was the prodigy from the famous mansion who had challenged Tuoba Shio. After responding, he charged out with a high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He circulated the divine energy in his body and charged at Tuoba Shio with all his might. Tuoba Shio was compared to Duan Lingtian by Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hell sect, who was hosting the seven-mansion banquet this time. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tuoba Shio did not make any moves in the face of the sky pride from the famous mansion. However, her black robe fluttered slightly. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, almost at the same time when the sky pride from the famous mansion approached, Tuoba Shio's surroundings had turned into a world of ice and snow. Even the air around her had turned into ice and was rapidly spreading in all directions. 1,000 miles, ice seal. In the blink of an eye, the famous mansion's genius was sealed in ice by a glacier that appeared out of thin air. He could be seen charging forward with all his might. However, he was only able to cross a short distance before he was completely stopped. Not only that, but his body was also frozen at this moment. The spectators could see the eyes of the sky pride from the famous mansion, who was frozen in ice. At the same time, they could see the fear in the depths of his eyes through her gaze. He sent me a voice transmission saying that he's admitted defeat. Just when everyone was shocked by Tuoba Shio's technique, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Then he waved his hand, and the world of ice and snow in the void dissipated, returning it to its original state. As for Tuoba Shio, she also took the opportunity to withdraw her divine power. Then, without saying anything, she turned around and left. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, after he was rescued, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper and his body was trembling. Do you want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at the famous manor's sky pride and asked. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, However, I can see that your injuries are not light. I advise you not to continue with the challenge, lest it affects the ranking battles later. I give up. Thank you for saving my life, Elder Lin. The famous mansion's sky prides took a deep breath and thanked Lin Donglai. Even now, he still had some lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. If Tuoba Shio hadn't held back, he might have died the moment he was sealed in ice. The embryonic form of the Tao of Control? Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the figure in the distance. His eyes flashed. Perhaps the others present did not have any special feelings towards the embryonic form of the Way of Control. After all, the Way of Control and the Way of Weapons were very different. Once the way of control merged with the profundities of the laws, it could even become invisible. On the other hand, the way of weapons could not be concealed, not even in its embryonic form. That was right. Duan Lingtian could see it. Tuoba Xiu, a disciple of the Yuan clan from the underworld mansion, had comprehended the embryonic form of the way of control. Unless one had come into contact with the way of control or studied it, even a god emperor might not be able to see through the clues just now. However, as someone who had comprehended the way of control, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with it. This is the sky pride that the underworld mansion has nurtured with all its resources. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Although Tuoba Xiu did not use her divine weapon earlier, when she activated the embryonic form of the way of control, she also displayed her attainments in the law of ice. At the very least, Duan Lingtian felt that Tuoba Xiu was definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, whom he had defeated in the 7 Kills Valley back then. In fact, Ma Qihong might even be slightly weaker than her back then. While Duan Lingtian was feeling emotional, the people from the Chunyang school and the various mansions around him were also discussing Tuoba Xiu. Tuoba Xiu is too terrifying. The law of ice that she has comprehended has obviously reached an extremely powerful level. That sky pride from the famous mansions did not even have a chance to get close to her before he was blocked by her ice. As expected of the prodigy that the underworld mansion has nurtured with all its resources. Although the underworld mansion has contributed greatly to her success today, her innate talent and comprehension ability are more important. If it were us, even with the underworld mansion's unreserved help, we would not be able to compare to her. That's true. Although everyone knew that Tuoba Xiu was a prodigy that the underworld mansion had nurtured with all its resources and that she was treated with envy, no one could deny her innate talent and comprehension ability. If she was mediocre, the underworld mansion would not have been able to nurture her. After all, mud would not be able to support a wall. If Tuoba Xiu is like this, Luo Yuan from the Tianqi mansion and the Autumn Leaf School should be similar as well. No wonder Elder Lin compared them to Duan Lingtian. That sky pride from the famous mansions probably did not even dream that Tuoba Xiu would be so powerful. Indeed, curiosity killed the cat. That's right. Obviously, he challenged Tuoba Xiu out of curiosity. By doing so, he has forfeited 3 chances to challenge Tuoba Xiu. I'm afraid no one will challenge Tuoba Xiu or Luo Yuan after this. I'm sure no one will challenge Tuoba Xiu anymore. As for Luo Yuan, with that sky pride from the famous mansions as an example, no one will challenge him as well. In the arena, the young prodigy who had obtained the number 8 token entered the arena. This time, the person who entered the arena was a disciple of the Chunyang school. He was none other than Lan Shilin, the great-grandson of Lan Zhengming, the patriarch of the righteous mansions. Lan Shilin was one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation of the Chunyang school. Of course, compared to the likes of Yi Yingkai and Yun Yaowei, he was still slightly inferior. He was second only to Yi Yingkai and the others. I challenge. Lan Shilin scanned the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on one person. It was a sky pride from the Consonance Mansion. Before this, his gaze had swept past the seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. He had paused for a moment. However, in the end, he had given up on challenging that person. He was not a match for that person. Although he wanted to show off in front of his fellow disciples and gain some face for himself, the rationality that came from knowing his own limits still prevailed over his impulsiveness. However, even though Lan Shilin had chosen the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride, he was still defeated. In less than 30 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. How powerful! After his defeat, Lan Shilin was not discouraged. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the top 30. Now that he had entered the arena, it was just a formality. After all, even within the Chunyang school, There are several people who were stronger than him, but did not become seeded contestants, not to mention other forces. It was all luck that I was able to enter the aspirations group. I just hope that I won't be at the bottom this time and get kicked out of the top 100. The members of the aspirations group entered the ranking battle. There were a total of 102 people in the aspirations group. It was destined that 2 people would be excluded from the top 100 and would not be able to receive any rewards from the 7 prefectures feast. Of course, many people would not be interested in the rewards for the 100th place. However, that was not only a matter of rewards, but also a matter of face. If you entered the top 100, you could generously tell others in the future that you participated in the 7 prefectures feast and entered the top 100. The challenges continued. However, even when it was the 30th place's turn, no one had succeeded in their challenge. The 30 seeded contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains that made people flinch. Now, the person who has obtained the number 31 token enter the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Duan Lingtian saw Yi Inkai, who was not far from him, move. As soon as he moved, he rode the wind and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It's Yi Inkai. Yi Inkai was the prodigy of the Chunyang school's younger generation. He was famous, and many people recognized him. In fact, before Duan Lingtian entered Chunyang school, Yi Inkai and Yun Yaowei were the top prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation. When people talked about the prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation, they would be the first to come to mind. Unlike now, when people talked about them, they would only think of Duan Lingtian. This was because, compared to Duan Lingtian, their achievements paled in comparison. Is he going to challenge the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian noticed that Ying Sai's eyes were fixed on one person after he entered the arena. It was none other than the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness who had been selected as a seeded player. This time, only one person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness had been selected as a seeded player. A moment later, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. I challenge Hu Tsai of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. When Lin Donglai asked Yi Inkai who he was going to challenge, Ying Sai's gaze remained unchanged, and he spoke calmly. He directly challenged the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Hu Tsai. Hu Tsai was a young man wearing a loose blue robe. He was tall and burly, almost 2 meters tall. His burly figure stepped into the air like a small, moving tower. His appearance was average, but he left a deep impression on others. His face was chiseled, and his features were chiseled. Yi Inkai, you almost killed my junior brother from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness earlier. Hu Tsai glanced at Yi Inkai indifferently after he entered the arena. I was wondering if you would challenge me earlier. I didn't expect you to actually challenge me. You've given me a chance to avenge my junior brother from the same sect. Earlier, Yi Inkai had almost killed that disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although that person was not close to Hu Tsai, they were from the same faction in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Usually, that person would be very respectful when he saw Lin Donglai. Moreover, he had done many things for Lin Donglai. Many people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not deny his relationship with that person. Instead, he declared that he would avenge that person. Chapter 4032. Hu Tsai was one of the seeded contestants of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Naturally, he had his own strengths to be a seeded contestant. At the very least, there were a few outstanding young people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. However, compared to Hu Tsai, they were slightly weaker. As for how strong Hu Tsai was, not many people in the East Mountain Prefecture knew about it. Even in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, no one had ever seen Hu Tsai fight with his full strength. Even when he defeated the other outstanding young prodigies of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Hutsai still managed to end the battle with ease. From the beginning to the end, he was not stained by dust at all. This Yi Inkai dares to challenge Brother Hu? He's digging his own grave. Others might not know Hutsai's strength, but the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew very well. They trusted Hutsai's strength from the bottom of their hearts. Hutsai was the strongest person in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness under the age of 10,000. He was not like the Chunyang school, where several people were tied for first place. Of course, that was before the appearance of Duan Lingtian. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian, the strongest person in the Chunyang school was Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness usually compared Hutsai to Duan Lingtian. As for Yi Inkai, they instinctively thought that he was not worthy of being compared to Hutsai. Earlier, Yi Inkai was the one who attacked first and severely injured the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. After that, we started the conflict with the Chunyang school. A person like this deserves to die. That's right. I hope, brother, who can kill him directly. Even if he can't kill him, it's not bad to cripple him. I think he's the grand disciple of Yi Chenfeng, the ancestor of the hidden sword faction in Chunyang school. With Yi Chenfeng around, even if Elder Lin of the mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect does not do anything, brother will have a hard time killing him. This guy is really lucky to have such a grandmaster. Under the mocking gazes of the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Yi Inkai finally made his move. After a while, he and Hutsai of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness began fighting. Within 10 moves, they were evenly matched. However, after 10 moves, Hutsai gained the upper hand. Then he attacked like the wind and thunder. Vast and mighty power swept out and suppressed Yi Inkai. Within 20 moves, Yi Inkai was severely injured. However, even if he was seriously injured, Yi Inkai still gritted his teeth and wanted to fight again. I admit defeat. At this time, Hutsai, who thought that he could attack Yi Inkai again, heard an indifferent voice. It came from the Chunyang school. When Hutsai heard the voice, he glanced at the person who spoke. When he met the other party's sharp gaze, he felt a sense of absent-mindedness. In the next instant, he turned his head with a grave expression, not daring to look at the other party again. Was this the strength of Tung Lung Province's #1 expert? Just one look was enough to make him feel as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Most importantly, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness did not seem to notice it at all. The other party seemed to be a middle god emperor as well, right? They were both middle god emperors, but the difference was so big. No matter what, since Yi Chenfeng had admitted defeat on behalf of Yi Inkai, Hutsai could not continue attacking. Even if there was no rule in the 7 prefectures banquet that stated that elders could admit defeat on behalf of juniors, he really could not afford to offend Yi Chenfeng. Right now, he could only suppress the urge to continue attacking. Grandmaster, Yi Inkai's expression was bitter. At the same time, his mind was in turmoil. The blood that was stuck in his throat suddenly spurted out. His face was incomparably pale. Do you still want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Inkai and asked. Yes. Just as Yi Inkai was about to say, continue, Yi Chenfeng's voice sounded again. Give up the second challenge. The third challenge will begin in 15 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill bottle flew through the air and landed in Yi Inkai's hand. It was Yi Chenfeng who had thrown it to him. At this moment, Yi Inkai looked at Yi Chenfeng's calm gaze and felt a sense of guilt. He felt like crying. Too impulsive. Right now, it was not only the others who thought this way. Even Duan Lingtian thought the same. He felt that Yi Chenfeng was too impulsive. At first, I thought that Chunyang School was counting on me to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast because they thought that no one in the sect could enter the top 10. Now, it seems that these people from Chunyang School, with the exception of Yang Chinya, may not be able to enter the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast. Now, Duan Lingtian also realized that it was already very good for Zhen Pingfan and Yi Qinfeng to enter the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago. At least, they were not weaker than Yi Qinfeng and Yun Yue back then. Elder Yi, thank you for letting me win. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tietio, sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. Ren Tietio's voice was filled with pride. It was obvious that he did not want to let go of this opportunity to ridicule Yi Qinfeng. After the 7 prefectures feast, shall we spar? Faced with Ren Tietio's smug tone, Yi Qinfeng only replied indifferently. This sentence was like a trump card. As soon as it reached Ren Tietio's ears, Ren Tietio no longer continued to communicate with Yi Qinfeng through voice transmission. And at this moment, Yi Qinfeng's ears were also completely quiet. At the same time, the people from the various major forces who were watching from the sidelines thought of Yi Qinfeng's earlier attack and vaguely understood what was going on. Why does it feel like Yi Inkai is targeting the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Does he have a grudge against the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? I'm not sure about that. However, they're both from Tunglung Province. Maybe they've had a conflict before. Yi Inkai is too impulsive. The fact that this person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was selected as a seated contestant is enough to show that he's not ordinary. If he recklessly challenges him, he's destined to be at a disadvantage. While the crowd was discussing and whispering, a quarter of an hour quickly passed. Yi Inkai gave up on his second chance to challenge. However, he did not give up on his third chance to challenge. In just 15 minutes, Yi Inkai, who was originally severely injured in the eyes of the crowd, seemed to have been reborn. At the very least, he did not seem to be injured at all. The divine pill that Elder Yi from Chunyang School gave him earlier is most likely not an ordinary divine pill. Otherwise, how could it have such a good effect? This scene caused many people's imaginations to run wild. It's obviously not an ordinary divine pill. I wonder what kind of healing divine pill it is. Even a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill doesn't have such an effect. Could it be an Imperial-grade divine pill? It's possible. Moreover, it shouldn't be an ordinary healing Imperial-grade divine pill. As far as I know, there are few types of Imperial-grade divine pills that have such an effect. A Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill? What are you thinking about? I've never heard of anyone being able to refine a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. Perhaps there are people in a more distant and vast world who can refine it, but the news hasn't reached here yet. I've actually seen records in some ancient books that someone had once refined a peak emperor-level divine pellet. However, this kind of person, even in his era, in the entire profound Handaland, was in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Yi Inksai's quick recovery made people think of the divine pill that Yi Qinfeng had specially given him earlier. Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. It's at least an Imperial-grade divine pill. There's no Emperor-grade divine pill that can help him recover so quickly. Even a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill won't work. Although Duan Lingtian could also refine Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills now, he was still unable to refine Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills that were more difficult to refine. As for Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills, until now, he had not been able to refine one. He had tried a few times, but without exception, he had failed and wasted a lot of precious materials. The materials needed to refine a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill were extremely precious. Even a supplementary ingredient might be the main ingredient of a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. I challenge, soon, Yi Inkai chose another opponent. It was a prodigy from the famous prefecture. This prodigy of the famous prefecture was the prodigy of the Cold Mountain residents, one of the four major powers of the famous prefecture. He was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the Cold Mountain residents, and was also the only one selected as a seated participant. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His face was full of stubble, and his clothes were shabby. He looked a little sloppy and unkempt. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand at all times. Even after entering the arena, he still drank a few mouthfuls of wine. This person, Duan Lingtian, looked at this middle-aged man again. Although it was his first time seeing him, his intuition told him that this kind of strange person was either mediocre or powerful. And this person did not look mediocre at all. Mediocre people would not be chosen as a seated contestant. Let's begin. Yi Inkai could not help but frown when he saw that the other party was still drinking. You go first. The middle-aged man put down the wine gourd in his hand and wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his other hand. He grinned and said, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." When the middle-aged man said this, not only did Yi Inkai's face fall, but the others also burst into an uproar. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents is really arrogant. His previous performance was just SOSO, right? The strength he displayed is not even comparable to Yi Inkai's. Just as the crowd was discussing, Yi Inkai, who had an ugly expression, finally made his move. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, his originally ugly expression turned serious. A high-grade divine sword appeared in his hand as he unreservedly circulated the divine energy in his body and sensed the surrounding law energy. This was because the moment he made his move, his grandmaster, Yi Qinfeng's, voice rang in his ears. Don't underestimate him. His strength is not inferior to Hu Chai's. This sentence completely woke Yi Inkai up. Duan Lingtian also noticed the sudden change in Yi Inkai's attitude. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was on a small floating island not far away. Yi Inkai's change in attitude was most likely related to Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 4033. All of a sudden, Yi Inkai turned serious. His casual attitude from before made the onlookers feel the tension in the air. At the same time, they could sense a strong smell of gunpowder spreading out. In the next instant, they saw Yi Inkai charging toward the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents with his sword in hand. I don't think I've heard of this prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents before. The fact that he's chosen as a seated participant shows his strength. Previously, I thought it was strange that some unknown prodigies were chosen as seated participants. However, it seems like the profound Jade Mansion has some information we don't know about. First, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Netherworld Mansion each sent a hidden prodigy. Now, the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents isn't one of the prodigies we're familiar with. Now that you mention it, I realize none of the famous prodigies from the Cold Mountain residents were chosen as seated participants. Only this person was chosen as a seated participant. If I remember correctly, this person is called Wang Xiong. While the onlookers were discussing among themselves, Yi Inkai had already approached Wang Xiong. He cast his profundities from the law of profundities and merged them with the divine sword in his hand before they turned into dazzling sword rays that shot out. Whoosh! 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 The sword rays shot out like a net, completely sealing off the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents, Wang Xiong. However, while many people were breaking out in cold sweat for Wang Xiong's expression did not change. However, the originally lazy expression in his eyes became somewhat sharp at this moment. Then, Wang Xiong slapped the wine gourd in his hand. The wine gourd expanded in the wind and turned into a gigantic gourd that shrouded him. Around the gourd rolling gray energy, transformed into a yellowish light that intertwined with each other to form an impenetrable wall. At the same time, the sword rays descended. Clang, 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 clang. When the sword rays landed on the gourd's gourd, it was as though they had hit a steel plate. However, there was no sign of the gourd's gourd breaking. Humph! Seeing this, Yi Inkai continued to exert his full strength. However, his expression soon changed because he realized that even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't break the other party's tortoiseshell. At this moment, the solid gourd shadow paused on the spot and then whistled out. Moreover, its speed was not slow at all, and in the blink of an eye, it swept away the sword rays that filled the sky. Then he rushed towards Yi Inkai. Seeing this, Yi Inkai attacked while retreating. However, his attacks were simply unable to breach his opponent's defense. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to breach his opponent's defense. Fortunately, although his opponent's speed was not slow, at least among those who were skilled in the law of earth, he was still slightly slower than him. The change in the field happened in just a moment. Just a moment ago, everyone was still watching Yi Inkai charge at Wang Xiong, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng could only run. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng's attacks could not do anything to Wang Xiong at all. This Wang Xiong, what a terrifying defense. He's an expert in the laws of earth. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's an expert in the laws of earth that specializes in defense. This is too terrifying. Yi Qinfeng uses the sword, and in terms of offense, he can be considered strong, but he can't break through his defense. Right now, Wang Xiong only has a slight disadvantage in terms of speed. Otherwise, Yi Qinfeng would be defeated right now. The spectators were in an uproar at this moment. Clearly, the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. The defense displayed by Wang Xiong not only shocked the group of young heaven prides present, but even the upper echelons of the various major powers present had solemn expressions at this moment. Elder Qi. There was even a power near the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence. Looking at the leader of the people who came from the Cold Mountain residence this time, he sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that your Cold Mountain residence was hiding such a character. This shouldn't be the external aid that you found, right?" As this person opened his mouth to ask this question, numerous gazes swept towards the Cold Mountain residence. On the other hand, the leader of the people from the Cold Mountain residence was an old man in a light green robe. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. When faced with the question from the people around him, he smiled faintly and said, "Wang Xiong grew up in the Cold Mountain residence since he was young. However, he rarely appears in public and has always been training outside. He recently returned from the Seven Mansions banquet. Speaking of which, all of you should have an impression of his father. His father is called Wang Anchong." Wang Anchong. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Cold Mountain residence, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Qi, is this Wang Anchong the person who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago?" During the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there was a person named Wang Anchong who made it to the top 10 in the Cold Mountain residence of the famous mansion. "Yes, it's him." The old man nodded. For a time, the people from the various mansions and major powers discussed animatedly. "He's Wang Anchong's son?" At this moment, on the side of the Chunyang school, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Qinfeng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Naturally, they knew who Wang Anchong was. In fact, they had even been defeated by Wang Anchong 10,000 years ago. The most important thing was, Wang Anchong had a very good temper. Although it was the first time they met back then, they could chat because they liked each other. He could be considered their friend. However, what was unexpected was that not long after the Seven Mansions banquet ended, Wang Anchong died outside the famous mansion due to an accident. At that time, because of Wang Anchong's death, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Qinfeng had gathered together and lamented. As the saying went, heaven is jealous of geniuses. I didn't expect this. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Yi Qinfeng could not help but sigh. His father defeated both Elder Yi and Elder Zhen 10,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but be a little surprised when he learned from Zhen Pingfan that the sloppy middle-aged man's father had defeated him and Yi Qinfeng 10,000 years ago. Moreover, he was one of the prodigies who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. However, he died prematurely. This Wang Xiong is going to win. In the field, although Yi Inkai had the advantage in speed, Duan Lingtian knew that Wang Xiong was going to win when he saw his current movements. Wang Xiong seemed to be unleashing his endless power to launch attacks. But Duan Lingtian could tell that Wang Xiong was not launching attacks mindlessly. Otherwise, why would he launch attacks repeatedly when Yi Inkai could easily dodge them? Amazing! Yi Qinfeng's exclamation sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the others saw that Wang Xiong's attack had not been launched. Not only did Wang Xiong's attack, which had missed, not disperse, it instead turned into solid yellow pillars that gathered together as it whistled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge cage and kept shrinking. Most importantly, Yi Inkai was still inside. He has been preparing for this moment all along. At this moment, Yi Inkai finally realized that something was wrong. He wanted to escape from the cage immediately, but he realized that unless he broke the cage, he could not escape. Wang Xiong had been planning this for a long time. Now that he had retracted the net, it was obvious that he had the confidence to trap him. Since I can't escape, I will attack my way out. Yi Inkai made up his mind and started attacking the cage. Although the cage was sturdy under his attacks, it showed signs of cracking. Seeing that the cage was cracking, Yi Inkai was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, his expression changed completely. This was because he realized that while he was attacking the cage, Wang Xiong had already caught up with him. He had no choice but to escape again and could not attack the place he had attacked previously. Yi Inkai continued to escape and Wang Xiong continued to chase. However, under the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the others, the enormous cage continued to shrink, and the space that Yi Inkai could escape to was becoming narrower and smaller. In the end, Yi Inkai could not escape and could only face Wang Xiong head-on. However, he could not break through Wang Xiong's defense. Wang Xiong only casually attacked him and injured him, crippling his strength by more than half. I admit defeat. At this moment, the powerless Yi Inkai could only admit defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Although he felt aggrieved, he knew that he could not continue. Otherwise, his injuries would only worsen and it would affect his ranking later. Although there was no hope for the top 30. However, if he could get into the top 50 or even top 40, it would not be a disgrace to Chunyang School. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Xiong grinned and looked at Yi Inkai. Your strength is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect that you still held back and did not show your full speed. Hearing Wang Xiong's words, Yi Inkai smiled bitterly. In the last round, he faced Hu Tsai from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Because Hu Tsai's speed was not slower than his, he did not think of pulling away or even dodging. He had been fighting Hu Tsai head-on. Because of this, he did not show his true speed. Perhaps, when Wang Xiong said that if he did not make the first move, he would not have the chance to attack, he thought that his speed was only that. If he only had that kind of speed, once Wang Xiong made the first move, he might not have the chance to attack. You're very strong. I'm convinced. Yi Inkai said seriously. Yi Inkai lost and did not have the chance to get into the top 30 of the 7 prefectures feast. However, when he left the stage, he was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were shining as if his heart was rejuvenated. It was obvious that he had figured out something. Seeing this, Yi Qinfeng smiled. After Yi Inkai returned, he looked at him and said, "You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future." In today's 7 prefectures feast, there were many people stronger than you. However, 10,000 years later, they might not be as strong as you. When Yi Chenfeng said this, Yingsai's eyes shone brighter. He knew that his grandmaster participated in the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago and did not even enter the top 20. But now, in terms of strength, none of the people who entered the top 20 back then could compare to his grandmaster. Chapter 4034. The challenges were still ongoing. Following that, until the end of the day, many people discovered that of the 30 seeded contestants, regardless of whether they had displayed great strength or not, none of them had been defeated. On the contrary, all the challengers had been defeated without exception. On the Chunyang School side, although Yi Chi-tsai was the only strong contestant, Yun Yue and a few others who were as famous as Yi Chi-tsai had solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, they all felt that there was a reason why they had not been selected as seeded contestants. None of the seeded contestants selected by the mysterious Jade Mansion were weak. After the day ended, everyone returned to rest. They waited for the next day to arrive. After Duan Lingtian returned, he cultivated quietly as usual. He would go over the next day and see if anyone wanted to challenge him. If no one wanted to challenge him, he would continue to watch the show. If someone wanted to challenge him, he would make a move. As for the pressure, not for the time being. The mysterious Jade Mansion has done a good job in gathering information. Not only were the famous young geniuses selected as seeded contestants in the past, but they also found out about those who had hidden themselves and only appeared before the 7 prefectures banquet. Tuo Xiao, the young genius of the Yuan clan from the Netherworld Mansion, and Wang Xiong from the Hans Han Mansion from the Daming Mansion, were the hidden geniuses of the 2 major powers. In the past, no one had heard of them. They had only appeared before the 7 prefectures banquet. Moreover, they had made a name for themselves in today's 7 prefectures banquet. I wonder if anyone will succeed in their challenge tomorrow. If not, the first round of the 7 prefectures banquet ranking battle is obviously just a warm-up for the seeded contestants. Moreover, I reckon many of the seeded contestants won't even get a chance to warm up. The next day, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang School's team to the 7 prefectures banquet once again. The first round of the ranking battle continued. The young genius, who had obtained a serial number token and was ranked behind the last contestant from yesterday, went up to challenge the others. As for this person, after entering the arena, unexpectedly he looked at the autumn leaves gate of Tianqin Manor and locked onto one of them. With a clear voice, he said, "Brother Luo Yuan, let's fight. Although I know that I am not your opponent, I still want to see your strength." This young heaven's pride who issued the challenge was from the same faction as Wang Xiong, who had defeated Genius Yi yesterday. He was also one of the few well-known heaven's prides from the Cold Mountain residents. He is actually challenging Luo Yuan, although Luo Yuan has yet to display his strength, since Tuo Xiao, who is as famous as him, is already so strong. Luo Yuan should not be weak. I originally thought that no one would challenge Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, on the very next day, someone actually did. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was surprised. Was the genius of the Hans Han residents really doing this just to test Luo Yuan's strength? Or was it to scout for Wang Xiong? Although Wang Xiong took a long time to defeat Yi Inkai yesterday, and his performance was not amazing enough, his defense was enough to put him in an invincible position. He might even be able to put up a fight against Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. Duan Lingtian followed the gazes of the crowd and looked toward the autumn leaf gate of the Tianqin residence. On the other side, a young man that wore a dark green robe had a cold expression and was obviously reserved in speech and manner, and stepped into the sky with a cold expression and stood in confrontation with the young man. If there are no problems, let's begin. Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 Residences banquet, spoke up. The instant Lin Donglai finished speaking, the genius of the Hans Han residence made his move. The moment he made his move, he activated the high-grade divine saber in his hand and unleashed a thunderous attack. As for Luo Yuan, in the face of the thunderous attack, he casually took out a 2-meter-long hammer. This was especially true for the hammerhead, which was the size of a small mountain. It did not match Luo Yuan's skinny body at all. However, before the crowd could even take a look at the divine weapon in Luo Yuan's hand, Luo Yuan had already waved the hammer in his hand. Condensed divine power and the power of laws roared on the hammer. Luo Yuan did not specialize in any of the 4 supreme laws, nor did he specialize in the 5 elemental laws. Similar to Tuoba Xiao, who specialized in the 5 elemental laws, Luo Yuan also specialized in the 5 elemental laws. However, he did not specialize in the law of ice, but in the law of lightning. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan made his move and clashed head-on with the genius of the Hans Han residents, who had made the first move. A deafening explosion resounded as a terrifying shockwave spread out. However, before the shockwave could reach the crowd, Lin Donglai raised his hand and extinguished it. As an Emperor God expert, it was easy for Lin Donglai to deal with such a situation. However, at this moment, Lin Donglai's gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan. His eyes were filled with shock, as he had not expected Luo Yuan to be so strong. In the next instant, the crowd saw that Luo Yuan's body did not move at all. In the end, he was as still as a mountain. On the other hand, the genius of the Hans Han residence was sent flying. Not only was his attack destroyed, but his divine saber was also knocked out of his hand. Both his arms were broken, and he coughed up blood. His aura weakened. This was all thanks to Lin Donglai's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot with that strike just now. "I didn't disappoint you, did I?" Luo Yuan calmly asked as he glanced at the heaven's prides of the cold mountain residents, who had barely managed to stop themselves in the distance and were on the verge of collapsing. When the genius of the Hans Han residents heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his pale face. "I was too arrogant. I am sincerely convinced of Brother Luo's strength, worthy of being a genius aiming for the top 3 of the 7 Residences banquet." The genius of the Hans Han residents coughed up another mouthful of blood before retreating dejectedly. "Elder Lin, thank you for saving my life. I will give up on the remaining 2 challenges." He had no choice but to give up. His injuries were too severe. If he did not return to recuperate, continuing to fight would only worsen his injuries. At that time, he might even be kicked out of the top 100. So strong. Too scary. This Luo Yuan seems to be even stronger than Tuoba Xiao. As Luo Yuan turned around and left, an uproar broke out. This was especially true for the young geniuses, who were all astonished. After seeing Tuoba Xiao make her move, they knew that Luo Yuan was not weak. After all, just like how Tuoba Xiao had been nurtured by the Netherworld residents, Luo Yuan had also been nurtured by the Heavenly Star residents. However, although they had guessed that Luo Yuan would not be weak, his earlier attack had still shocked them. Luo Yuan's attack was different from Tuoba Xiao's. Tuoba Xiao had frozen her opponent. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, had crushed his opponent in a head-on clash. This was even more shocking. As such, some people were now saying that Luo Yuan was stronger than Tuoba Xiao. Of course, this was only the opinion of some people. However, the majority of the young geniuses felt that even if Tuoba Xiao's earlier attack had not been strong enough, it could not be said that she was weaker than Luo Yuan. This was unless the 2 of them fought and a victor was decided. Otherwise, they would not dare to say that Tuoba Xiao was definitely weaker than Luo Yuan. I am truly curious which of the 2 of them is stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression turned somewhat solemn. The strength Luo Yuan had just displayed was also stronger than Ma Qihong, who had been defeated by him back in the Seven Kills Valley. When he thought of Machi Hong, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Machi clan. He saw that Machi Hong had a solemn expression on his face. Evidently, he was feeling quite pressured as well. Luo Yuan is very strong. Beside Yi Qinfeng and Zhen Pingfan, Lu Fenggu sighed. It seems like the Heavenly Star Residence has put in a lot of effort for this Seven Mansions banquet. The Netherworld Residence is not bad either. Zhen Pingfan smiled. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the other prefectures. In this Seven Prefectures banquet, if one of them really makes it into the top 3, then perhaps in the next Seven Prefectures banquet, it won't be just one of them who has poured all their resources into cultivating one person. Are you saying that the other mansions will follow suit? Lu Fenggu asked. Yes, Zhen Pingfan nodded. Although the other mansions have no less than 4 powers, if they put in all their effort to nurture 2 such geniuses, even if they don't aim to enter the top 3, they should still be able to enter the top 10, right? 1 top 10, 2 spots. 2 top 10, that's 4 spots. That's 1 more spot than 1 top 3. In the Seven Mansions banquet, apart from the first place winner, who would be able to obtain 4 spots to enter the sacred grounds, the second and third place winners would each be able to obtain 3 spots to enter the sacred grounds. The top 3 would be able to obtain at least 3 spots. I don't think so. Lu Fenggu shook his head and said, this method involves too many things. Moreover, some powers will definitely be confident in their disciples and will not participate. 1 less power won't be a big deal. Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. Take our Tung-Lung province, for example. If someone suggests this, and our Chunyang school is unwilling to participate, why can't the other powers work together to fulfill this suggestion? Zhen Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's conversation was not through telepathy. Therefore, even Duan Lingtian and the others could hear it clearly. Many people's expressions turned solemn. It would be fine if Chunyang school did not agree to this. However, if they did, it would implicate their interests. After all, there were only so many resources in the sect. In particular, top-tier resources were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Now, they still had a chance to compete. However, if Chunyang school were to participate and use all its power to nurture 1 or 2 geniuses, they would not even have a chance to compete for those top-tier resources. This was not a good thing for them. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. After all, this did not affect him much. He did not know how long he would stay in Chunyang school after the Seven Mansions banquet. Perhaps it would not be long before he left. On this day and the following days, none of the 72 prodigies who went on stage succeeded. The 30 seated contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains, making people shrink back at the sight of them. Chapter 4035. The final stage of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet was the ranking battle. The first stage of the ranking battle was to challenge the seated contestants. The 30 seated contestants would be challenged by other contestants. In the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet this time, the mysterious Jade Mansion had a vicious eye. None of the 30 seated contestants were defeated and replaced. At this point, the first stage of the ranking battle was over. During this process, Duan Lingtian, Machi Hong, and the other young prodigies who were famous in the other prefectures were not challenged by other contestants. This was because not only were they very famous, but they had also displayed amazing strength. We're about to enter the second stage of the ranking battle. In the second stage of the ranking battle, the remaining 72 contestants will be ranked from the 30th to the 100th place. The 2 weakest contestants will be kicked out of the top 100. On the day of the end of the first stage, Duan Lingtian heard many people's voices as he was leaving. The second stage had nothing to do with him. Machi Hong, Yang Qinya, and the other seeded contestants. They only needed to prove themselves in the third stage, which was the last stage. Yang Qinya. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Qinya a few more times as he was leaving with the rest of the Chunyang school. He had to admit that Yang Qinya's performance was beyond his expectations, as expected of someone who had entered the strongest divine abode. Although Yang Qinya had been challenged by 2 contestants in the past 2 days, he had defeated his opponents. It took him some time to defeat his first opponent. However, in his second opponent, he once again displayed even greater strength. He directly defeated his opponent within 3 moves, allowing everyone to completely witness his strength. At that time, even Yi Yingkai and the other young prodigies of the Chunyang school were ashamed of their inferiority when they faced Yang Qinya's strength. Elder Yuan, the disciples of your sect are truly unexpected. At this time, several Chunyang school elders next to Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, sighed. I've never heard of him being so monstrous in the past. That's right, Elder Yuan. Another elder sighed. This disciple of yours has hidden his strength too well. And for you to be able to find him, you are really amazing. Elder Yuan, I'm really envious that you have such a disciple. Now, Yuan Hanjin had become the focus of many people's attention, especially a group of Chunyang school elders, who could not hide their envy. As for Yuan Hanjin himself, although he was humble on the surface, there was still a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. This disciple of Yang Qinya had indeed given him a lot of face. However, they may not know that this is not my disciple's true strength. If this disciple of mine shows his true strength, he might be able to enter the top 10. If he can get into the top 10, he will win 2 more places for Chunyang school. These were the thoughts in Yuan Hanjin's mind. When he thought of this, his heart burned with passion. If Yang Qinya could get 2 spots, then one of them would definitely go to his father. If he couldn't obtain it, then even if Duan Lingtian entered the top 3, his father would still have no chance. Unless Duan Lingtian entered the first place, then his father would still have a chance. Before his father, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Finggu, and Zhen Yinfeng, the ancestor of the Yinfeng branch, had priority. It was needless to say that Yi Chenfeng and Lu Finggu were superior to his father in terms of status and strength in Chunyang school. Zhen Yinfeng was also slightly stronger than his father. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was from Zhen Yinfeng's branch. If he entered the top 3 and Zhen Yinfeng got a spot, no one would say anything, and no one could say anything. At this moment, the group of Chunyang school elders surrounding Yuan Hanjin praised him, but from their words, no one thought that Yang Qinya could enter the top 10. In their opinion, it would be good enough if Yang Qinya could stay in the top 30. If he could go one step further and enter the top 20, Ping Sheng's branch would be in the limelight this time. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian received Yi Qinfeng's voice transmission. The young prodigies that appeared this time also exceeded our expectations. In short, there are many uncertainties in the 7 prefectures banquet. In the past, we all thought that you would have no problem entering the top 3. With your strength, you would definitely have been able to enter the top 3 during the previous 7 prefectures banquet. As for us, we have always thought that this 7 prefectures banquet would be as difficult as the previous one. However, we did not expect that some powers and some prefectures would actually think of a way to nurture young prodigies with the resources of their prefectures. Originally, I did not think much of it. Even so, if there were no prodigies with monstrous talent, no amount of resources would be of any use. However, today, Tuoba Xiao from Netherworld Prefecture and Luo Yuan from Tianjin Prefecture made their moves. This completely exceeded my expectations. With their strength, they would have been able to compete for first place 10,000 years ago. There's also Lin Yuan from Profound Jade Mansions, Flame Howl Sect. He can be considered as external help invited by the Flame Howl Sect. Although his strength is not too exaggerated, I have a feeling that he's not weaker than Tuoba Xiao and Luo Yuan. As for Mo Luo Duo, the publicly acknowledged #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Flame Hell sect, he shouldn't be a match for you. You don't have to worry too much about him. Apart from them, there are two more people you need to pay attention to. They are Han Di from the Heavens Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Yuan Mou from the Heavens Hell sect of the Qing province. These 5 people are definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, who is obviously stronger now. Ma Qihong, don't be careless. Although you defeated him previously, that was because he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base and underestimated you. This time, if you face him, you'll have to deal with him differently. Apart from reminding Duan Lingtian to be careful, Yi Qinfeng also told Duan Lingtian about the few people he felt were stronger this time. These people were likely to be in the top 3. Previously, he felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely be in the top 3. However, there were too many surprises this time. Not only did the Netherworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 2 prodigies, but the Spirit Rhino Mansion also had a prodigy. Furthermore, the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect had specially invited an external aid. As for the neighboring Heavens Hell sect of the Qing province, they also had an extremely strong prodigy. Their strength was also beyond Yi Qinfeng's expectations. Upon hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Duan Lingtian was not too surprised. This was because what Yi Qinfeng said was more or less what he had expected. Among the 30 seated contestants in the 7 Mansions grand banquet this time, regardless of whether they had concealed their strength or not, he valued 6 of them the most. Han Di from the Heavens Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion, Yuan Mou from the Heavens Hell sect of the Qing province, Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Flame Hell sect of the Profound Jade Mansion. There was also his old rival, Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan. Although Ma Qihong had taunted him through voice transmission before the 7 Mansions grand banquet, he had only responded coldly. However, the strength that Ma Qihong displayed later still surprised him. Of course, when compared to the other 5, he felt that Ma Qihong could only be considered to be relatively weak. Even if Ma Qihong's strength was stronger than the last time he was defeated by Yi Qinfeng. Don't feel pressured. Yi Qinfeng's voice continued to sound. From the beginning, the sect only wanted you to be in the top 10 of the 7 Mansions grand banquet. It was only after you defeated Ma Qihong that they felt you could be in the top 3. This time, even if you can't be in the top 3, it's not a big deal. It's good enough if you can stay in the top 10. 2 spots in the top 10 are already in the bag. It's enough for the sect. Yi Qinfeng paused for a moment before he continued. This time many people think I'll be in the top 10. In the beginning I thought so as well. However, ever since I obtained the complete Soul High Grade Divine Sword, I've seen the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. I don't think I need this opportunity to become a higher God Emperor. In fact, if I enter the top 10, it might even interfere with my path. You don't have to think that if there are only 2 spots, senior brother Yunfeng won't have a chance. Even if there are only 2 spots, one of them will definitely be his. Yi Qinfeng said these words because he was worried Duan Lingtian would be under too much pressure. Zhan Yunfeng was the old ancestor of Yun Peak, while Duan Lingtian was from Yun Peak. It was normal for him to feel pressured if he could not obtain an opportunity for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Yi Qinfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not pay much attention to other things. What he cared about was Yi Qinfeng's words about seeing the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. As far as he knew, the path to becoming a higher God Emperor was difficult because it was very difficult for a middle God Emperor to see the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. This was partly because of one's talent in comprehension and partly because of luck. However, if one's talent in comprehension was top-notch, there was still hope to see the path forward. Right now, Yi Qinfeng had obviously achieved this. Congratulations, Elder Yi. When Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, he repeatedly congratulated Yi Qinfeng. You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. I haven't even told Jin Pingfan yet. Later, when you kill your way into the top 30 and obtain a spot, I'll give him and senior brother Yunfeng a surprise. Yi Qinfeng continued to transmit his voice. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he suddenly smiled. Understood. I won't tell Elder Jin. These few days rest well. Don't feel too much pressure. When the time comes, after watching the ranking battles of the 70 people, it will be your turn. It's fine if you don't want to go these few days. When it's your turn, I'll call you. Yi Qinfeng said. No need. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. I still want to go and take a look. With my current cultivation, it's hard for me to improve in a short period of time. Watching them fight may give me some insights. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.